The school board work session begins in 1 minute. Please take your seats. Again, the school board work session begins in 1 minute.
Good morning. I now call the October 31st, 2025 Administrative Briefing and Work Session of the Marion County School Board to order at 9 a.m. Please silence your electronic devices to avoid disturbing others. Mirroring and modeling how our students begin each day, I ask that you please pause with us for a moment of silence. Please join me. Thank you. I'll now read our board commitment statement. We are the Marion County School District Leadership Team. When we come together to work, we are efficient, effective, and productive. Our three most important characteristics are dedicated, transparent, and individually responsible. To work well together, we must demonstrate respect, confront reality, and be accountable. We will always put students first. We will leave a legacy of success. Good morning, Attorney Powers. I'm going to ask that you explain the rules for this public workshop.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. This work session is a public meeting as defined in Florida's Sunshine Law. The board is dedicated to full transparency in its meetings and work. In compliance with the Sunshine Law, the board has adopted uniform meeting procedures, including the right for citizens to participate. The board will allow public comment regarding any work session item listed on today's agenda at the appropriate time. Speakers must fill out a request form located in the lobby and hand it to the board clerk. After the board and superintendent have completed their discussion on a particular agenda item, the board clerk will call the speaker's name in the order received. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. As required by Sunshine Law, the board must maintain orderly conduct and proper decorum throughout this meeting. Speakers may criticize subject matter and decisions in a respectful manner, but not people. Finally, speakers must be very careful not to violate the privacy rights of others, especially students and their family members, by mentioning their names or other identifying information. Thank you for your attention to these important rules.
Thank you, Attorney Powers. Ms. Martinez-Young, will you provide the proof of publication, please?
The notice for the October 31st, 2025 work session was published in the Ocala Gazette on October 17th, 2025. Proof of publication has been attached to board docs under proof of publication.
Thank you. And before I turn the work session over to Attorney Powers, I just want to welcome Ms. Terry Brown is joining us today and Attorney Blackman. We are grateful that you're able to spend the morning with us as we work through all of these policies. So thank you for being here. Yeah.
Yes.
Positive thinking.
You might want to change that to day.
To the whole day. That's probably true. All right. So Attorney Powers, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Just a couple opening statements. First, we began our policy review of our old school board policies that have been in place for many, many years, back prior to 2000, prior to COVID. Then After a lot of work and a lot of sessions, we were able to finalize in July of 2022 our initial adoption of a complete new policy manual. Florida statute indicates that policy update suggestions are brought by the superintendent and staff to the board. And the board is to review, adapt, and approve those. In fact, it's one of the board's primary roles is the review and approval of policy. Now, with education, of course, we know it's a highly regulated industry, and education, transportation, food service, employment law, construction law, contracts, purchasing, finance, all of those have individual regulations. They're regulated by federal and state statutes, administrative codes. They're further directed by federal and state agency guidance, and then there's also recognized professional best practices. All of those have to come together in order to be able to create policies that direct and guide what the rules of the district will be. So NEOLA is the service we use to identify and prepare those proposed updates in keeping with the board's wishes. Now, and in keeping with the federal and state guidance. One of the things that we have to do in order to do that is to make sure that we take the suggestions that are given to us through NEOLA, who's constantly scouring those many, many thousands of pages of new and updated laws and regulations and administrative codes, and then we apply them to our unique circumstances within the district and come up with viable policy. NEOLA gives us a little bit of a shortcut in that they give us proposed policy revisions and reviews. We do not always have to take those completely. However, in many cases, those are ones which are mandatory. We may need to tweak them a little bit to our unique circumstances. In this set of policy updates, these, I hesitate to say they may be easy. I don't want to jinx us here. But most of these are ones that were brought because many of them are required, and they're required legislative updates. So this isn't a review of every single policy in the district. It is, however, a review of those policies which have been identified, which have needs for updates because of any one of those factors which I had mentioned earlier. Now, how we have progressed through this in the past and what seems to work is we start with the bylaws at the very beginning. Those are the policies that indicate 0, 1, or 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 2, 4, those sorts of things. The bylaws section, those are essentially policies that are owned by the board. They regulate board conduct, board behavior. And so those will be ones the board will be certainly a lot more active at. Those are not ones which staff has particularly reviewed. Those are ones for board's review specifically. Now, once we get beyond those into the 1000s, 2000s, we'll take them as sections like that. Now, in those cases, every one of those policies has been reviewed by staff. Staff has determined with Mr. Blackman whether they wish to proceed with the update, whether they wish to modify the updated language, or whether they wish to propose their own language for the board. And if you note on your paperwork that you've gotten there in your books, these have edit codes. Edit codes, we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Those with an edit code of 2, you'll see it requires the district staff to complete certain sections. We'll start this out in good practice with us on the bylaws sections. The edit code 2 would indicate that there is a blank, essentially, that needs to be filled in. There's a decision to be made. Usually it's a multiple choice option. Do we want option A, option B, or option C? Those are all legitimate and valid choices, but different districts choose to do things differently, and that's a conversation to have if you deem fit. As we proceed down through each of the sections, you may find that when we get, for example, to the 1000s, you may find that there are 0 policies that you have any particular desire or need to discuss further, having read what is in our policy update manual and what those revisions were. Or you may have found some errors that you wish to correct, or you may decide that there are many which need further discussion. Once we get down with that section, we'll move on to the 2000s, and the same thing. So I would just ask, of course, that everybody remember that we've got a lot of policies to get through, so we don't want to get bogged down. If we do find one that is going to require quite a bit more discussion or debate, it may be one that we wish to move to the end so that we can address it further. Also, you may find that a policy may need particular input which we don't have for you at the moment. Now, Mr. Blackman has gone over each of these with staff and can give most of their reasoning as to why those selections were. I can give you the reasoning as to why NEOLA has made their suggestions. I have that for every single policy here. And then you can use that information to make determinations about what you'd like to do. However, if one does require further input from staff that neither Mr. Blackman or I am able to give, then at that point, we can set that policy aside and we can have someone from staff come to discuss and answer that with us further after discussion with Mr. Blackman. So, without further ado, I'm gonna ask Ms. Brown and Mr. Blackman. In both their cases, I'm asking them to please feel free to jump in and participate at any time. And there's no reason for me to be the sole MC of this here. If they've both had a lot of work, they've done a lot of work on these. So I would like to make sure that throughout this, if they have suggestions or if you have questions for them, you'll see what their areas of expertise are here, and you probably already have. As I indicated, Mr. Blackman's worked with staff heavily. Terry has worked with NEOLA heavily, and Terry has edited each of these as well. So, Ms. Brown?
Yes, I just wanted the board to know that the book is so big because NEOLA had a problem connecting to board docs in the initial 2022. So some of these policies the board may never have wanted, but because it didn't come to you to reject it, it is coming to you today. So some of these policies, they're completely blacked out. For instance, the drug-free work policy, we use under other policies on the website, our own drug-free workplace policy. So you're going to hear probably from Attorney Blackman that this is a policy we don't want. We hate to even have to see it, but they won't take it off of our draft folder until it's brought to you. So that's.
So it has to be provided to the board for the board's rejection. And, okay. Mr. Blackman, any statements?
I think you covered it well. I think there's a couple of things you'll see as you get through that there's confusion on what the rejection looks like and what we're rejecting, and I'll do my best to try. I've spoken to Ms. Brown and Attorney Powers about these issues, but we'll make sure we can address those so the board is clear when it's rejecting something, what exactly it is rejecting.
Okay, then
Let me start.
we will get started. Ms. Brown?
We'll start with bylaws 0100. This is a basic update. Number 5 on NEOLA, so it is a required statutory change. Basically, it's a NEOLA update to their definitions. Does anyone have any questions or? What is in green is what they've added.
Oh, and of course, I didn't say this, but you've probably seen that we've got the large screen up here. We're going to be making edits on the fly. So as we go, if there's anything that needs to be edited, Terry will be doing that as we speak. So this will be immediately altered right there on screen.
And if you have no concerns with this, then I will move to the next one.
Terry, can I ask you can you pull your mic just a little bit closer to you? A little hard for me to hear you.
Is that better?
That's fantastic, thank you.
All right. So if there are no concerns with 0100, we'll move to the next one.
Okay.
Next one is 0124. This is, again, basic change. And scrolling through it, they've added stolen valor wording to this policy. I'm pulling it up. And I'm not sure how you want to proceed. If you're in agreement with it, I'll just move on to the next one.
I think that's great.
Okay.
We'll try to do the appropriate wait time thing as we were all taught in education, and then move on directly to the next, okay?
0131 actually has some boxes that will need to be decided. And it begins under policy development. We need to know whether the board wants it inserted whenever an act of Florida legislature is enacted which requires implementation of the act through a policy adopted by the board will publish notice of the development of a proposed policy within 30 days after the effective date of the law that requires a policy and provides a grant of rulemaking authority. So I think it just needs to be checked.
I agree with that thought process. I know that new laws have gone into effect in July, and because we haven't been able to have this rulemaking session, we're essentially behind on rules being implemented because our policies are behind. So all rules and laws usually take effect July 1, meaning if we gave it that 30 days, then before the start of school, we would be in compliance with the law. So I agree with us checking that box and making that, if everybody else agrees.
Agree.
The next box is, that needs to be checked, is a notice of a proposed policy must be published within 180 days after the most recent notice of policy development, unless the legislature expressly provides a different date. And that would be keeping us in line with what you just said, making sure that we're getting these.
So we would suggest, your legal counsel would suggest that we do check this box.
The next section is under the notices. A box for by publication in a newspaper qualified under Florida Statute Chapter 50 in the affected area or on a publicly accessible website. And we pretty much are doing that now, so I will check that.
But do we need to continue? I have that noted later in my notes, but do we need to continue spending $7,000 a year on the notification in the newspaper? If we can just put it on our website?
Well, this indicates that it's in a newspaper that qualifies under Chapter 50 in the affected area or on a publicly accessible website as provided in 50.0311. And so there are certain websites which will qualify. Now, for certain things, our website qualifies. For others, it has to be one which is a combination of all intergovernmental.
Can you expand what certain things means?
Yes, for certain legal notices, it would be required that we either continue to post them in the newspaper or that there be a coalition of local governments which have a single central source website, or that we publish them in the Florida Register.
I guess my question to Lori's, Chair Conrad's point would be, is there a more cost-effective way to do this?
What we're doing with this policy is ensuring that we have the maximum flexibility under statute to do everything that's allowed. So there is still discussion over whether certain types of advertisements are permitted. You have whether certain types of advertisements are permitted to be via website only. In an abundance of caution, when it comes to legal notices, we're continuing to do those we're continuing to advertise them for rulemaking development. For legal notices, we're continuing to do those on the newspaper of general circulation because we do have one.
Well, and I get that. I get like the things like this or public hearings and like those kinds of things to be lots of caution. But are the other governments paying the local newspaper for their regular publication of their meetings?
Dr. Campbell?
So current practice within Marion County has been, yes, the other governmental entities are using the newspaper, a newspaper source. However, recent conversation, the county is trying to take this on to be the publicly facing website. And that is the direction that Marion County is gonna go. So as far as staff time, it would still be the exact same amount of staff time because our staff would then be coordinating with Marion County to make sure they would get the legal notices correct, as opposed to working with the newspaper. And so I don't think they actually have the channel set up right now, like how the newspaper has it, where I believe Ms. Martinez-Young, I think she can upload it into the newspaper and then get the notice back. I'm not sure how the county's gonna work on all that yet. Like, they're still hashing it out so that other governmental entities would be able to participate in that, but they're trying to pursue being that entity. I think just for the purpose of today, checking this box means we can do either. And so as we pursue budgeting in the future and the county gets their challenges worked out, then we can potentially pursue that. But for right now, checking this box gets either one of those options available to us.
Because our current policy requires publication by newspaper. This expands to be able to allow the maximum flexibility that we have under statute.
Correct. And by checking the next box, it also allows radio stations whose signal is received in the district at a reasonable number of times daily during the 7-day preceding the date. So if you want that checked,
It's another opportunity. Oh, I'm sorry.
yes.
Go ahead, Nancy.
It's another opportunity.
So if we do that, so let's talk about the challenges. Sorry, are we able to have open discussion today? I'm sorry for that being, sorry, thank you. Because again, this would fall under the shall category. So if we check that box, that means that that now makes us also put the announcements on a radio station. If
We
I'm
could
not
change that shall to may.
Okay, but then that changes the whole concept of the policy. Because if we just say all notices pertaining to policy making may be published, then that frees us up to the possibility of not publishing at all.
Correct. Which I would love to just publish on our website.
Yeah, we're not gonna be able to do, I mean, based on statute now, we won't ever be able to be that one source that is always, at least, that's currently the way the statute
Yes.
reads to my
But then
understanding.
changing to may.
I would also say the balance comes from between the when it says it shall be published. If you look at the end of the first checkbox, I'm sorry, the first one that was up earlier and this one, those are ors. So it gives us, for example, if for some reason we were unable to provide textual representation within a newspaper or website, we could do it via radio. I don't know, that could be something in emergency operations that comes up.
Yeah, that's how
If
I
it was
thought
an
about it.
or, I'm fine with adding
Yeah.
the or there.
I'm seeing this as a menu of options
Yes.
that doesn't preclude us or allow us to do.
The shall seems to apply to, you're going to advertise it.
Right.
Right,
The-
I
How
don't
you
want
do
to
it.
The
here's
options
menu.
are A, B, or C.
Okay.
Do we need to put another or in there after the first?
Instead of the semicolon, I think I would have or.
Yes, yes.
Right there.
So an or after the semicolon, I guess.
Okay. And then the last, okay, that's it. That is the last one. Okay. So are there any other concerns? The next one is 0131.1. This also has revisions that will need to be looked at.
Chair, personally, I appreciate that we are giving the autonomy to the school board attorney to correct any Scribner's errors and those kinds of things, and that's how I read this. to identify and take on technical changes, because some of these you'll see are just changing his or her to them or something like that, and so that could have been done without us having to go through all of this.
Agreed.
Okay, so we will move on. The next one up.
0131.01 technical corrections, that's what we just did.
Yep.
Now, election 0143.
Thank you.
This is a technical correction. It includes addition of 2 legal references. So it does, however, I've got a 2 listed, so it does indicate that we have to make a selection.
We do not.
We do not, okay. All right. Did you want to do only the ones with the 2 or move straight through?
0143,
0143.1 residence areas.
is that what we just did?
No.
We did election.
Okay.
We did 01.
01,
And this is a statute change, so yeah, this
okay.
is fine.
This is good?
So essentially, anyone right now who wanted to run for office doesn't have to live in the residence area. They have to live in the residence area once they're being sworn in.
Since when?
This is a new statute change.
Oh, I thought you were saying that was the existing rule.
No, I'm saying this is the new language. The language in green.
And that changed in state law,
It did,
yeah.
The next,
Which is reflective of the county commission.
correct.
Gonna say, yeah.
the next one is 0155 committees. This one does require us to decide which boxes you want.
The only revision to this bylaw is a removal of a sentence that inadvertently suggested that a committee may meet in executive session. Executive session is reserved for collective bargaining discussions between the superintendent and school board. So we just have to,
Does have options.
yes.
Yes.
Personally, I don't like number 1. I don't want us to have a number specified that committees can't be smaller or larger than it, personally.
I agree with that. I don't like it.
Because we never know, like, what would be the reason why we would need to have any committee.
The second one you may or may not wish, because it may be that you wish to have individuals appointed by each board member. And of course, I think the next one needs to be true. A member may request or refuse appointment to a committee.
I would agree with that.
Refusal to serve on a committee should not be grounds for lack of appointment to another committee. If you don't want to serve on one, it doesn't necessarily preclude you from another. And the next one,
The board committee.
each board committee shall be convened by a chairperson who shall report for the committee. That probably needs to be true, but it's going to then need to go into bylaws in certain committees, so.
But if we grant you the authority to make those kind of technical changes,
Yes.
then we won't have to meet again to do that.
You can do it.
The chair shall appoint.
To be honest, I don't understand this, I mean, other than it says the chair shall appoint and has a colon. Now,
At an organizational.
It's either
meeting
at the organizational meeting or as soon as the organizational meeting is practical.
every year.
But
Like in November, you would
Right.
pick your committees again.
Usually it's the committee members that appoint their chair of the committee.
That's not what that means. They're saying during your,
Organizational.
yeah.
oh, it's right,
we
it's
get
the
the-
timing.
Which is probably a good thing, because we have not been perfect about doing that. So it really, and I think Chair Conrad is intending to have it prepared for the next chair to do, but that really we should choose a chair, and then we should immediately discuss committees.
I'm good with that, and I am prepared to.
So at the,
Now, the only caveat I might say is that if for some reason it doesn't get done at the organizational meeting, then we're, for whatever reason, then we're not in compliance with our own policy. So
then the next box.
we could combine the two to say at the organizational meeting or as soon thereafter as practicable. So that gives us more flexibility.
I'm good with that, in case there's a question or something has to be researched, or it gives us a little time to.
I think we
If there's-
definitely need the flexibility. So as soon thereafter.
I mean, an election year is challenging because if the seats change, you know, the individuals are, it's already a lot when you're walking in on your first day to the meeting, so, and then also having to decide what committees you're gonna be on.
Especially the new people, because they don't know, you know.
Were the next two supposed to
Ma-
have boxes in front?
They didn't have one.
Last box indicates or a majority of the members present.
Sorry.
Keep going down.
So I was trying to see what that led into. So it said, such minutes shall also be available for inspection by the public. The law requires a committee or subcommittee give public notice of each meeting as well as prepare, file, maintain minutes of the proceeding.
Ad hoc committees may be created and changed anytime by the chair or a majority of members present at any meeting in which the need for committee becomes evident. So I think that, again, flexibility, not just the chair. If we're going to create an ad hoc committee, majority of members present at any meeting could also appoint. And then, or the superintendent with the approval of the board. I think being able to have a designee like that is important as well. So I would suggest checking both those boxes unless anybody else has any other reason why you would disagree. Okay.
Terry, just one question. At the top of that second page, members of the board to standing committees where they shall serve a term of 1 year.
Yes.
Did we agree on that? Is everybody in agreement?
Shall.
Well, we shall, but what happened, like, I'm just thinking about where the Code of Conduct Committee ended up meeting at a time where Dr. James was not available, and so we had to switch things up.
Well, I would say that person can, of course, then be substituted
Okay.
if
So it
need
doesn't
be.
limit us.
I don't believe so. I just think it's that person will be there for 1 year, that term. And then if they need to be, you know, either replaced or temporarily substituted during an interim period, then they could be.
So what?
Again, by action of the board.
What that says is the chair shall appoint members of the board to standing committees where they shall serve a term of 1 year.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then the second one is the chair shall appoint, and you've corrected that, okay.
Okay.
All right. So is everyone good with this one? All right.
I just wanted to clarify, if I may, that if a board member wanted to continue for more than 1 year, then that option is still
term.
available, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, it's
Because
not
I was just
only
thinking,
1
I
year.
served on the Value Adjustment Board for 6 years.
Yes. And many thank you for that.
Yes. 0164.
I'm not
an
sure what,
interesting-
I feel like someone else is gonna need to do that this next year, because I don't even know what that is, if I'm
I
being
just started,
honest.
And I didn't know what it
Yeah.
was either, and Matt McLean was very gracious and onboarding me. And
Yeah, that transition was helpful, because when you've done it for so long, it's like you hold the
you know
knowledge,
what you're-
yeah.
It's just, yeah.
So NEOLA has rewritten 0164 regarding notice of regular meetings, hearings, and workshops.
And these revisions incorporate language from statute 12525 and 1001.372 regarding the method of providing public notice at regular meetings, hearings, and workshops. We have to pay careful attention to the new drafting notes at the beginning of the policy template there. So,
And we'll need to mark these both because they'll be consistent with the policy we did earlier. Okay. And
This is just a prediction, but I think before too long, all of the governmental entities will probably be moving away from printed newspaper. I mean, you look at the major newspapers, including, you know, the AJC up in Atlanta. I mean, they don't even have a paper newspaper anymore, as of just recently.
well, and since the legislature has given sort of broad guideline status as to a central website. Because they don't want every agency to have its own website that you have to check. So they want a central standard, much like the newspaper was.
Right.
A lot of how effective that's going to be depends upon the entity that is running that, how they run it, how coordinating they are, how cooperative they are, how timely they are. So if it becomes a pain to deal with, or it becomes something that is not easily traceable, or there are errors or things like that, then that's something that other agencies are going to have to back away from. So if the county ends up running it, or whoever ends up running it, it needs to be done in such a way that, and I'm sure they will.
Would we
Well
then
managed.
pay that, would we then pay the county to manage
Would there
that?
be a fee?
Of an entity.
Those are other questions that remain.
Right.
Oh, there might be. Well, and there is something to be said for an independent of government way to ensure you are sharing with the public, because who then polices the governmental entity that is overseeing the oversight? I mean, seriously, there's a level of transparency that potentially could be missing. I understand the need and the cost savings that it presents. However, for the public's purposes, I mean, who polices the governmental entity to ensure that they actually are publishing all the notifications that should be currently published? It's just an interesting conversation.
It is.
It is.
Those pesky checks and balances.
There you go.
So are we good with this one?
For now, I guess.
Terry, keep us.
Harry, keep us on task.
Really, we're in transition with this one.
Yes, we digress.
The next one is 0165.
School board meetings.
In this case, they just deleted language that required meeting materials to be published in electronic form 7 days before each meeting. Florida law only requires the agenda be published 7 days before each meeting. So this deletes the language indicating that written materials relating to it have to be uploaded in electronic form 7 days.
That's interesting, though. So then, a sticking point for me, as many of us know, has been the editing and then later upload of an edited item within a 7-day window, because it has been historically that all of the information has to be publicly available 7 days prior to the meeting. So when we change an item 2 days before the meeting, I see it personally as historically being violating the expectation. But what I hear this saying is that that's no longer the case.
Correct.
Okay, that's good to know.
Dr. Burr took a very big breath.
Well, and I think it was when Dr. Mayer was superintendent for the work sessions, no public-facing documents were uploaded ahead of time, and it was someone you met with recently that brought that to my attention as a new school board member, and we got at least that fixed. Now, alterations to items, that's part of the dynamic action of what happens in real time, behind the scenes. And I don't know, there's two ways to look at it. As a citizen, I would rather see the most up-to-date information with something that says updated and the date on it. Than be looking at old stuff and then have it be said differently at a meeting.
Can I also add, though, and this is probably not necessarily policy, although I wouldn't be mad if it got put into policy, that if we update an item within the 7 days, it must go into discussion. Like, I think it is just a complete lack of transparency to update an item and still bury it in consent. Like, if we're going to update an item and change something, it needs to be automatically moved into discussion so that we are at least overly transparent about the fact that after publication, the item changed, and and that updated document, as Board Member Thrower said, is labeled correctly so that people can find it. That's just, as a board member, I'm certainly going to always ask that, so.
But now, if they don't have to have the documentation there until 2 days prior, then essentially everything would be in discussion potentially. Is that what I'm understanding?
No, I think our practice needs to be that all documents are uploaded at 7 days. I don't think we need to change our practice. Us changing our practice to only 2 days prior is going to make it look like we are trying to hide stuff.
I agree.
Right, to the end.
So we'll make this.
Correct.
So why are they changing this to 2 days? Is it for convenience or?
No, it's frankly, it's to recognize the fact that unlike private businesses, what we do, everything it works on a cycle that puts us, to get anything done requires notice, requires posting, and sometimes that's remarkably difficult. And sometimes it takes longer. In many cases, it takes longer than we would be able to do in order to make certain turnarounds. I'm just thinking of certain real estate transactions we had recently and other factors like that. And if we are wedded to an absolute of not only do you have to notice it 7 days in advance, which also requires that you coordinate that noticing, with newspapers in some cases where it's the advertisement of a meeting, but in the case of the publication of the agenda, doing all of those notices is one thing, that's hard enough. Then also you may have a document which you recognize may not be complete. It may have additional information it needs to be supplemented with, or may have errors which need to be corrected. If you found yourself now on, the initial document, what our practice has been was the initial document. Until very recently, the practice was you get it up there 7 days in advance. However, once it's up there, it's like a placeholder item. Edits can be made so long as the originals remains,
Right.
and you drop in a new that's edited, and that doesn't impact anything. So if you need to edit it 3 times after you've posted it 7 days in advance, fine. Each one goes up as a new document with the upload showing the date. That's acceptable. And that can continue to be our practice. However, we don't want to run, we know, because it happens, believe me, nearly with every agenda. We know there are times when trying to get something on that is an important item, we run into having to have a discussion and debate over, well, it didn't quite hit 7 days, or oh my gosh, I've got to make an edit now, and everyone's up in the air about what do we do and how do we do it, and let's just cancel it all together, which further puts things back. That's very difficult. So not having it something which is required by policy, but is an aspirational goal for us, and is something that is enforced at agenda review by the board chair and superintendent, I think is probably wise.
No, I completely agree with everything you just said. I think the pressure is now slightly decreased, but the standard operating procedure in this district, in my opinion as a board member, should be that at publication of 7 days prior, we are uploading every possible document we have as well as the agenda. And then if an item changes or we add an item later, my board member request will be that item is going to be moved to discussion. So if you don't want to entrench it in policy, that's fine, but please know, board, I am going to move all of those items, as I do now, to discussion so that it is incredibly transparent to the community after publication, because sometimes people just go on the day of publication, they look at all this stuff, they download what's important to them, and then they don't necessarily revisit until the meeting. And so I think it is very important that we don't just upload stuff meanderly throughout the 7 days and keep it in consent, because it can get really buried in consent. So that's just my thought on it. I appreciate what you said, and I absolutely agree. It provides some flexibility now, which is great, but, ultimately, that's my expectation.
And I agree with most of that, except for occasionally there are just some very minor edits, just like we gave Attorney Powers permission to, clean it up. And so sometimes a presentation is uploaded and then there's a grammatical error, or there's, numbers have been reversed or something like that. And so I don't feel that's reason to move something to discussion, personally. I think we're just cleaning it up. The item as a whole, the content has not changed, and so I don't think those type of changes need to be moved to discussion.
Yeah, and that's fine. So it can be board member discretion. as it is now.
Dr. Brewer?
Sure, I agree that we need to continue our practice. We've done really well with the 7-day uploads, but I do agree that if there was content that needed to be changed, if there was numbers, or if there was an important part of the content or the presentation that was changed, we could move that to discussion. But some things, if it's formatting, we could just notify the board that there was a revised document that was uploaded.
And, oh, sorry, Attorney Powers, your team is also very good at notifying board members. This was just letting us know. It's not that you don't know what that change is going to be, but, the title was wrong, or, there's just some basic things that don't change the content at all. So they always share that with us.
We are in the middle of a superintendent search. And so what is a practice right now and what is the way of work right now could look very different in 6 months. And so I want to make sure that the board maintains its power over this process, because a different superintendent different strokes for different folks. They may say, you know what, actually, no, we're just gonna put that agenda up there and everything will be up there by the 48 hours beforehand. And so, but that is a reality. And so that is my concern. And I guess we can just bring this policy back up if way of work changes. But I think it's important to keep that context.
And I would also say that one thing that I very much appreciate that we do in this district is the fact that when we're uploading documents, if there is an edit to be made, I've always and consistently seen a document is not switched on the agenda. The original document remains, and then a second document with a new title that indicates the date or the edit or whatever is put up there. That then shows a flow. And it shows a process, and then somebody can track that process. They can see what the differences are. So that's critical, because the one thing that would be, and I've never seen it happen here, the one thing that would be terrible is to have a document that somebody reads 7 days before, and then it's gone, and what's placed in its place is something that has alterations, because that in my mind would be deceptive. So I've never seen it happen in this district, and I'm glad for it. So. And of course, I think what Dr. James is saying is, of course, prudent. We need to continue the practice. I see that between the board chair and the superintendent at agenda review, those are items which are probably, given circumstances, best discussed there. And then if there is something that requires, that there is a substantive change and a board member wants to pull it, that's always a board member's purview to do so.
Mm-hmm.
I went ahead and marked all the boxes to be consistent with how we discussed those on the other one. So.
I want to ask Ms. Martinez-Young, do you have anything that you want to add since you deal with this on a daily basis?
No, I agree with everything.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Next.
So we did not want to add any other wording? No. Okay. The next one is a basic update to 01651.
01651 agenda. No, that's what we just did, right?
No.
No, this is different.
Okay, 01651 agenda. This was deletion of language requirement. No, that's,
Yes.
Yeah, it's
A.
different.
yes.
165.1.
Deletion.
It's still the 7-day
Okay.
7-day edit.
And it's deleting that because the A says along with meeting materials. Is that correct?
The reason.
Okay, help me out here because,
the
okay,
red line.
deleting at least 7 days before. Correct, yes. So the agenda, along with any meeting materials available, must be published on the board's website at least 7 days before. Must be published before the event, because there might be meeting materials which are then added later. If there's language you want to put in there to preserve what you were talking about, we can do that. Otherwise, we leave it out and we maintain flexibility. That's up to you.
Just maybe a statement about previous versions shall remain to indicate flow. I'm just thinking about for someone that's reviewing the agenda, we want it to be as easy to follow and comprehensible as possible.
But
You could also leave, I'm sorry, you could also leave at least 7 days before the event, and then add a comment that says something along the lines of, provided that any updates or edits made thereafter be noted as such.
Well, I feel uncomfortable deleting the 7 days because while we don't have to have, I mean, what it's saying is essentially you have a copy available to people, but A is saying electronically. And I want to maintain a policy that we are electronically publishing our agenda 7 days prior to the meeting.
Well, that's already up there. That's
Where?
in the second paragraph. The agenda may be received at least
No,
7 days before the event.
That's not what that says, in my
Okay.
opinion.
Then the agenda along with, must be published on the board's website, at least 7 days. Yep.
A is along with the meeting materials.
Okay, delete
That's
what's in
what
green.
the agenda absolutely is 7 days prior, but
Yep.
the agenda along with the meeting materials
what I
is
put
what
in
A
green,
says.
yep.
Do we want to leave that?
And I had this marked as saying, why are we making this change? So to your point, I mean, that's what,
So we will reject the change?
I would like to reject the change, and if, to Attorney Power's point, if we just add in kind of to say,
I'll put it back up. There you go.
at least 7 days, provided that any updates or edits made thereafter be noted as such. That at least gives opportunity for, as we are already doing, but it'll be in policy. So people who are sticklers like me won't have a fight to
Okay,
fight.
Put before the event, before my green. 7 days before the event, yep. Comma, and then delete before the event afterward. See,
Oh, yeah.
yeah, delete the, yeah.
Oops.
well, and I mean, I understand the whole conversation here. I'm just looking at B then, because it says, so as to allow proper time for the member to study the agenda. If there are no supplemental documents included in the agenda, we would just have an item that potentially could have no description whatsoever if we don't still require that 7 days. That's my understanding of why we need to continue to leave that 7 days in.
I agree, and if I'm reading everything here correctly, what this still does is make sure the agenda must be published 7 days in advance. Whatever item, whether it be a placeholder item or a mostly finished item or an item that is expected to be perfect but may have a mistake, is already up there at the 7 day mark. And then if anything is added thereafter, it's not banned from being added, however, it must be noted.
Right.
And,
Correct.
yeah, okay.
All right,
Agree.
that concludes that.
Okay, we're on to the next policy, which is 0165.2, regular meetings.
And why is it completely struck?
That was added into
Is that a number?
0164.
Is that a number 4?
That is a number 4.
Do you want to explain what number 4s are?
Number 4 is a policy that has been rescinded by NEOLA.
Okay.
So what they did is they took that little paragraph and they added it into 0164. 65.
165.
That's still there, it's just somewhere else.
Yep.
Yeah, so it's now putting every school board meeting, whether it's emergency or regular or anything, all
Oh,
in
yes,
one
I saw.
policy.
Now, the same is true of the next two policies. They're also number 4s,
Perfect.
165.3, 166. They're
Sounds
also number 4s. I don't believe we need to discuss further.
Nope.
Correct.
0166 is the same. So
Yep.
next one.
0169.1. This is a 2, which requires some discussion.
Well, I think we want to talk about this anyways, board.
Public participation at board meetings. Now, here's some history. On October 8th, 2024, in Moms for Liberty, Brevard County versus Brevard Public Schools, the United States Court of Appeals for the 11th Circuit rendered a decision in favor of Moms for Liberty, addressing, among other things, the ability of school boards to restrict certain speech at school board meetings. The decision in Moms for Liberty emphasizes the importance of the presiding officer receiving appropriate training regarding implementation of the board's policy on public participation. As is clear in the ruling, when subjected to a legal challenge, courts are likely to scrutinize each time the presiding officer limits speech or otherwise prevents a member of the public from providing input during a board meeting. Importantly, presiding officer should confer with counsel for the school board to identify when the public input may be considered obscene or a true threat, and thus permitting a restriction. We've recently seen this in other counties around the state as well. Generally, when someone comes up to speak, unless there is something rather extreme, they need to be permitted to speak and let them have their time and move on. If it reaches into disruptive, then that's another factor. But that is something that the decision, but prior to restricting the speech, decision should be made with counsel and discuss.
There was a whole section on this in our mandatory 4 hours of ethics training, and it was very, very interesting about how to manage through those contentious types of meetings and pointing back to your standing policy, which better be there, you know, to remind the speaker of, you know, yes, and you're more than welcome to say what you need to say, but please keep in mind, as you continue, this is your policy, you're getting this time back that I just used to remind you. Please keep going. It was all based on that decision, so.
And this does not mean that we can't enforce decorum.
Correct.
But what it does mean is that, for example, unpopular speech or speech which may be critical or speech which may be even harsh, the fact that it's referred to or directed at, if someone were to come up and say, you know, hey, school board attorney or one board member, I think you're doing an incredible job on this, if we would allow that, we also have to allow someone to come up here and say, hey, you, individual, I think you're doing a really poor job, and, you know, can say ugly things too.
So my question would be, referencing public comment from within the last 6 months, can we say something about a person that's sitting up at the dais that is, what's the word I'm looking for?
Libelous or slanderous?
Sure, thank you.
No, libel and slander are still protected speech, unprotected speech.
So then how do we go about making sure in our policy we have enshrined that, or is it already there?
Well, one of the things you'll note that we have in our procedures, in our board procedures, and one of the things I read out is that any statements directed at an individual must be given 24 hours, must be put in writing 24 hours in advance. And that is specifically because of a Florida statute which talks about libel and slander because it's being publicly transmitted via, in this case, YouTube. So in those kind of cases, if there is a statement that's going to be made regarding an individual person, they're required to have given that 24 hours in advance. So if there is up there and it's libelous speech or slanderous speech, the question is also, we don't want to be a courtroom during 5 minutes of public comment about the fact that whether something is in fact libel or slander or whether it is just not very nice.
Well, I think calling someone a town drunk or a other derogatory term would be liable or slanderous. So my question would be, what policy or procedure are we going to have in stone as the public continues to be at times contentious and more contentious at times? And so I want to make sure that we have set procedures so that the moment someone makes a liable or slanderous statement, we have a procedure. That is what I'm looking to accomplish with this.
Let me add on to that real quick. In your instructions to the community for public comment, that is, you state that, correct?
Correct.
And so isn't that enough that covers that?
So then what happens when the person does it? And they just get to keep talking because we are like scrambling because we don't know what to do.
No, they don't. That would be for the board chair or for myself to temporarily interrupt them, stop, give an admonition, and then allow them to continue. if the admonition, if they continue and have not changed, then at that point, we stop. We can discuss what specifically we're talking about. We can make it a little bit more of a point, and then if they're then not following the rules, if they're going to continue on, we can say your time's expired and have them sit down. Now, it's only then if they become, further disruptive or something like that, that they could be removed from the meeting. But we, of course, out of how many times of people getting up here, even people who are emotional and even people who are, have some, valid concerns and invalid concerns or whatever it may be. But in the course of, 5 years of me witnessing these, we've had a handful of ones that are just kind of over the top, in which case, typically a stop and a reminder and a stop and a redirect has been effective. I know that we are eventually going to encounter people who can't be redirected, in which case, we can either listen to what they have to say if it's not directly libelous or slanderous, if it's just, off the wall, or we can ask them to sit down. But the point is, we've got to be careful at limiting what people say, as is appropriate. Government should, this is a public forum. It is as close to the traditional public forum that people have for expressing their constitutional rights and getting up here and redressing their government. They should be able to speak freely. However, speaking freely also does not mean you get to yell fire in a crowded theater. It doesn't mean you get to libel or slander people. So those are distinctions. We just don't want to act quickly in the heat of the moment.
Yes, and if I may expand on that, it was made very clear at this training that if a public speaker makes a comment that is libelous, potentially libelous or slanderous, it can't be a one and done. It won't hold up in court. In other words, for anyone to bang their gavel and say, you're done here. There has to be a couple of warnings and a polite opportunity for them to get themselves together. And then if it's still not happening, then there's a much more defensible grounds to say, we're going to go ahead and conclude your time.
Now, I will point out that this policy has nothing to do with actions. I mean, if someone's actions are disruptive, threatening, any of those things, including some speech, if it gets to the point of being, abusive, threatening,
Or
insightful, those sort of things are things that we have a little bit more leeway, but we have to be able to define and clarify that indeed that's what it was. That someone's actually, doing something physically threatening, at that point, yes, it can be shut down. Or something that is beyond the pale, I guess, so to speak. And then a little bit of this also has to do with the fact that, occasionally you get people up here that they're not speaking on any topic that has anything to do with the operation of the school system. They're here to advertise a product, or they're here to advertise a political campaign. In which case, if they can relate it back in some way to the school system, which isn't too hard, we let them speak for their 3 to 5 minutes. If, however, they're just up here to, pitch their new form of golf ball, then they better be talking about school athletics while they do it, so, okay?
So I just had a crazy thought, because we were talking about their ability to get up there and say what they want to say. And so what happens when we get the person that comes up here, it's really nothing about anything we're talking about. They just stand there at the podium and say, Superintendent, F you. Attorney Powers, F you. Laura, F you. What do we do then?
It's in here. I mean, so if we could
Does that
take this,
happen?
if we could take this policy like page 1, page 2, and go through it, then I think we'll get to all the things that everybody has questions about.
Right.
So page 1, my question in the, I guess, third paragraph is, what is special order agenda? I don't know what that is. It's just above the pink line that's been struck through that said items wherever found on the agenda, blah, blah, blah. It says, but does not generally include items on the special order agenda. What is that?
I'm trying to find where this.
Page 1 of 4.
The third paragraph, second line of the third paragraph.
1, third paragraph. At the very end of the sentence.
It's not generally, okay, proposition may also include a vote on a motion to rescind or amend. I do not know the answer to that question.
Okay, can we just not have it say special order agenda and have it say something else? Because we do not, by practice, have a definition of anything known as a special order agenda.
Can we just call it the board agenda?
In doing so, you may be expanding it considerably, so I will.
Okay, that needs to go back to NEOLA, because I have no idea what, that's the only reference I've ever seen of special order agenda, and I don't know what it means, and we don't have by practice anything we call that.
That's also, to be honest, that's also current language. I'm surprised I don't know what a special order agenda is.
I didn't
because
notice
it's not
it
language
till
we use.
We had the language that was struck through right below it, and I was like, well, wait a minute, let me see what this whole paragraph reads, and I know it's in current language, and I don't know what it means. So we haven't caught it before. So we can come back to that. I mean, you can figure it out later or whatever. I just mark that one as something we can come back to.
As to alterations that, I mean, because again, that's existing language, so it's something I'll work on. But as to the other alterations with the A through D's there.
Yeah. That's all fine.
Okay.
And then we get into designated public input, so we flip the page.
Go down.
And this is where we have options. So we need to choose if we want to have a designated amount of time, which currently we say 30 minutes, but we never abide by that. So we as a board have to determine if we want to start abiding by a policy that what we read at the beginning doesn't actually, it's not in policy, so that's what we have to talk about.
Well, and I would love to see us get to 30 minutes on items attached to the agenda at the beginning of the meeting. And then all public comment related to anything else relating to the school district goes to the end of the meeting.
I agree with, if it's not related to the agenda, it should be off air and at the end of the meeting.
Well, I don't care about off air. It can be on air. That doesn't bother me. But I just think, let's get through the agenda, because there are lots of people who are here for the agenda, and let's do the comment attached to the agenda, and then get through the agenda, and then we will do any public comment for any period of time, whatever, at the end of the meeting. I go back to some meetings like the books meeting. We would have been able to do the entire business of the meeting and then let everyone who wanted to talk about books talk.
Right, and the difference, there's also a difference with work sessions versus board meetings and how we do them now. With board meetings, because there may be votes that are occurring during the meeting, it's important to have the public be able to express themselves on potential agenda items prior to us going into the meeting portion.
Correct.
So for work sessions, only item, and they can, for the board meetings, they can address any item that reasonably is within the operations of the district for board meetings. Then for work sessions, it's only on items that are on our agenda, and it's always at the end, because there's no threat that a vote would occur that precluded them from having their say. And in fact, they may want to hear everything that happens during the work session that's explanatory before deciding whether or not they want to even comment. It may answer a lot of their questions. So we do need to maintain that ability for people to make their comments on agenda-related items prior to a board meeting. We could have general items pushed to the end. The problem is it becomes very difficult. Who makes that call? It becomes very difficult to say whether this is something reasonably related to the operations of the district or something that is on an agenda item. If they want to identify the agenda item on which they're going to speak,
Yeah.
however, we're putting a burden on them now to identify, no, I'm here because I want to talk about the bus thing, and what does that mean? I don't know, breaking it up like that may be more difficult. But I will point out also that most of those times when we have large number of speakers, it is because there's a vote on the, on a topic that's coming up. So
Yes and no, because we've just had the same conversation with all of the folks that showed up for the Fessenden conversation. That absolutely was not on our board agenda for that evening. It had been on a work session agenda. All of that public comment could have occurred at the end of the meeting as opposed to in the middle of the business portion of our meeting. I can tell you multiple school districts do what we're talking about right now. So I understand it may change our way of work and it may be a little more cumbersome, but if folks are passionate about a specific agenda item that we're taking business on, then go for it. But if they're passionate about something else the district regularly takes business, I think whatever your script is, we can move that if we so choose, and I think that's what we're talking about right now. And so that's all of this section.
Yes.
There's option 1 and then option 2, and all of that is what we want to try and hash out right now.
Ms. Martinez-Young?
Yes, Board Chair, my concern would be when we have community members filling out their forms, sometimes they don't indicate what they're going to speak on.
They have to, though.
Well-
That's gonna become our practice, is what we're
By
saying.
this.
Okay, but this is the thing, there is no one up there to
Right.
ensure. And I just had a conversation with Ms. Cynthia Barnes, and now, because they are so busy maintaining the flow and so forth, they're not able to collect the forms and be able to navigate that. So
Yep.
she asked that I produce a sign and a basket for them to put their forms in there, which means that forms can be placed in there without it indicating what they're gonna be talking
We'll
about.
definitely have to have someone sit there. When you go
Yes.
to the county commission meetings, there's someone sitting there, they fill out their form, they ensure that they have checked their agenda item, and that's submitted. So we will definitely have to make some changes.
And can I say this, Madam Chair? Thank you for saying that, Elena, because Ms. Barnes, Ms. Taylor, all those guys that are up there, they're up there for security. And we need them to do security.
No, I think a clerk needs to be coming to the meetings, and they have a shifted schedule on the meeting days so that they're able to take the public comment stuff. I mean,
But I don't want our safe schools department.
no,
trying to
I
navigate.
totally agree.
There needs to be someone else that's handling that.
But the clerk also, I mean, those forms, people are handing them out or turning them in still within, the first several minutes of the meeting. So I would be concerned. I don't think I don't think she'd be able to.
No, it can't be.
Not,
But
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, the people that show up to our meetings are mostly our staff members. So it has to be somebody that's familiar with the agenda. They know what we're talking about tonight. So it has to be somebody from our staff. It can't be I don't feel that it can be somebody that's participating in the meeting. It has to be,
Correct.
No, I'm
Someone you designate,
literally thinking
Dr.
a
Brewer.
clerk who works in either superintendent's office or in one of the other offices who has a shifted schedule on board meeting days, and they come in late, and then they're doing taking public comment. I also think the 5:45 theoretically could change, because if you're not there to talk about board agenda items, do you really need to be there by 5:45? I'm okay with either one, but I think that's something to consider as well, because sometimes board business does take a time to get through, because we have discussion items. So I also think if we set any other time and we're quick, then what? But just a thought.
In the past, when we had two board clerks, they were both here to be able to accommodate those types of things. That may be something that we need to look at again
Not
as
for
far as to adjust.
No, but I think certainly Ms. Prespatino, who's working now with secondary curriculum, could be one of the people who can come in and have a shifted schedule on a day like that, for sure.
But if they're a salaried employee, a shifted schedule isn't even gonna be required. I appreciate the dialogue. I think that this is where we say, interim superintendent Brewer, you're gonna need to assign another member of your staff, and that's up to you who that becomes and how that works.
Agreed.
So, understanding what our need will be, and then,
So to your
figuring out-
point though, Dr. Campbell, so are we gonna have essentially two forms? A form is, the first form being, I'm here to speak on an agenda item, and the agenda is available, the person can dictate what agenda item they're speaking on, and those forms are collected and brought by 5:45, and those are the ones that are at the front of the meeting. And we're reserving still 30 minutes. Are we gonna stick to 30 minutes for agenda items? Because that's another thing we say that is very arbitrary.
And I think that's what we need to hash out right now. Personally, I think that all public comment forms still need to be there at 5:45.
Okay.
Because no one has any concept of how long our meeting is gonna last, and we don't want somebody showing up at 7:30, and for whatever reason, we're about to adjourn, and all of a sudden they show up and
Agreed.
they want it. So I think if you're planning to speak to the board, you need to be there at the appointed time this is personal opinion, we can talk through and figure out how we want to do this. But I think whoever is out there collecting the forms is the one that's separating. Either it's an agenda item or it's something that's not on the agenda. And so if it is an agenda item, the person who's filling out the form needs to indicate what the specific agenda item is that they're talking about.
I hear all that, but I also hear from our staff, I also hear from people in the community that say that 5:45 is unreasonable for some people that want to speak to this board. When you have people that are transportation, that's the one I hear from all the time. They can't get here in time because oftentimes they're still on the bus. And so if we're going to open it to non-agendized discussion, then you need to change that time.
We also have the form online, so we could also communicate that ahead of time, that people, if we do the messaging, that people such as and we've heard that from even some of our Southwest schools, some of those employees that want to provide comment, they can complete it online, and Ms. Martinez-Young can collect that, and that way they're not held to that 5:45 time limit. That might help with that.
Well, and if they work within our system, they could also print it out and send it in the courier to Ms. Martinez. It would just need to be received before 5:45 the day of the meeting.
I hear all that, but you got a lot of our staff, and I'm going to that staff that are not traditionally on a computer all day.
Yeah.
Our transportation, our custodians, that group of people are not just privy to.
Correct, but they could email, Ms. Martinez could send in a courier the form to a person in any office. I mean, we have an internal mail system, so.
But you know how many of our staff don't even use emails?
We cannot be held responsible for, our way of work cannot just stop because some people don't know how to use their email. Like, we have enough services.
We're going to be talking about being transparent and being open to the public.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so
So we can literally
try to
send you the
accommodate
form.
our own folk first.
We will send you the form. Ms. Martinez could send it in the courier.
They can have stacks of forms in every break room, around every school, every transportation hub, everywhere. I mean, seriously, why not? Why not have stacks of public comment forms that they can then submit at any time?
I agree. I think that's,
Turn into their secretary and have their secretary at that particular place email it to Ms. Martinez.
Y'all are missing something. You have staff members that are very hesitant and reluctant to do certain things that way because of fear of retaliation, all types
But
of.
they're coming to a meeting to give public comment, Eric.
I get that, but once you know who, maybe y'all haven't looked at it or been in the work environment where if you're turning something in about somebody, now you have, that person has read, several people have read it before it gets there. Am I right, Dr. Brewer?
They're not reading it. They're literally just submitting a form to say they're there to give public comment.
Again, their supervisor, their boss, or whoever may say, why are you going down and talking to them people? What's the deal? And then there's a fear of retaliation.
So what do you want it to be, Reverend Cummings?
I'm saying that give them that opportunity, change that.
So what do you want it to be?
I don't care what time it is.
You do care what time it is.
Figure it out. I just don't think it needs to be 5:45.
So what time?
Like, what time is the time?
What's the time?
Y'all come up with a time.
You come up with the time. You're the one that has the heartburn about it.
Well, I will say that on board meeting days, that basically by 6 o'clock, we're starting the public comment.
Right.
So that's kind of the reason why, 5:45 or 5:40, I believe it is what
right,
we
well,
always
I
said.
can give to 6 o'clock.
So-
If that makes you more comfortable, we say you have till 6 o'clock, I can give on that.
Another factor for consideration, just because I've heard some of your comments here, we do need to set a time for the input period. So whether that's 30 minutes or an hour, we say that's the period we're allotting. However, most districts have gone to a 3-minute period. We are one of not very many who maintains a 5-minute period with the ability to go to a 3-minute period if we have more than a certain number of speakers. However, this board's practice over the last year or so has been not to limit it, but to go ahead and allow 5 minutes for all, even if there were, the precedent we're establishing is even if there's 25 or 30 speakers, which, that's, of course, gives everybody their right to speak. However, distinguishing it between the reasons for that might be valid where we know we have 25 speakers turned in. However, there may not be a need for us to do this at all if what we have is 5 speakers and 2 are speaking on agenda items and 3 are speaking on non-related agenda items, we can just do them all right at the very beginning and be done with it. Because it's, that's fine.
I still don't want to do that.
No, I don't want to do that.
I want to get away from everyone talking at the beginning. I want to transition our way of work that if you were talking about agenda, you were talking at the beginning, and if you were talking about things not related to the agenda, you were talking at the end. That is personally what this board member, maybe we can just kind of go through some things and see if we all agree. That is one thing that I would like to see a change to, and I see Chair Conrad shaking her head.
I agree.
So is there anyone else in agreement with that?
My only question is, I would tend to agree with it as well. My only question is, where do we put them? So do we put them after our board comments or before our board comments?
Before board comments.
So it would be at the conclusion of, we've
Discussion
read the
items.
discussion agenda items, then the meeting reminders happens after public comment.
Correct.
Remainder of public comment. Okay. All right, as a way of work, I'm just trying to determine, so essentially then we would have public comment on any of those items that people want to speak about that are not on the agenda, and we essentially in our board comments could even then reply
Correct.
of sorts to what they've just said. So it's a lot closer to the hours before that they made the statements. Okay.
And I can be in agreement with that too, because if it's that serious and that important, that person is willing to sit there
Right.
and do this.
Right.
So I can agree with that as well.
Do an active board agenda item.
Board Member Thrower, how do you feel about that?
I'm just looking at what we're saying right now in the script.
Oh,
And later in the meeting, up to 30 minutes will be provided for individuals to address the board on matters concerning the operation of the Marion County school system or the school board. Only presentations to the board are limited to 5 minutes and are televised. There's a couple things in practice that I think we haven't reviewed yet, because in our zeal to include everyone, and I probably did it myself the times that I've been chair, is there anyone that wishes to speak on this topic that has not filled out a form yet? And usually it's Kevin then that hands them the form after they get done speaking, but if they're upset, sometimes they storm out and we never get the form anyway. So there's a couple of practices here that we need to come to agreement on. We have elected officials that we try to give some, extra courtesy to, that come in towards the end of comments that have not filled out a form and want to talk longer than 5 minutes. Things like that have kind of been handled on the fly, especially if the audience is like, let them speak, If we're going to tighten these things up, then I believe that needs to be conveyed, because there's a lot of citizens that come in expecting to have an exchange, a dialogue. And even though it is shared very explicitly in the explanatory remarks that the school board is here to listen to your comments only, and that may be redirected to a staff member to help you, there's a level of still misunderstanding or misconception. And then they're mad that they came here and all you did was look at me and listen to me and say, thank you, you didn't solve my problem. This isn't the forum to solve anyone's problem. It's the opportunity for you to air your, compliments and or grievances. So, again, I just think we can have it, say whatever we want to say, but how is this really going to play out in the moment in real time that makes all the difference? I'm a little concerned about making people wait till the end of a meeting. If they had the interest to come here, I would rather shorten up the amount of time. Any one of us, and that's all of us that have run for public office, we had to perfect our 2-minute stump speech. I think that 5 minutes is way too long in this forum. We can have a 30-minute conversation with them personally, and we do that. We're good about reaching out to people that reach out to us. But I would rather, and I do see the point about staff is here, this is our business meeting, we don't want to take up a bunch of time in the beginning, but then we could also say, well, then why don't we do recognitions at the end? I mean, if this is the business portion of the meeting, let's get our business done first and then do recognitions. There's a lot of different ways we could be doing this. But there are people that are very concerned about putting things in writing and having a paper trail. So they wait and they come here. It took everything they had to bring themselves to do that. And I don't want to squelch that. So I guess what I would propose is shortening because it becomes redundant. I think every single person that wants to speak should get a chance to speak, whether the topic's already been addressed or not, because people have a little different twist on the same subject. But I think it needs to be 3 minutes. I can go with 3 minutes.
I agree with the 3 minutes as well. I don't want to have a time cap of 30 minutes. I think if someone has come here to talk, I don't care if there's 400 people here, I'm willing as an elected official to sit here and listen to every single person.
And that is, at least this past year, that has been what the board, even
Correct.
when, as the chair, I've requested that we make a change, you all have said that is not what you want to do, so I wouldn't.
So I do think we need to put that into practice as well. But I think, not to try and take over this item, but is there a way we can just agree on some things? Like the first thing I said was, where do we stand with agendized item discussion or comments ahead of the meeting and non-agendized items comment at the end of the meeting?
I am for that.
Maybe,
Okay.
again, this just fresh off the ethics training, are we opening a can of worms by taking public comment on non-agenda items at all during a regularly scheduled school board meeting? People that have concerns about items that are not on agendas need to be reaching out to their school board members and having the conversation there. There's been meetings that have lasted 6-7 hours. School board members have stayed, after the business portion to let everybody, come up and talk. I don't know, is that really productive, and is that really how you manage change and get things done? Or do you have very well-advertised agendas and encourage people to come, and you have your 3 minutes, and we'll go as long as we need to because we said we were going to talk about it, So to me, that means it's the business, that's the business of the day, the business of the evening. And if somebody says to us, hey, I'm really upset about books, well, we could schedule a work session. We could add that to an agenda item. I think what we all don't want to see happen is having our meetings be hijacked for hours over something that wasn't even on the agenda in the first place.
I don't know that we can do that, though.
Hold on just a second. Attorney Blackman, I saw you nodding during part of Ms. Thrower's comment, so I want to give you the opportunity to share.
I don't want to, obviously, Mr. Powers, or Attorney Powers knows the law surrounding a limited public forum, and he certainly can advise the board on that, and I won't get into that, but certainly there is always that thought about when you have a limited public forum, when you expand it, how do you define those rules? And I think, once again, I'll defer to Mr. Powers if he wants to. I know he's very well versed in the forum law, and I'll leave it to you if you want to add anything else.
Currently, what our requirement is that it needs to be either one of two things: something that is listed on the board agenda, or an item that is reasonably connected to the school board business. So that's why, and I believe that that's appropriate to give people who may not see something on the agenda, but it is a concern they have, and this is the meeting they want to come to. Their concern they have is they don't know who to talk to, but there's a school board meeting. They want to go down to their public community school board meeting, and they want to say, hey, there's this problem at my son's school, or hey, I've noticed this being a problem. I want to, can I comment on that and bring it to your attention? Now, there may be better means, more efficient means for them to go about that, but I think at the end of the day, it's probably their right to come before the board, at least to make that comment. So being able to restrict it, the only restriction that I would advise placing is that it has, and this needs to be a firm restriction, has to be related to the business of the district. So if it is, and it's not hard to make that connection. I mean, we've got a lot of different areas. However, if it's wildly unconnected, we just shut it down. It's not, I mean, if somebody's coming to speak about things that clearly are not within our purview, that's easy enough to shut down. But otherwise, how you want to divide it, I will give the board this option because I think it may be useful here. If we can make some selections we need to on this, I currently have, I mean, it's been in place for many years. There's a procedure list, and that's what I read from my, you know, when I mention item 6 and things like that in my preview. There's a procedure list that goes out there that people see what our rules are. And I can, just much like procedures, that's something that I can update. I can update it to the board's satisfaction. It needs probably some brushing off anyway. I can include some of the concepts you're talking about, and the board can discuss it and determine whether that's something they want to adopt in addition to policy. All I would ask is if we're going to do that, then of course that's much more flexible because that document is one that I can change. What I would then do is say that we need to err on the side of being more vague within the policy, except for the, you know, I think you do need to list a time, whether that's 30 minutes, an hour, or 10 hours. Fact is, under our own rules of procedure, if we are not listing a time, that allows a filibustering and it allows literally people to come up and speak on a topic for 6 hours and we are held hostage.
30 minutes at the beginning and 30 minutes at the end, I could get behind. I'm looking at what you're
But we've
saying
never
right
held-
now, and it says,
And it can always be adjusted by the vote of the board. That's important. It's critical. It's right there.
right.
So if the
But-
board sees that it needs to be greater by a little while, the board can just vote and say, okay.
Well, but then I don't like that because.
I don't like it either.
Well, I
Because then it's like you gave more time
Correct.
to one person's or group's issue than you did to some other, and then that looks like we're choosing sides. Again, there's many opportunities to access us. You know, we're not hiding anywhere. So I think it's only fair to let people know the ground rules ahead of time. 30 minutes, 3 minutes.
So then, but if I could just ask Board Member Thurr then, like, historically then this year, why have you felt uncomfortable, because I have as well, not holding to that standard that is already set?
Because we never have.
Okay, so then are we all in agreement, at least for the next year until the board changes, that if we put these rules in place, we are gonna hold to them? Because that, I think, is the conversation that needs to happen, because to your point, we already have this rule and we are not sticking to it. So we all have to be in agreement that when the pressure's hot and there's 40 people out there and the math doesn't math on getting to 30 minutes, that we're gonna say, some of you aren't gonna get to talk, you can come next time.
Well, something we could do in that sense is, you know, again, the 5 minutes is great, you know, people prepare. They want to know ahead of time how much time they have, the ones that are really being.
I think we should change it to 3 minutes across the board. I am on board with 3 minutes going forward for all comment, period. To your point, I mean, I know for me, I answer every single email and every single phone call. So,
Right.
to your point, there are lots of other ways. 3 minutes, you can get a point across in 3 minutes. So,
May I add something that was a drafting note from NEOLA on this item, on this topic? The board may desire to allocate public input time by creating a specific formula, i.e. 0 to 10 speakers each receive up to 3 minutes. 11 to 20 speakers receive up to 2 minutes. 21 or more speakers, 1 minute each. And/or by prioritizing speakers, i.e. whether a parent, student, employee, resident, etc. In the next paragraph, the second option allows for the board to include the specific allocations process. So I don't know if I would try to prioritize
No.
based on who they are,
Right now,
but
on who they are.
I do like the
But-
idea of the formula at
sliding
the
scale.
beginning of what you said, just because that's fair to everyone. And when, most of the time, when we've had a large group, they are talking about the same issue. So then, if there's 60 people and we give them each a minute, because that's the formula, they have got to be precise about what's important to them, and we're not hearing the same thing
even
over
when
and
it's
over
been-
and over. Yeah.
Yes, and even when it's been the same topic, we haven't been willing to reduce the time because there had been a precedent set and there wasn't anyone sitting up here that was certain that all would agree to change that precedent in the moment. That's why we're having this conversation now. So whatever we land on,
Agreed, we have to
this
stick
board
to.
sitting here until November, a year from now, we need to pinky swear we're gonna do it. Because it is hard.
So are
I
we
like
sticking
the
to 30
silence.
minutes at the beginning and 30 minutes at the end, no matter what?
So, I like the 30 minutes before and after. I love the scale.
I like the scale.
But it needs to stay 30 minutes. I don't care
Right.
if it's 60 speakers, it's 30 minutes.
Only 30 of them are gonna get to talk. That's what that means. If there are 60 speakers here and we set 30 minutes and we go to 1 minute, only the first 30 people to turn in their stuff are gonna talk and the other 30 can come another time.
Or
Dr.
save for
Campbell.
the second round after the meeting, or did you factor that in your math?
No, I'm saying, because you're either one or the other. You're either here to talk about, you are either here to talk about the agenda or not talk about the agenda. Dr. Campbell has a thought.
So what I've been doing over here is researching how other districts have this codified in their policy, because, I mean, why are we trying to invent something under the sun, right? So Lee County specifically is the one that I'm looking to, because I know that they do this. They actually allow an hour, granted they're more than twice our size, so I can understand that. But comments on agenda items during action, special, and workshop meetings, it says, each speaker shall have this is Lee County, each speaker shall have one opportunity to address the board for specified amount of time. To ensure the board has had time necessary to consider the issues, the public comment portion of the meeting shall be limited to 1 hour. Again, they are more than twice our size.
3 minutes makes sense.
Each individual shall have 3 minutes to address the board. If there are more than 20 individuals desiring to speak, the maximum amount of time will be reduced to 2 minutes. If there are more than 30 individuals who wish to speak, the maximum, absolutely the formula, no more than 60, because that says shall be reduced to 1 minute. No more than 60 individuals will be allowed to address the board during the public comment portion of the meeting, which is exactly what we just said. Let's make it 30 minutes. Let's start it at 3 minutes, that gives 10 people the opportunity. And if it, and the maths from there, if there are more than 30 individuals who wish to speak, I also think that we need to select the option that does not allow people to give, let's see, where is it? Individuals, the one that says that they can give their time to somebody else.
Yield
one
their
of-
time.
Yield
Yeah.
their time. Right,
Or-
I'm
yeah.
against yielding
Currently
time.
allow that.
Yielding time also.
Yes.
So I think the formula is what we need to go with. I mean, if you want me to copy and paste this and send this to you, Terry, I can, so you can have all the language and you just change the numbers.
I think Brevard's doing it that way too.
Yeah.
This is just so timely, because this is a preview of the ethics training if you haven't done the 4 hours yet.
I've done
Chair,
about an hour.
Madam Chair, I also, as Attorney Powell was talking earlier about that non-agenda person coming, I think there needs to be some type of language in it that says this is not a time for them to come as vendors soliciting business, because you said it has to kind of relate to the school district, but that should not be a time that a person's coming trying to push the next best flagpole or wastebasket. That language needs to be somewhere in there, that this is not a time for vendors and solicitors of
It used to
business.
be in there, I think, years ago. We haven't had as much issue with that lately.
Or
Not that we won't.
it should not be a time for candidates to come and try and push their campaigns either.
And the difficulty is always that if it relates to the operations of the school district, restricting it can be difficult, and it is not hard to link something somehow to the district. We've had candidates for office that come here and they say 2 sentences about the schools and then start on talking about their campaign. And they've kind of made the link there, so in that case, what we've done is shut up and listen for 3 minutes and then say, okay, bye, have a good day,
I think when we put it in there, it's kind of a deterrent at some point. Everybody's not gonna
I'm like,
follow it, but at least we've
Yeah.
kind of stated it, that we're not looking for that.
What,
Dr. Campbell?
if you'll allow me to continue on with the way Lee County specifically addresses rules concerning public comment, It says, only individuals submitting the public comment card is allowed to address the board with respect to the maximum amount of time allotted. Time may not be yielded to other speakers. Inappropriate or irrelevant remarks shall be ruled out of order by the chairperson or parliamentarian. Any speaker continuing with such remarks shall be required to relinquish the podium. If a speaker is advocating a specific action be taken by the board which requires the expenditure of funds, the speaker shall reveal any financial interest in the board taking such action. If the speaker is an employee, owner, or has a financial interest in, or is related to an individual who is an employee, owner, or financial entity that provides a product or service being advocated, the speaker must reveal such interest. Rather than all members of groups or factions for or against a proposition addressing the board at meetings in which a large number of individuals wish to be heard, the board encourages representatives of such groups or factions to address the proposition in their respective capacity. Finally, if multiple members of a group wish to address the board on the same issue, the board may request the group to select one or more representatives to present comment to the board on behalf of all members concerning the relevant issue for a period of time determined by the chair, based on the number of individuals represented, to a maximum of 5 minutes. So I wanted to give us all of the options that another board has done. And the other thing I wanted to mention is if we would be okay with adding this policy to a future work session agenda where we hash all this out, we can get through the rest of this book. I personally would recommend us moving that because we have so many opinions, and I don't know that we're there yet.
I think we're gonna have to have a policy part two, because there's always a few that we say, you know, we don't love this, so I agree with Dr. Campbell, but I would like some kind of summary of where we've landed today to get sent to the board, so we can at least kind of know where we are and then know where we need to go kind of deal. That would be helpful, yes. But I don't,
Everybody agreed on 30 minutes?
I think everybody agreed on the scale
And-
30 minutes at the beginning and at the end,
Yes.
and the scale.
and a scale based on the participants.
And the 3 minutes.
And 3 minutes.
And is there agreement on the division between beginning and end?
Yes.
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 So agenda items at the
That's going to be
beginning.
the most difficult one to navigate. So,
And so far, we have drafted public comments for discussion not related to an active board agenda item shall be limited to a total of 30 minutes and will be held at the conclusion of the business portion of the meeting.
Yes.
Okay.
So let's just table this and come back to it in another work session, or another.
That actually works out because we have 3 other ones that we needed to add.
what's that?
3 other policies that didn't make this, so, yeah,
Perfect.
it'll be good.
Just about have a
So
heart
the
attack.
question I would have would be, and it sounds like I know the answer, the question I have would be, do we wish to go ahead and pass a compliant version now, since this is our only day to do this, without renoticing it for rulemaking development, pass a compliant version now, that at least takes into account the things that bring up to speed with the Mom versus Liberty case, and then revisit in a future work session for an updated, so that we have something in place? Or do we want to just not do anything with this right now, which means our old one will stand as it is until we get to that update?
Well, aren't by the end of the meeting today, we're gonna calendar the next one?
Yeah.
We have to schedule a part two.
No, we're not going to be scheduling a part 2 unless we don't get through some of these.
She just said there are 3 that have to get done in a part two.
If we're tabling this one, then we would bring those other 3 at the same time.
Okay. I think we're gonna need a part two.
I'm guessing we
Can
are.
we revisit at the end of the meeting?
Yes,
Like, let's
I think
let's get
tabling it and
through,
we'll see how.
and then table this one until the end, and we might be able to get it figured out.
All right, keep that list. This is
Like, we just spent an hour on something that is,
But it does affect
But it's
everything.
been festering
It
for a
affects-
it has,
It
but
has,
it's
and-
page 34 of.
And it would be nice to have it ironed
600.
out before the new chair comes. It is challenging as the chair.
Well, and part of that is because we have not come to consensus of
Following our own rules.
following our own rules, so,
We try to be accommodating.
Of course we
Dr.
do.
Brewer?
Dr. Brewer?
Now, I'll just make a comment. So even like this past week, we had, and it will be a difficult conversation for the clerk or secretary, whomever is collecting the forms, because like a Buddy Oswald that is here to, his information was not related to the agenda. So someone like that would need to be, we'd separate that form and that his comment would be sent to
Yes.
the end of the meeting. So
Correct.
we would just need to really publicly share that information ahead of time, so all of those
video.
understood.
Yamali's great at that. Make a quick video, a little PSA.
But to that point also, if we reduced down public comment in the beginning, we would get through the business
we're
portion
not
of the
waiting.
meeting in probably 20 to 30 minutes max. As long as we're not also having 17 discussion items. So, I mean, that's.
That's true.
I think that's good. Board, since we took a long pause here, I did want to mention, I am planning to break at 11:30 for us to have a brief lunch break and
Going.
restrooms and all the things. So just wanted, I meant to say that at the beginning, and we started off right out of the gate. So, okay, Attorney Powers.
Next would be 0172, visitation of schools by individual board members and legislators. This is controlled by statute.
The only edit is Neola's
Yeah,
copyright.
it's just Neola's date.
Oh, visitation by individual school.
And this is a number 5, by the way, and you know what we're talking about when we're saying numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, right? We gave that list in the beginning, okay.
So
So,
there's nothing on that one, right?
No, it's just a change in the date.
Copyright date changing.
yep. So, going forward, the next ones we need to, unless somebody has any others, we can go to the ones we need to pull.
1,000 administration is the next section. And
Oh, so that 1,000 administration, so we're done with,
we're done with the bylaws.
all right.
So see, we did accomplish something.
And all of the number 2s throughout these sections have been completed by district staff. So the answers are in there. If there's a specific policy you want us to look at, do you want us to just read them off and then you tell us to stop?
Okay,
fine.
sorry, are we looking at 1120?
That is correct.
Okay, there's a
That's the first one
There is
up,
a typo.
1120,
Typo.
employment of administrators.
typo in the green.
Okay, let me get it.
The typo?
Yeah, it's missing an I in individuals.
By individuals.
Yep.
Individual.
Under E,
Yep.
there you go.
I saw it, but then I just didn't.
Thank you.
So my question on this was, I'm assuming this is a state law change that has happened that now, but I was trying to figure out what an example of this would be.
House Bill 7071. Revisions include language requiring the district to provide information about the availability of state-level and district-level supports and instruction available to assist employees who do not achieve a passing score on subtests of the general knowledge exam. The revision to this and others, 1120, 3120, and 4120, which are the parallel policies, are the result of HB 1255, which amended Florida statute requiring the removal of date-related responsibilities for ACA, Agents for Healthcare Administration, and the addition of the following statement: individuals who apply for employment are governed by the law and rules in effect at the time of application for employees, provided the opportunity of employment is maintained. So,
So it's,
long answer for yes, they had
yeah, so essentially, anybody who's hired right now is gonna be governed by the law that we're putting in place right now. Anybody that's hired before or after potentially might have to,
Under different rules.
so, have fun HR remembering all that. Moving on.
Like the test report.
and we'll mark that is also, that's gonna be the same for policies 3120, 4120, so we can skip
Perfect.
those when we get to them.
The next one is 1121.01, background screening and employment history checks. It's a basic update. And in this case, there it is.
Moving on.
We're good?
And again, has been reviewed by staff, all of these have, so they've made any edits that they see fit.
Just an update in the law for this one.
Yes.
Next is 1122, non-discrimination, equal employment opportunity. This is a level 2. Staff has made the choices. This is as parallel policies 3122 and 4122.
So Chair, I've made a note on nearly everyone that I've caught. We no longer have a title known as Director of Equity and Compliance.
Oh, right.
We made those correct.
Yeah, we actually, we made all those corrections. We caught that a few days ago, went back, and we've everywhere where that occurs, we've now
Employee relations.
Yep.
Director of Employee
Yep.
Relations.
Might be a good time as well just to bring up, there's references to NEOLA procedures, and I believe those, Ms. Brown has taken those out per my request to take those out.
Yes.
So you'll see references maybe in the book that aren't reflected on the screen that's being edited.
And also, is there a title known as Director of Secondary Curriculum Instruction and Digital Learning?
No.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Good
So
catch.
that's also on page 3 of this policy?
Even though we don't currently have that position in our staffing plan, I think it should reference Director of Secondary Curriculum.
Perfect. So then taking out instruction and,
Yeah. And we're going to need to keep these things in mind, either when we're putting them in,
it's in the compliance.
Policy?
officer, Sorry. Yeah,
either when we're putting them in policy, the title in policy, because we can't put an individual's name, of course. Either when we're designated someone in policy or when we're creating new titles. We gotta, because otherwise we're constantly bouncing in and out of compliance with our own policy.
Okay, I'm not sure what it's supposed to be.
Director of Secondary Curriculum, so take out instruction and digital learning.
Okay.
Because we'll always have a Director of Secondary, most likely.
And so I'll do a shift, I'll go through every one of them and find that.
Perfect.
There are a lot.
Yeah, the equity and,
There are a lot.
oh, that's a lot. I actually wanted to just search for the word equity through all of it. But
Okay, unless you have something else on this one. Moving on to 1124, that's number 6. That's a number 6. It means this was one which specifically we rejected. We have already a policy in place. That's one we talked about earlier. 1129.01 tutoring. It's a level 2. Staff has made the decisions and put it in place. Any questions regarding that? Moving on, 1139, educator misconduct, number 5, that's a number 5. Revisions to policies 1139 and 3139. (1210) standards of ethical conduct. It is a number 2, which also means the staff has reviewed and made selections. 1213, student supervision and welfare. 1242, professional learning. 1362, anti-harassment. 1410, administrative salary.
Turn the pages back to me.
sorry, on, which one were we just on? Hang on. It's just, there's another title that we need to fix.
Okay, which,
Maybe it's already been fixed. Oh, yeah, it was already fixed. Sorry, student discipline coordinator, that's, and we took out the executive director of student pathways. Got it, never mind. Because you're just gonna do a search for all the titles that need to be corrected. Okay.
the 1410 was administrative salary. 1425, nursing mothers.
Send it.
Rescinded, struck, yep.
Is that because it got put somewhere else?
There's one unified policy at the end, and you'll see 3 policies have been rescinded.
Okay, thank you.
1430.07, military leave.
I'm glad we're putting that into, I like
know,
the
me
way
too.
that's,
It was really great. I don't know who worked on that, but
And there are parallel policies, 1430.07, 3430.07, and 4430.07.
And the next one is 1500. It says it's a new policy, but this has been rejected repeatedly by the board and the district, and it just never got properly rejected. So this is the proper rejection of that,
So it's rejected all the way.
all the way. This is,
I thought they were still,
Yeah, we did a pilot, and then there was gonna be a regrouping, and
Pilot was very unsuccessful, from what I remember. So the recommendation was for us to not have it at all.
it was for, I thought it was, unsuccessful in certain departments.
yeah, there was, I think there's more work to do on this, to be honest.
I agree.
Trying to mirror the private sector and how we're losing employees.
I think the piece that we're missing in Marion County is the accountability piece, at least from the departments I've heard. It is doable, it can be done well, but there has to be a high sense of accountability, whoever's in charge of that department. We need something more concrete in how we're evaluating, working remotely, and that was missing. That's how I feel.
I would agree with
From this, because I think there's definite value, in that. Yes?
I'll just add, and I do understand where you're coming from, this, to the extent that we want to have any remote work, this policy doesn't need to be passed to do that.
Correct.
But the concern would be if you pass it, it kind of sets things in stones or requires. So to the extent that certain positions or situations may benefit from that, that conversation can continue to happen.
procedurally.
Yeah, so
Right.
that's, under procedures, exactly, Dr. James.
And that, I think that was the piece, because there was some value there, but it requires a high level of accountability and a high level of integrity
Yes.
of the people that are going to be participating in that, that we allow to do that.
Well, and I also think it's very specific. There's specific roles that
Right,
this
that
is
can't-
beneficial to, not whole departments, so to speak, but a person here, and so that would be valuable. Yes, Dr. Brewer?
Board, I do want to let you know that we do have 6 employees that are currently working remotely. They do 3 days off-site, 2 days in the office, and it is going well for those particular employees with the accountability of their work and their outcomes.
Fantastic. Thank you, Dr. Brewer.
Which is
Yes.
exactly what
What?
remote work has been for more than 20 years. And that's why I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, you know? We were generous, we gave it a shot kind of globally, and it gave a lot of latitude. But it was also timing of things too, of what was going on in that era, you know, COVID and everything else. But thank you for sharing. I was unaware that we had anyone still working remotely, so my input would be that needs to come from operations recommendations of specific positions that lend themselves to that, for all the reasons we just stated.
Okay.
all right, we're moving on to the 2000s program. The first one is 2120, school improvement. You want to just stop me if you have one?
Yes.
Okay.
Roland Terry.
2125, school advisory councils for school improvement and accountability. 2128 is another policy that's deleted, and it was deleted all along, so. 2210, curriculum development.
Wait, whoa, I'm sorry. What, 2125? We passed that one and I missed it.
The SAC one.
School advisory councils, okay?
So, yes, so I was just curious as to when, so this will take effect with the election of members of SACs, that they'll have to have ample advance notice, and that teachers would have to be elected by teachers, and other employees have to be elected by other employees, and students have to be elected by students. That's currently not how SACs operate. So my question was, when this will take effect, that will be impactful for the next school year. And we'll just need to ensure that principals are very well aware of what that looks like, because that is not at all how SACs are elected now.
I think a solid procedure from the superintendent about SACs in general is gonna be of value, because even as it exists, what occurs at one school is not necessarily what's occurring at another school. Some schools can't even find people to participate. So I think having some outlined basic procedures that reflect the policy that we're adopting will have value.
Agree.
Okay.
Thank you.
Moving back to 2210, curriculum development. 2215, program of instruction.
I'd like to just make one comment, because I don't think it's reflected in the documents that were presented to the board, that we did intend to have both those boxes checked. I think Ms. Brown has already adopted that in the electronic version.
On which policy number?
2215.
2215. That is correct. They're done.
Option 1 is struck through.
At the very bottom of the policy, there's 2 boxes that were blank at the time, and they have now been completed right here.
And then for the, make sure I'm on the right policy here. Yeah. At the top of page, I've already, Ms. Brown is aware of this as well, but just so it's clear for the board, at the top of page 6, there is a paragraph that should be in green. It is actually a new paragraph. I guess during the crossover, it might have been missed, but it's clear now, obviously, what we have it fixed on the computer screen, but I didn't make sure the board was aware that's a new paragraph, because there was 2 options to choose from, and staff chose option 2.
Instructional staff members subject to board policy.
On your copy, it's not in green. We've fixed it here.
Gotcha.
Okay. The next one is 2260, non-discrimination and access to equal educational opportunities.
And that one has a title in it of Senior Executive Director of Student Pathways that also doesn't exist any longer. So just,
What is that new title?
I don't, I mean, I'm not sure who, it's on page,
Is there not a way we
110
can get
or
more vague so that we don't find ourselves in this position? I just feel like every year we're like,
Employee relations.
It's-
Would be Tawana's.
every time we do a reorg, then it's like, can we not just make it more vague?
Well, and some of them are to remove political, challenges or, not this particular one, but other ones that we've had, to not draw attention to.
And for board policy, we just have to have the person to whom this has to be directed. Unfortunately, if that person's title is changed,
Yes.
we're stuck, so.
Well, which I appreciate the change in emails, which is something this board has worked on, and not it being a person's email, but rather being an email that goes to just an account that's forwarded. So,
Would this be defined as a technical change going forward, where if there was a change in position?
Yes.
Or would the board see that as substantive?
Given the new policy, then yeah.
So
Technical.
I'm hearing it now, technical change. So that's something, of course, we can work with, so we wouldn't have to bring these sort of things back.
Sure, I'm just noting it for Ms. Brown so she knows that that's also a title that, because as you're clicking on the titles that would need to be changed, that's also one that needs to be changed.
Do we have the answer to what title that'll be?
Yes, if it's for students, the Director of
one it
Student
is.
Discipline handles,
This is equal opportunity for employees.
then that would be Dewana Gary's position. That would be the Director of Employee Relations.
And that's already in
Yeah,
here,
she's
but
listed, the Director of Exceptional Student Education, and then this one would be for student grievances. It was listed as Senior Executive Director of Student Pathways.
So I guess the operative question is, who controls the student grievances at Marion.K12.fl?
That's what I said to begin with. Student grievances goes under Director of Student Discipline.
Okay, I'll make that change. Okay, the next one is 2271. Articulation and access to Florida College System institutions. 2280, physical education. 2340, field and other school-sponsored trips.
And I want to make a note on this one as well, that there's a box that needs to be checked as well. Ms. Brown's already aware, but just so the board is aware, this is for the procedures for field trips, ensuring that it's a safe location. As you can see on the screen, it's been updated.
Okay.
also, back to 2271, don't we normally say superintendent or her designee or their designee?
Superintendent, the way we settled on that was superintendent means
Okay.
or designee,
If it's a
Got it.
capital S.
if it's capital S, right?
Understood, thank you.
The next one is 2410, school health services. 2411, guidance and counseling. 2415 is deleted. 2417, comprehensive health education. 24, sorry,
Well, what?
2417,
Comprehensive health education.
yes. Did you have a question on that one? Okay. 2421, career and technical education. 2423, career and technical education work-based opportunities. 2430, district-sponsored clubs and activities. 2431, interscholastic athletics and intramural competitions.
When are we getting to the vans, Jeremy? Is that coming up?
She said, when are we getting to the vans? We knew that was.
I'll let you know.
Okay, don't let me forget.
2431.01, participation by transfer students. 2431.03, concussions and head injuries. 2431.06 is a new policy and it is being deleted. 2455, dropout prevention and academic intervention program.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I don't see it striked
Yeah,
in
it's
ours.
not, so NIL policy we're not having?
Correct.
My understanding is that, based on review with staff, is that there is an FHSAA process in place, and that we're just gonna track and follow that. They didn't wanna get into having our own separate policy to address these items, and that's what was, told to me. Since the legislature and DOE has not addressed this issue, we're just sticking with what the FHSAA is doing.
Okay.
Yeah, to be more specific, FHSAA, in their bylaws, Article 9, they have revised the bylaws. And the Florida legislature, Florida Department of Education has yet to substantively address NILs for K through 12 students. NEOLA is NEOLA is reluctant to include policy language that's inconsistent with FHSAA bylaws. So the provisions that they put in this policy basically just track portions of FHSAA's bylaws. School boards are encouraged to communicate with legal counsel regarding NIL-related questions. So for right now, the fact is that we're tracking already what is in the bylaws. We don't really want to, without specific statutory guidance, make a policy on it of our own. Instead, we're just going to continue to track the FHSAA bylaws, which is what we've been doing.
Okay.
And I went ahead and deleted this policy. The next one is 2455, dropout prevention and academic intervention programs. 2460, exceptional student education. 2520, selection and adoption of instructional materials. 2521, instructional materials program. 2522, challenges to adoption or use of instructional, library, or reading list materials. 2623, student assessment. 2800, educational services for students in Department of Juvenile Justice education programs.
Can you just pause for a second?
Sure.
I have a question on 2522, adoption and use of instructional library reading materials. On the second page, a resident of the county who is not the parent or guardian of a student with access to school district materials may not object to more than one material per month in accordance with the state board rules. How are we tracking that?
They have to give their address, right, for an objection?
Yeah, they have to submit a form. I mean,
Okay.
perhaps
I
there's.
just didn't know, and I thought that could, just thinking back to events of the past, how that could be cumbersome for our staff, and so I was just wondering how we were gonna manage that. Just by form, and they'll.
Form,
Okay.
I'm sure it could be, one could get their friends
Yeah.
to do it for them, but,
True.
but certainly there was a limit at least to it. And this was, as I know the board's aware, was designed for those individuals who were submitting like hundreds of
Oh, and they were going through the whole state, like they were going district by
And they're
district
not-
and submitting the same thing.
They don't
in
have
every
children
district.
in-
So a lot of unnecessary work, yeah. So I did understand that portion of it. I just wanted to make sure. I was like, okay, what process do we have in place to help our staff?
There's a form to complete. There's administrative procedures as well for this. I haven't reviewed them prior to this meeting, but I have done, at least talked with them in the past. So there is a process, but obviously I think it's one of those you'll note when you see it kind of situations as well.
Okay, thank you very much, Attorney Blackman.
Are there any other questions for the 2000 series?
2,800, no.
Okay, moving on. 3,000 instructional staff is the next section. Policy 3120, employment of instructional staff.
Wait, Terry.
Okay.
3,000s?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
Okay, I see, okay.
are you good? Okay. The next,
I know, well,
Yes.
you know, and I'm old school, so I'm trying to.
Listen, I'm not mad at the pedal to
good.
the metal.
sorry. 3121.01, background screening and employment history checks.
We have that buttoned up after all that fingerprint.
Yeah.
3122, non-discrimination and equal employment opportunity, and we will update the names. 3124 is another deleted policy. It already exists as 6.33 on the district's website. 3124, Volume 3 is also same policy, deleted again. 3129.01, tutoring. 3130, appointment, assignment, transfer, and promotion of instructional staff.
I just think this is such a tricky thing in general.
What number?
3130. Just, what is considered a promotion, even though it's still an instructional-based position, and then, pulling people. I do believe that even maybe in procedure, to have a date certain that we are no longer taking instructional people out of classrooms. I believe that in my heart. I think that when a dean position opens up after spring break, I'm sorry, but I think they should go the rest of the year without a dean, and district support should push in, because the only person taking that dean job, 99% of the time, Ms. Morant could run us a report, is someone coming out of a classroom. And removing people from classrooms any time is a challenge. But when we get to me after Christmas, I just don't think we should be doing it. But that's just a Dr. James philosophy.
Well,
So-
and I agree, but the other side of that coin is our behaviors or disruptions from our students tend to increase towards the end of the year. So it's a double-edged sword. It's just a challenge that we have to face.
Yep, and district support can push in and facilitate support, but what is the bigger detriment is what I always look at. So if you're looking at a high school world history teacher, not world history, that's not a good example, a high school U.S. government teacher who is facing 150 kids a semester, right, theoretically. If they vacate their position due to getting a dean job at that school, and they're no longer able to teach 300 students U.S. government, and they can't find a U.S. government teacher, we really, it's a problem, right? And so, and U.S. government isn't even a state assessed, but I'm using the wrong example. But you know what my point is, right? So, biology, right? And so if we take a teacher out of 150 in front of 150 students that is certified in biology and gets great biology scores, but a dean position opens up and they're in the pool and they want to move up, and I appreciate all of that, but what is worse? Those 150 students not getting biology and theoretically our school grade being hit because we don't have a certified biology teacher delivering instruction, or we go without a dean and we piece that together. And I would love to see us have a more set procedure on it, not necessarily in policy, but at least a procedure to really have some true plan for it and not just willy-nilly.
I just have a question, which is in the weeds a little bit, but Dr. Brewer, is it possible, so that we don't penalize our staff for missing an opportunity, can they apply for a position like that and then that it's held to begin at the end, when they finish their school year?
Yes, ma'am, we've done that, and it really is case by case, and it
Okay.
depends on the position, because there's so many variables, but it really would depend on that particular perceived promotion. Exactly like the example Dr. James shared, a U.S. history teacher leaving a position is different than even a world history teacher, where both of them are very valuable. There's just different considerations, but I do think it depends on each position and each, the other reality is our district support is not as robust as it used to be. We have narrowed our central office staff quite a bit, so we don't have the personnel that is able to push in. So we'd really have to take every single position,
Yes.
into account.
I wrote down a little statement that just says site-based decision in coordination with district operations.
Right.
And not one to be taken lightly, as you just, very eloquently illustrated. So,
Okay. The next one is 3139, educator misconduct. 3210, standards of ethical conduct.
I made a note on the drafting note on this one. I'm just trying to see why I
We
made
did
it.
also have, I think we had a 1210 that was the same. So let's,
Okay, just,
I'm sorry, Attorney Powers, I didn't hear what you just said.
I think we also had a parallel policy, 1210. I'm just double checking that now.
They inserted stolen valor in both of those policies.
right, my question on the drafting note on this one does say that NEOLA recommends that school boards continue to require that educational support employees, instructional personnel, administrative personnel, and school officers receive annual training. Policy template continues to include the requirement that training is provided annually. My question is just ensuring that we are providing ethical conduct training to our employees.
yeah, it's on Canvas.
Perfect,
Mandatory.
perfect. That was my question.
And then we have our 4 hours.
Right.
Okay,
And do we have that in, but do we need to have that in policy? And that is it, what this policy says? Like, it doesn't actually say in this policy that we,
I don't believe it says that. I believe it's a recommendation.
right, so that's my question. I'm like, I knew I had a question about it, so,
No, it does say the
At the very bottom,
very bottom does say that. I apologize. That
all
line at the very
instructional
bottom.
staff members.
That was their recommendation, and they're encouraging us to stick with that, even though they're saying it's not required. They're suggesting we hold.
got it, sorry, I wrote
missed it.
over the line that is below the green. So that, I was like, wait a minute, verify that this is the
green.
case. Oh, wait, yeah, I just stopped at the green. Got it, thank you.
okay. 3213, student supervision and welfare. 3242, professional learning. 3362, anti-harassment.
Hang on, that one's 13 pages, hang on.
Okay, sorry.
And we already know those titles.
Yep.
Yep, and that's also a parallel policy. We have
Yep.
1362.
Okay,
3410 is deleted.
We've never had that policy, just to be clear
Yes.
as well.
3422 is also deleted.
That's another one we never had either, yeah.
3425 is also deleted. 3430.03, sick leave. 3430.07, military leave. 3500 is deleted. 3700, teachers' bill of rights. And that ends the 3000s unless you have any comments. Moving on to 4,000, support staff.
As we get to 4,000, you will notice that a large percentage of these are going to be ones which there have been parallel policies. You've seen them before. So I'll point those out. I'll just indicate that there's a parallel policy.
4120, employment of support staff.
There is a parallel policy.
4121.01, background screening and employment history checks.
Same.
4122, non-discrimination and equal employment opportunity.
Again, parallel policy.
4124 is drug-free workplace, again deleted. 4129.01,
I'm sorry, hang on one second. I wanted to make sure,
Okay.
there's not, okay, back on 4122,
Okay?
it does not have an X checked. And so I just want to make sure we're not opting in to,
Yeah, if it's not marked, they will delete it.
so then,
It should have been stricken through, because that would parallel the previous policy as well.
okay.
So it's just we're selecting the more concise choice.
Okay, so all of the top of page 2 in green should have been stricken through. Because we're not adding any of that language.
That's the recommendation of staff, yes.
Okay. Okay, just making sure, because it's not, anyway.
I'm going to go ahead and mark it for clarity for Neola. Are we keeping that first paragraph in green on number 2?
That's what,
That's recommendation of staff, yes.
Okay. Oops.
Yeah, it doesn't want to,
There.
there we go.
Okay. 4129.01, tutoring. 4210.
pause just one more
Sure.
second. I want to just make sure that we do agree with this.
Which one are you on, Dr. Campbell?
I'm back on 4122.
Let me give you some context also, if it's helpful. House Bill 7 amended Florida Statute 760.10, which is unlawful employment practices, and Florida Statute 1000.05, the Educational Equity Act, by making it unlawful discrimination to subject students, employees, or any individual to any activity that promotes, advances, inculcates, or compels them to believe certain concepts are discriminatory. The revisions to these policies incorporate the language from House Bill 7. And then there are the parallel policies of 1122, 3122, and 4122.
I think that's my question. So I understand that staff is recommending that we not encapsulate the information from that House bill, but does this board want to? That's my question. I understand staff says not to, but if it's the law, do we want it enshrined in our own policy or not?
I can say just from staff's recommendation, I believe either way, substantively, it will be the same. The concern sometimes is when you list a lot of things, it makes it sometimes more difficult to follow, but additionally, you run the risk of listing things at the risk of excluding something else, especially if there's a new item added, next year. Ensuring that the more concise answer tends to provide more, it's less likely to kind of like box you in, and that's the concern. However, I don't believe as of either way the board decides to go, either way will be appropriate and both will be substantively the same. However, I think it depends on how much the board wants to sort of make it explicitly there versus follow up in the statute.
Well, I understand that staff would agree that statute references are going to say we're abiding by the statute, but I dare say any employee who's feeling that they are not receiving equal employment or that they have been discriminated against may or may not know even how to find FS 760.10 to see if they're in one of these protected class. I don't know. I feel like that the law was written for a reason, and if we choose as a board that we want to include the language that was put into the law, and I can go either way on this board, but this is one of those where staff is recommending something, and I think we need to have additional discussion about it, whether or not
Well, we can't go wrong by including statute in the
I
policy.
agreed.
Now, I would say that if so, we probably need to reconsider also the parallel policies.
Understood. I caught it on this one. I didn't catch
And
on
make sure
the
that
other
we put them in there also. So we have, let's see, what's the policy? This 4122,
It's 4122. It's
Yep.
just, do we want to talk about all the things that we don't want employees?
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the point of it's a relatively short policy, and kind of the point of the policy is to capture House Bill
The changes that were made. to
7,
the
those
statute?
changes. And those changes are not ones which are just necessarily intuitive. Those changes speak to very specific things which are now law.
Right.
So it would be intuitive, I might say, for someone to say you can't discriminate against someone because of, something that we long have recognized as a protected class. It might not be intuitive, so I understand the fact that it might be best to spell that out here. So that's certainly within the board's purview to make sure that staff are informed by having it within the policy.
It doesn't sound like there's much of a downside.
Right, I agree.
I think we should include it.
Let's do it.
Shall we also then include it in the two parallel
Yes.
policies?
Yes.
I would think so.
It stood out to me on this one. I don't know why it didn't on a previous one, but yes. Please, if everybody agrees.
That's good with
Yeah.
me.
It just felt odd to me that it wasn't checked, and so then my question was, are we opting in, question mark? And then the answer was, staff was recommending no, so I agree with recommending it, or with including it.
4122, okay.
Thank you.
And you got the parallel policy?
Oh,
Those are,
do that when we're done.
okay. Just
Okay.
note that there are,
What are the other ones, do you know?
yeah, hang on, it's 1122 and 3122.
Okay.
I don't know why I didn't catch it before.
All
I
right.
caught it on the last one.
Okay, I think we'd passed standards of ethical conduct,
4213.
and 4213, student supervision and welfare, and there are parallel policies in 1213, 3213. And 4242, professional learning support staff, also parallel policies. 4362, anti-harassment, parallel policies 1362 and 3362. 4425, NEOLA recommended it be rescinded. 4430.07, military leave. 4500, new policy and remote work. This had the
That's deleted.
parallel, that's deleted.
That's the 4000s.
And there are 4000s.
We're moving on to the 5,000 students.
Sure.
5-1,
We'll plan to break after we finish the students.
5,000s.
We good, yeah.
okay. 5111.01, homeless students. 5112, entrance requirements.
That's the one I want to fix, just not yet.
Okay. 5136, wireless communication devices. 5200, attendance.
Why did I have this?
5223,
Flag.
absences for religious instruction.
Yeah.
5330.01, self-administered medication and epinephrine use.
I had a question. I just said, does this cross-reference stay? So it also says, see also policy 5780, and do we typically do that where it has that cross-reference indicated? Okay,
On a policy, just not on APs. If we see an AP, that should be removed.
okay.
The next one is 5330.02, use,
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Terry.
no,
Go ahead and finish.
use of medications, administration of medical marijuana to qualified students during school hours.
So this is,
Question, do we have, I just wondered, do we have students that use this, and could you give me an example? It's kind of complicated, thinking
and
at it
it's a
from the
Marion
school.
policy. so
Yeah,
it's-
okay.
I
Thank
can-
goodness it is, because what a nightmare that would be to manage. So I just didn't know what that looks like for us as a district.
So I can give some history about why this is here, first of all. There's a requirement in statute that we have a policy on this. However, NEOLA will not create, is my understanding, a policy, a recommended policy. So other counties, other districts have created a policy on this, and I've been requested by staff to bring this forward because they keep being asked, what's your policy? What's your policy? And they keep following up with me saying, hey, we need this. I said, I'm working on it. But So this is required to have, we look to other counties who have also been using this. This is probably, I would say, the most, I won't say restrictive, but it really ensures we're not bringing anything on campus. Additionally, my understanding of the history, and I cannot vouch for this personally as I was not here, that this policy was passed in the past, but when
And
there was a
specifically removed because of a number of concerns.
Okay, so maybe there's some history. I was told from staff, but I was told that NEOLA, when it was transitioned to NEOLA, we didn't bring it over. I don't know why, but I was told because of statute, we have to have a policy on this. And so that's what we have. I looked it over, and it's probably the best that I could see
Right,
us doing.
I mean, coming from the school perspective, I thought that was about as tight as you could make it. You know, do we have a lot of students with this need? Do you know?
I haven't,
First of all, I'm not clear when you say that there was there's statute says we must have a policy on administration of medical marijuana to students.
yes. We can break for lunch, and I can come back with the more details on that. I don't want to.
That works.
We've got, Florida statute 1006.062. Okay,
It allows for school boards to do it, but I don't know that it requires school boards to do it. That's the question that I have.
To respect staff, though, staff are wondering, so then a parent says, my kid has medical marijuana gummies for his ADHD. Then what do we do? Because that is real. I mean, yeah. Mhm.
Parent checks them
Yeah, I
out,
know of an example.
administers
Yep.
them,
The kid
checks
that
them
gets
back
it
into
and.
school, and they
they're
go. I
taken off
mean, the
campus,
only thing
and
I've
the
seen is
caregiver
with
provides it,
seizures
and then-
seizures and all. I know there's some,
So I think what the staff, though, is asking of us is to have a policy to support the procedure so that it's very clear what our expectation is.
And it's under 8 here. Each district school board shall adopt a policy and procedure for allowing a student who is a qualified patient as defined in 381.986 to use marijuana obtained pursuant to that section. Shall ensure access by the qualified parent, identify how the marijuana may be received, accounted for, and stored, establish processes to prevent access by other students and school personnel. So,
And I can say
there
that
you go.
I felt very uncomfortable when this was first brought to me for the reason I did research on this in an attempt to say, do we really have to do this? And staff told me we did, and I looked into it, like, I think we really do. But like I said, this, I believe, is the most prudent way forward.
I agree with you.
Because even if you're allowed to take prescription marijuana, you're not allowed to be inebriated at school. And that was clarified as well. So just as you can't be inebriated on other prescriptions medication, you can't be inebriated at school. So it would have to be a dosage level that's insignificant to your ability to function in a school, because you can still be punished for that.
Well, and also.
I do also like,
Out of our staff, for our staff, because their caregiver has to administer it.
Correct.
Exactly, not our staff,
Right,
exactly.
It's not,
Yeah.
It's off campus.
The student gets checked out, yeah.
which to me is also, it's a commitment. There has to be a high level of commitment from the parent or the family. You know, they're committed to this as a solution.
And if I may add, I know Attorney Powers and I've had this conversation before, marijuana is still illegal under federal law. And that's what makes me very uncomfortable with this, because even though state law says you have this ability for it to be not prescribed, but a doctor's note for it essentially, it's still illegal under federal law. And until it's descheduled, or if it's descheduled, it puts us in a precarious situation where I'm on the one hand being told we need a policy, on the other hand, I'm being told it's illegal.
Right.
And how do we best manage that? So this was staff's way of hopefully making it as in the middle as possible, or
And I like
like
the way
that
it's
it's
defined.
specific,
Thank you.
and I do like that it specifically has a indication in there of if there's a threat to federal funding under this, because one of the things that's kept us from moving forward on a lot of policies and directives is the idea that despite the fact that some states do it and flaunt it and get away with it, the very fact is that medical marijuana is an issue which, whether through staff or students or anything, can be, if the federal government suddenly decided that they wanted to crack down on that, it could cause serious loss and risk to the district. So along with this, we've got, here's a process by which we allow it for students. There's going to be a conversation at some point in the future about what about with staff.
Right.
And so those are things that you can look forward to over the course of next year.
Okay.
All right. The next,
Okay, so no changes?
Good Lord.
Yeah, I'm good, thank you.
the next policy is 5350, student suicide prevention, awareness, and screening.
My only question is at the very end of this policy, we listed all the statutes again, and I'm not sure why.
They'll be removed by NEOLA.
Thank you.
Yep.
Terry,
Sure.
I just wanted to say, I'm just thankful for this. Is there recently, there were 3 suicides, in Seminole County within 1 week. And so I know that our staff is sensitive and active, and so, I'm just grateful that, our team does the work. And we're doing our best we can to make everyone aware of resources and things that are available.
Okay. The next one is 5410.01, promotion, acceleration, placement, and retention. 5460, graduation requirements.
Can we go back 5410 real quick? Sorry.
There's no going back.
Okay.
I think I got ahead for some reason instead of behind. I got to scrolling, but I did have a question on this. So
Which policy number again?
5410, acceleration promotion. And I don't necessarily know that it's in the edits that are in here as much as a philosophical conversation about promotion. As we have gone through different administrators, different superintendents, we have maintained a ebb and flow of philosophy about kindergarten retention specifically.
Writing it into law. Seriously, that's the proposal I'm sending to FSBA, that it would be a law change, actually.
So well, specifically for what, Dr. Campbell?
Kindergarten retention, that in order to go to first grade, that you would have to essentially pass the benchmarks of the STAR Progress Monitoring 3 in order to be in first grade. So regardless of whether or not you were coming from a private kindergarten or from a homeschool, or if you were enrolling in a public first grade, that's what I wrote. We'll see if it.
So, I don't disagree with you. I
I understand.
I think kindergarten's gonna get real heavy.
I'm telling you, but if they
So-
want to, sorry.
So I don't disagree with any of that. I just think, and I don't know exactly where it is in here, but do we have in policy what we do with kindergarten retention, or is it specifically on the procedure side of the house? Because we don't do a lot of kindergarten retentions as a district. And correct me if I'm wrong.
We used to.
Correct, that's
in
where
the
I'm
day.
going back to the ebb and flow.
And when I say a lot, I don't want that to be taken out of context, but you had, maybe at a school, you had 2 or 3 children out of your kindergarten units that just would benefit from another year
Round 2.
of literacy exposure. So
So the way I understand it is right now, a 3rd grade retention, we can make the decision aside from the parent, right? We, as the school district, determine promotion based on state statute and other things that are indicators to student success. They've either met the mark or they haven't. Parents can be as happy or not happy about it, but we ultimately make a decision. That is not the case for kindergarten. So we can recommend kindergarten retention, and if the parent can say no, and the child continues. And so that is specifically what I am talking about, is can we enshrine in policy an internal decision within Marion County, or do we need to wait on state law to be able to move forward with something like that? Because I do believe there are instances in which we are finding ourselves where the data would demonstrate the necessity for kindergarten retention, yet the parent is not on board with that, and they ask for promotion, which then just hurts us and the child in the long run, because then the child is not ready for first grade, they're failing their benchmarks, and it's a trickle-up effect.
Board, I don't, that's up to you if you want to put it in policy, but we are actively working on exactly what Dr. Campbell stated, identifying much earlier, and principals have had really deep conversations about more retentions are needed in kindergarten. And we know the reason is, if we can set that foundation at an earlier age, we are going to be better off by the time they get to 3rd grade. But that's up to you, board.
Well, I guess we can wait and see. I really think it needs to be a focus.
I agree.
It is a focus on our side, for sure.
I would say, see what the legislature comes up with, and then if it doesn't, if we then have the latitude, because we think it needs to be stricter based on our needs in our county, then we need to make a note and have a timely conversation after session.
I've always thought that we could be a little more restrictive, that we have the leeway to be more restrictive than what the rules, than what the state is saying. So if we need to go to kindergarten, I remember when I was a kid, it was first grade. And I think if we need to be more restrictive, then we need to enshrine it, because we need to do what's best for our kids.
Right.
And if it's kindergarten, if it's first grade, whatever it is, we don't need to wait till they get to third grade. And then
We know third grade's too late.
that's
Way too late.
way too late.
And hopefully some of our other legislative priorities in alignment with this will be picked up and passed as well, you know, with compulsory age, compulsory attendance. That's all gonna make a difference.
I don't think we have to wait on Dr. Campbell's to get through to do something
And we do
now.
or we don't.
Right,
That's kind of what I'm saying.
right.
Sure.
Yeah.
So I can read to you what we've been massaging this with FSBA. This is a good time for me to just share with you all in case we want to pick up this language as we go to Tallahassee next week. I want you to know, first of all, that they have real concern about actually making compulsory age 5, but hear me out on the recommendations I'm making to land on the platform. So in the statute that we all want to address, 1003.21 about school attendance, all children who have attained the age of 6 on or before September 1, and we're still leaving in September 1, of any school year who are older than, of any school year or who are older than 6 years of age but who have not attained the age of 16, that this will be school attendance. Then the next section says children who have attained the age of 5 on or before September 1 are eligible for admission to public kindergartens during the school year. This is what I'm proposing. All children under the age of 6 years on or before September 1, but are enrolled in public kindergarten, are required to attend school regularly during the entire school term. So that will help us with the kindergarten thing. And then as we get down to the next section, it does talk about that any child who has attained the age of 6 years on or before September 1 of the school year has been enrolled in public school or has attained the age of 6 and has satisfactorily completed the requirements for kindergarten in a private school, which the district school board accepts transfer credit, all of that, that they would then transfer in a manner similar, whatever. Then I have enrollment, this is my recommendation, enrollment in public first grade requires achievement of kindergarten benchmarks set forth by the Florida Department of Education as indicated through enrollment testing procedures. And then the statute currently still reads, however, nothing in this section shall authorize the state or any school district to oversee or exercise control over the curricula or academic programs of private schools or homeschool programs. We're not going to say what kind of curriculum they have to have, but we're going to say if you're going to enroll in our first grades, you're going to have to actually meet these benchmarks because the state has set the benchmark and now we have to have rigor in kindergarten. And so we have the DOE rigorous kindergarten benchmark form that you can give all to parents and everything. But if you want us to continue on this progression, so if we're okay with that, we're still saying 6 years old because people are really concerned about us enshrining 5-year-olds because there are a lot of families that do believe that their personal children don't need to, let's hold them, but they're small, boys aren't as mature or whatever, all the reasons, personal families, and we want to not impact personal choice.
Part-time.
Absolutely. So I think that this would encompass all of the things. So once you are enrolled in kindergarten, regardless of your age, then you're required to attend as everybody else. And then also, if we're promoting you to first grade, then you have to, regardless if you've done it in a private kindergarten or whatever, you have to have the benchmarks of kindergarten to go to promotion.
So potentially, if they did a private kindergarten somewhere and then they entered public school in first grade, we're going to give them the
We would
benchmark
have to.
assessment?
They would have to
before
have the assessment.
Wow,
Of
that would-
something, some kind of entrance exam. And I don't know that that's going to work, but I mean, they could just come in as kindergartners.
That would be a game changer.
Well, I mean, that's what I'm proposing.
Proposal, yeah.
As FSBA potentially picks this up, and they haven't commented yet, but that was yesterday was my deadline. So that's what I'm proposing, and I think that, we're gonna hit a lot of hurdles, but I mean,
But it makes
Gotta do
perfect sense, really.
monumental change.
100, I think that's what's sad.
Another
It makes
foundation.
100%
Spending so
sense.
much time on this.
Support.
But we have the ability to do something now with this.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Do we? So my question is, I know this wasn't even really, there wasn't a lot of staff edits here, but do we have, can Marion County Public Schools say essentially what Dr. Campbell is suggesting into state law? Can we just make that a policy in Marion County and say, you don't get to go to first grade until we have proof that you've mastered kindergarten? Or you have a documented disability, which then gives you a waiver for,
Yeah, I think we would definitely need a waiver because we don't want to get in the situation we have with eighth graders, for instance. Remember, with eighth grade, they have to have 12 units before they go to high school. Well, we have transfer students or even our own students that are 15, 16, 17 years old that have never completed those 12 middle school units. So and now that's a state law, we can't do anything about that, but we then end up putting a barrier on that student ever receiving a standard diploma. So I think we would need some flexibility in whether it be some kind of discretion that we finally promote that student to first grade.
So is this one of the ones that we can bring back?
I would like to see staff work on this and bring it back, yes. Because I think obviously Dr. Brewer is hearing our thoughts on this kind of for the first time as a board. So I would like to see staff work on this and bring it back to us. And it would obviously have to be for next school year anyways. It couldn't be for this school year. So, but I think there's value there.
100%. We've been really strong on this, which is why we've focused so much on attendance, and if you're gonna show up in kindergarten, you need to show up like everyone else is supposed to and be held accountable. And what value does it, how do you even get a high school diploma when you haven't passed any of your middle school units? At that point, I think that there needs to be an alternate graduation pathway. If you can earn an industry certification of some sort, that would be an alternative type of diploma. I mean, otherwise, you've just done Edgenuity or Edmentum over and over and over again, and you haven't learned anything much. So, yeah, I'm 100% on board with this conversation. You know, if we're going to be accountable for them at the end, we need to be able to be accountable for them in the beginning.
So the question is, as of right now, the updates to the policy, this is an existing policy, and the updates to this
Yes.
policy are made specifically to incorporate some of the amended administrative code rules pertaining to deficiencies in reading and mathematics. So
I have no
we wanna keep
qualm with
this.
what's in this policy as it's brought forward, so certainly we can keep this and approve this, there's no issue with that. I just think if we're gonna have a part two, I would like to revisit this.
I agree.
And what we can actually change allowable by law, because I don't know that we can require what we're asking. I mean, we maybe.
Yeah, I agree.
But I don't know if we want to have it in policy or if it's more of procedure.
We need more information.
Right. But you hear what our thoughts are for sure. To the point even, I've found, and you all probably have seen it already, but the actual DOE Florida benchmarks for excellent student thinking, which is obviously the best standards, parent guide for kindergarten. There's an English language arts one and a mathematics one, and it tells you all the things that you're supposed to know in kindergarten and what parents need to be doing and all of that, which is great. But what happens for the ones that don't, or what happens for the students that just show, we were in a school this week where there have been 2 separate families that have shown up within the last month of a first grader, third grader, and 7th grader. The only and this is 2 separate families, first grader, third grader, 7th grader, all enrolled within the last month. The only of those children that has even been in school is the 7th grader. The other children have never entered school, and none of them have been in school since 2020 when COVID hit. 2 separate families, same school, exact same grade levels, different scenario. I'm like, there has to be something that we can do or say.
Right, and I think that's happening at every school.
It absolutely is, but I mean, that just happened to be a unique one that I heard this week.
All across Florida. Everywhere, yeah.
Okay,
Okay. So
thank you.
the next one is 5460, graduation requirements, 5463, credits.
5460, I just want to make sure that the indication of certificate of completion is there for students with disabilities. Certificates of completion, did they not just go away?
They're no longer.
Okay, so it does say a student with, this is on page 3 of it, it's under the section of
Correct.
students with disabilities. A student with a disability who receives a certificate of completion. So I don't, like, we are not issuing those, so how is that referenced here?
Student with disability would receive a waiver, and they end up receiving a standard diploma.
Understood. I just, any reference to certificate of completion, I believe should be stricken from policy.
The title says certificate of completion, so how would you like that titled?
We literally don't have those anymore.
Where, I'm sorry, I don't see a title that
The
says.
title for the subsection, Allison, Dr. Kimball.
Yeah, and even that first part, okay, may
So
elect
it's-
to remain as a full-time student.
The section I see is students with disabilities is the heading.
Yeah.
Are we on policy 5460, graduation requirements?
Yes.
Because I was striking it earlier than that.
Certificate of completion, it's,
The whole section should
yeah,
be
it's-
stricken. It
it's-
doesn't even exist
page
any
number
longer.
is 349.
Thank you.
Thank you. But also on page 346, it needs to be stricken as well. That's where I saw it first. But I mean, that needs to be, I don't know why Neola would have left this in, because this whole concept of certificate of
Struck.
completion's been stricken from.
It's just that the title hasn't been struck, but if you, on 349, if you continue to read to the end, it says it's struck,
I don't know
stricken.
that I'm seeing what.
Stricken shall be awarded a certificate of completion in a form prescribed by the State Board of Education. That is
It's on-
stricken.
It's on 346 where it says a student with a disability.
What are you saying, 346?
SB,
Yeah, okay.
This section,
the
with
disability who receives a
And
certificate
it's on screen.
correct,
has an IEP that prescribes special.
yes.
Yeah, it needs to be
So we can't
stricken there.
strike the existence of a certificate of completion if we're also saying a student can have one.
Well, they can't.
I know, that was my point, that's why I have it
Yeah.
here. So I don't know why they didn't strike it there.
They must have just missed it.
So there has to be a way you can search that language and pull those out, Terry.
So what do you want? With a disability has declared,
Because there's no certificate of completion for even the kids with.
if a student with a disability.
And this is related to being able to continue to receive instruction and services basically till their 22nd birthday.
Right.
Student with a disability who, so what it needs to say is a student with a disability and has an IEP, who has an IEP that prescribes special education transition planning, that's at work study, or related services through 21 years of age may continue to receive the specified instruction and services. So a student with a disability who has an IEP, so receives a certificate of completion, needs to be stricken, struck, removed, ixnayed.
They just missed that. You need to tell Neola they missed that one.
It's also in the first paragraph there. Where I have it orange on the screen.
Yes, I see it.
If a student with a disability has declared an intent to earn a certificate of completion.
So perhaps that does
Saying
have
that
to
it's
stay.
in the IEP, so my question is this taking into account, has there been anything discussed with the legislature which indicates that in like a grandfathering period essentially for people who already have a,
So that's what the first
For an
paragraph, I
IEP.
think we have to leave it there, because we're gonna have lots of IEPs that say certificate of completion in them. So first paragraph does say that, if a student with a disability has declared an intent to earn a certificate of
And
completion.
who has not earned a standard high school diploma.
Right, so then all of that, but then a student with in the third paragraph or whatever, a student with a disability who receives a certificate of completion, well, we're not gonna be able to award those any longer, so that's the one they missed.
So a student with a disability,
Who has an
has-
IEP, so leave out that receives a certificate of completion.
Because that's not happening.
Who has an IEP that prescribes special education transition planning, transitions, through 21, may continue to receive. Yeah, we just take out that one little area. Yep, that's exactly what you said.
okay, and then at the bottom,
We want to head it, make a different heading other than certificates of completion?
yes, right there.
did we just open that up though? Because that's talking about certificates of completion. Back to what we were just looking at. Did we just open that up to every student with an IEP can now receive services up to 22?
That's correct.
Because they have to get a waiver.
Right.
They have to get a waiver. There's plenty of kids now that don't qualify for the waiver because the transition services and work study, it's not appropriate due to their level of disability. But I would ask NEOLA to review that because there's definitely discrepancies in what's here compared to what the new law is.
Okay.
Oh, I understand what you're saying. So perhaps at the end of that paragraph, now that a student with a disability who has an IEP may receive a waiver too? Because the next paragraph is about the waiver. Yeah. But do we need to include that in the paragraph before because they used to get a certificate of completion, then that would be the piece that would give them that waiver to go. Their certificate would be the waiver, I think. Is that right?
No.
No?
The waiver is for the assessment portion of it.
Okay.
So the certificate of completion is typically for our standard, our non-ESC students when they don't receive, when they have not passed the ELA and math assessments.
Right. But what is it called now for students with disabilities who have IEPs? What did they get now?
A high school diploma.
A standard diploma.
Yeah, with a waiver.
With it, and they do a
With the
testing waiver, and that waiver is not just a given, that they have to show that they are making progress with the standards, and the only reason that they are unsuccessful with the state assessments is because of their disability.
So then this needs to read a student with a disability who receives a standard diploma with a waiver and has an IEP, then they can be until they're 22?
They have a deferred status, so that's when I think this does need to go back to NEOLA because
Yeah.
they end up moving, because not all of them choose to do so, but they go into a deferred
Right.
status.
So this this policy just
We'll
needs,
just remove it and move it to the next.
Okay. Yeah, because it's an IEP decision too.
right. Yeah, they haven't fixed that the right way.
Meantime, our current policy will continue to stand for now, and we'll remove this and move it on to the next, what's the policy number?
I agree, but I agree that that section needs to be, but the Florida Seal of Fine Arts program needs to be put into policy. So, I mean, this, for graduation requirements, the next section that we were adding, that needs to be put in policy, because we want that. So I don't know how we can.
460?
And we granted that last year.
Yeah, right. So 5460 has all of this stuff that we need to fix about certificates of completion, but the section about the Florida Seal of Fine Arts needs to be in policy when we do our updates. So I don't know how we can do that.
And that's in 5460.
It is.
Okay,
So
well,
we could
47.
remove all of the other edits and just leave that edit for this go-around and then come back with the other edits.
that work?
Yes. I just want to make sure, because we've already started awarding the Florida Seal of Fine Arts, and so we need to make sure that's
I'll
in
need to
policy.
double check and go back and make sure that the little small edits we made as we were on the fly right now,
Yes,
we remove those,
I'm gonna
take it
delete.
back to the original, and then just do the one that Dr. Campbell's speaking of.
Yeah, just, thank you.
And on page 349 about the title certificate of completion
Right.
also needs to be removed because we don't even have that anymore.
Yeah. I don't know how they missed it. I don't think I have any other questions in the 5,000 section. I don't think I have any other questions in the 5,000 section. I don't know if anybody else does, but I don't.
So for now, the certificate of completion section can either be entirely deleted or just remove their edits.
I think at this point, we need to ask NEOLA for a recommendation. It's gonna have to be when we bring them back, that'll probably be in January. But what we'll need to do is get their best input and advice as to how they want it changed. In the meantime, I believe that we can have a conversation about how we would like to see it changed. see whether the two mesh, and then, I wouldn't delay it, though. I mean, I would not change anything in our current policy, with the exception of if, as Dr. Campbell's indicated, there is something crucial which must be added.
This right here.
Because the certificate of completion stuff, at worst, it doesn't apply and we can fix it by January, so,
Right, because it just doesn't apply.
right.
Okay, so I've corrected it, I removed those other edits, and we have left in the most important part,
Okay.
okay?
And I don't have additional questions through the 5,000 section. I don't know if anybody else does.
Okay, I'll just, maybe that's an efficient way to do it. Does anyone else? Otherwise, what I will do, and I'll do this now, is I'll just go down. It is important for me to put on the record that we've called each of these, so I'll just start calling them out, and then somebody stop me if you have an alteration. So we left off with 5460, graduation requirements. 5463, credits from other schools. 5465, general education development, GED tests. 5500, student conduct. 5511, dress and grooming. 5514, use of personal transportation devices. 5517.01, bullying and harassment.
I have just maybe a possible edit at the end of the first page. It's highlighted in green. It says, this paragraph does not require a school to staff or monitor. I think it should be, the paragraph does not require a school or staff to monitor, just to switch the to and the or in the last line.
I wouldn't be able to tell what page that is.
364.
Is that a last?
I don't have a page number.
Yeah, so in the electronic, we gotta go through it.
It's in D, section D.
The last line in green.
This paragraph does not require
Does not require a school.
To staff or monitor any,
school or staff.
Oh, no, what it's saying, and I understand the wordings, is, yeah, to staff being a verb, like to have people there, to put somebody there. It's not requiring us, it's not requiring a school to
Staff.
man,
staff is the
right?
verb.
Right,
Yeah,
okay.
it's odd.
I didn't get that. I didn't get that.
Okay,
That is odd wording.
Okay.
Okay, I think I left up on then 5517.01, bullying and harassment, 5530, drug prevention, 5600, student discipline, 5610.01, emergency removal of students, 5611, due process rights, 5630, corporal punishment and use of reasonable force and restraint, 5724, preparation for voter registration,
deleted.
deleted.
And that, it just says delete, do not want. I just want to make sure that this is, staff is requesting us not do this. I kind of disagree with that.
We're not going to
Sorry.
do voter registration on campuses anymore?
Oh, no, it still would be done, but the question about requiring it, so my understanding in talking with staff is it's certainly something that is encouraged. It's not by any means eliminating it. It would just not be requiring it by policy, because every school may have different issues and so on. And that would be the reason why.
I would say all schools need to incentivize students to participate in their democratic.
I agree, and I think we should keep this policy. Sorry, I know I said I didn't have anything in 5,000.
I'm so sorry, we don't have this policy currently. This would be a new policy.
Okay,
So that's, I just want to make sure that was the distinction. We're not getting rid of a current policy. We would not be adopting a recommended policy.
okay, so let's
And
read
the
it.
statement indicates the school board believes that preparing students to assume the responsibilities which our democratic society places on each of its students or citizens is
I'm sorry,
important.
just 1 second. I had a technical difficulty.
Okay.
The school board believes that preparing students to assume the responsibilities which our democratic process places on each of its citizens is an important function of the schools. Supplying our high school students with all pertinent information regarding voter registration is one crucial means of meeting this goal. Accordingly, the superintendent, using such resources as the high school administration, faculty, and student body, local officials, and others can provide, shall develop a nonpartisan voter education registration program for all the high schools in the district. Additionally, each high school in the district, the administration of the That is kind of messed up. Additionally, each high school in the district, and then I don't know what that's supposed to say, the administration of the high schools shall offer the opportunity for enrolled students to all students who reach the age of majority, the opportunity to register as voters.
Okay,
I can
should
see-
be
I can
the
see what-
Yeah, that's
administration
messed up.
of each high school in the district, that
Thank you.
last line. Looks like something got cut and pasted incorrectly.
Do I delete additionally each high school?
I can see where staff would have an issue.
Oops.
Because, it could lead to them having problems leaning one way or the other based on partisan politics. And if I was staff, I wouldn't wanna be that person that you delegated to do this and be accused or insinuated that I pushed them one way or the other. I think that's why you have staff.
So it says, the superintendent using such resources as,
High school administration.
yes, but it includes local officials and others. So it could be the procedure of the superintendent, that it's not actually the administration, it's actually the supervisor of elections office that does it, and that's who she uses to utilize.
Which is what we're doing already.
That's what.
Absolutely.
Right.
Right.
I would say, put that in there, that you, if you're gonna do it, put in there that it's gonna, be the supervisor of election, just to keep people neutral. I think that would be the issue for me if I was that staff member or that administrator. I wouldn't wanna get accused of pushing, someone in one direction or the other.
I mean, civics teachers are also educated to teach partisanship and so forth. So, I mean, I just believe we need to include this policy because I think that this is an important part of what we need to do.
I agree with you there. I think it needs to be pushed, that kids need to know how to get in the process and to be registered to vote. We just don't wanna put our staff in a.
How's the statute read? Because if the statute says it has to be that.
Okay, let me suggest a couple quick changes. Down in the last line, the administrator of the high schools shall offer the opportunity for enrolled students. Okay, first of all, might want to change administration of each high school, but, or keep it, but I would say the administration of each high school, not the high schools, of each high school.
So offer the opportunity.
And then opportunity is doubled there. Shall offer the opportunity for enrolled students to all students who reach the age of majority. I don't know why those are both.
I don't either.
That doesn't make sense.
This whole sentence was messed up.
It's all, yeah, it's like,
Shall offer the opportunity for enrolled students
Who have reached the age
who
of
have reached the age of majority.
The
opportunity.
Of course, there's also the
Pre-registration.
pre-registers, so
Yeah. I think
I would
it's
say
all students.
opportunity for all enrolled and eligible students.
Right.
For all enrolled.
yeah, because they pre-registered 15 and 16-year-olds when they go do their license and such.
And delete that whole, yeah. And just delete the age majority thing. For enrolled students, or enrolled and eligible students.
Period.
Nope. Okay, starting off here, go to, get rid of, back your cursor up. Back to students, keep going. Okay, delete that word students. Enrolled and eligible students, good. Who have, okay, get rid of the who have reached the age of majority. Okay, to register as voters. The administration, now the question is, do you want it to remain administration of each high school? Do you want it to be?
Yeah.
Okay, so the administration of each high school shall offer the opportunity for enrolled and eligible students to register as voters.
The opportunity to register as voters.
Well, again, I said shall offer
Oh,
the
I see,
opportunity
I
at the
see,
beginning. Do you want it at the end instead?
Nope.
Okay. So reading over, the school board believes preparing students to assume the responsibilities which our democratic society places on each of its citizens is an important function of the schools. Supplying our high school students with all pertinent information regarding voter registration is one crucial means of meeting this goal. Accordingly, the superintendent, using such resources as the high school administration, faculty and student body, local officials, and others, can provide? Do you want to say shall provide?
Well, I mean, I think that it's shall develop. I think you actually leave out the can provide part.
I would say will develop,
Shall
will
develop.
provide, develop, no.
It's the
I
very
got you.
next
I understand.
Yeah. So it's can provide, shall develop. So I mean, I think it's probably just shall develop.
Yep. Okay, shall develop a nonpartisan voter education registration program for all high schools in the district. Everything
Now,
okay with you?
practically speaking, I'm just trying to visualize what this might look like on a high school campus. Would this be something similar to when, the military comes during the school lunches, where there'd be like a voter registration table, providing, just information on the process? Is that what we're talking about here? Because if that's what we're talking about here, I'm 100% behind it. It should be being taught, and I'm sure it is, in American history and government and things like that, and civic responsibility. But it's one thing to say it, but it's another thing to have the table right in front of you with the information so you can.
Yeah, we currently have the supervisor of elections come, usually, there's a couple of staff members that come to the schools, and they meet with all the students in a government or economics, because that class is paired semester by semester. And those students go and usually into a media center, and they do a presentation, and they talk about local government, national government, state, and so it's a really good presentation, and then they do pre-registrations, and there's a lot of emphasis put on it. And you may recall, he's even, supervisor of election comes to the board meetings and usually recognizes the school that has the highest registered participants.
So I just want us to have this enshrined in our policy so that, say, the supervisor of elections changes, they have a different community action plan, whatever they do. Because, I don't know that this was in place before Wesley Wilcox was supervisor. Maybe it was.
It was.
But, okay, terrific. Well,
It's been in place since I was in school.
wonderful. Well, I just want to make sure that we have it in our policy as well, that we're
agree.
making it a priority.
Agree.
So I know it's a new policy, but thank you.
And he really focuses on, or prioritizes all levels, local, and he emphasizes how important that is, which has already started that conversation in civics when they're in 7th grade, but he just continues that education. So it's a really good session.
I wasn't sure how it was really being rolled out lately, and I do remember him coming and giving the award. So, yes, so since all that's happening, I agree, it should be in our policy.
Okay, moving forward, 5780, student parent rights. 5780.01, Parents' Bill of Rights. 5782, Parent Guardian Notification and Permission, School-Sponsored Events and Activities. And these are 6s, so were those deletes?
Those were all the 5s.
Okay, all right. All right, so we're through with the 5,000s. It's 12:12. Do you want to take that break now?
Yes.
Okay, designate how much time you're going to give us.
About 30 minutes. Let's recess. It's about 12:12, and we'll come back at 12:45.
How many more sections do we have? 2?
Right.
We have up
We have
to the
the
9s.
Got it.
6, 7, 8, 9, 4.
I think they're easier.
I'll go to this bathroom.
But only 200 pages left, so I would say we're 2/3 of the way done.
But these were also not as cumbersome, I didn't feel.
Right. Yeah, they get a little less complicated.
Okay, 2:45.
And so we're
You guys are
recessing?
saying all the
Reset, we
things that are going to make us that last
We
long.
are in recess.
and welcome back from recess. It is 12:49. I'll turn it over to Attorney Powers as we move on to board policies on finance.
Okay, we're going to resume with the 6,000s, and that is finance policies. And I will start off reading through each one. I'll give a few seconds in between so that if that's one that you have addressed anything in and wish to bring up from your having reviewed it, then you can stop me and we can address it then. Again, I'll remind the board that for each of these, I do have some justification for what the legal justifications for what those policy adjustments were. If you'd like to hear it, I can do that, but I won't read them out individually unless requested. So, PO 6107, authorization to accept and distribute electronic records, to use electronic signature and make electronic fund transfers. PO 6144, investments of funds. Staff did not accept NEOLA's edits on this one.
I'm sorry, I go back to 6107. I'm sorry, I was
Okay.
scrolling back. I just wanted to make sure, it does say the superintendent shall put in place measures to protect the integrity, security, and accessibility of electronic signatures. So does that mean that by adopting this policy that we will then move into some program without calling a proprietary name, like DocuSign or something like that? And so by accepting this policy, we will then have to have something like that in place.
Yes, and that will, of course, raise certain things that we have to deal with. For example, as we've mentioned before, that, again, the only signatures which really count within our district are the signatures of the superintendent or her designee, or the board chair or board members.
Okay, perfect.
So we'll have to address those issues in procedure, but yes, for these purposes, it does say the superintendent shall put in place measures to protect the integrity, security, and accessibility of electronic signatures.
Perfect, thank you.
6144, investments of funds, and this is one that staff reviewed and chose not to accept.
Despite it being green and red, the staff would like to keep it the way our current policy reads, and none of the updates were statutorily required. This was just NEOLA's recommendations.
6146, post-issuance compliance for tax-exempt and tax-advantaged obligations. This was 6, so is this?
6146 is fine.
No, it's a number 6. Was this a rejection?
6 is a new policy.
Okay, so it's brand new.
It's new.
Okay. So it is a new policy. Then 6152.01, waiver of school fees, also a new policy. 6233, district budget.
I'd like to add one comment to this. There is a checkbox that Ms. Brown probably has updated already, but just so it's clear, that checkbox should have been checked, and it's not in your books.
It has been since checked.
In,
Yeah.
which one was that? I'm sorry.
Emergency planning.
So that's on, I'm sorry,
633.
I'm struggling. 6133, okay.
6233.
Okay, I'm like, I'm trying, sorry, give me the,
Okay, thank you.
thank you. Okay, and the question was,
Emergency financial plan for D.
and so this is something we are doing?
Yep.
Okay,
So you see right there, it did not, the box didn't get checked on the form that you got in your books, and we have checked it since.
okay.
Next is 6234, use of discretionary lottery funds.
Do we want to keep the policy and, I mean, I understand.
It goes.
I apologize for laughing.
Well, I mean, it does have a note here that we don't have to keep the policy if we don't want, because it's kind of irrelevant.
Yeah, a drafting note was added regarding discretionary lottery funds, as well as 2 legal references, but again, yes,
Do we want to keep it in? That's the only
Just
question.
in case we get a quarter.
yeah.
Okay, well, I think anytime we leave it in, though, then people think we actually get it. That's the thing that
It's confusing.
It's confusing.
One day we might.
Not as long as Florida Bright Futures exists.
It's true.
I mean, seriously, there's absolutely no other funding source to fund that, so.
Next is PO 6320, purchasing and contracting for commodities and contractual services. This does warrant a moment of discussion. We had originally intended to reduce the amount for the vendor's application and for someone to be a vendor. Currently at school sites, it's $2,500 per calendar year. But under some of the audit advice, it was that we should reduce that amount. We have chosen not to edit this policy at this time. Mr. Rios, myself, Purchasing Department, Finance met on this issue. That is going to be an aspirational goal that we move toward that direction, but the implementation is going to take some time, as well as figuring out a lot of the process for how we gradually reduce it from $2,500 down to a lower amount and eventually down to zero so that all vendors will be included. However, thanks to certain things that the legislature has done, including requirements for human trafficking affidavits and things like that, it becomes voluminous to deal with. So, given that this was not something that was identified as a risk on our audit, we're far above other districts, so we're going to continue to do our due diligence on this one and work down to an eventual edit of this policy.
Do you have an anticipated timeline on that?
No, not at this time, but we're working on it. It's something that we don't want to break the system because, frankly, what we're dealing with is easy when it comes to things that are district side. When it comes to school-based side, you've got individual school secretaries and bookkeepers that may not be familiar with the vendors app process and may encounter difficulties in getting their documentation and things like that. So it's going to be a training issue.
A challenge, yeah.
So for that one, it'll be removed because there will be no edit. Just so you know, that won't go
Okay.
through. There's no change.
No, I was just looking at Ms. Thrower because it's something we worked on. She brought to my attention, and so Mr. Powers has been working on this for a couple months.
6325, procurement, federal grants and funds. 6330,
Deleted.
sorry.
I have some comments about this one. It's a
6330?
Yes.
Go for it. I have some comments as well.
This is not intended to be removed. What we are attempting to do is reject the one small change that NEOLA made. I believe an old version came through and they wanted to change the amount from 7.5 million back down to the old amount, which would be against what the board just did in the last update, and also would not necessarily go against statute, but make it more restrictive than statute. So the only thing that they were changing was that threshold amount, and we wanted to reject that. The way it looks is we're rejecting the entire policy. That is not the case. The current policy would remain, and status quo would remain.
I have made that update, so it says it here in the notes for Neola.
Okay, so policy 6330 currently exists. That's the okay. Because I just wanted to ensure we weren't deleting the option to have design build, because that is the policy that gives us the option to do that. And just as a point of note, board, I'm still very interested in us considering a design build model as we consider new wings onto schools that may have never had one. Perhaps if we build the Maplewood wing or a Ward Highlands wing, I think we need to at least consider a design build model. It gives you the opportunity to have a one set price, and then you never have to see change orders, and you never have to see any of that ever again. We've never pursued it, to my knowledge, in Marion County Public Schools, but I know Reverend Cummings and I both heard a presentation a few years ago about it, and so I still am very interested in us considering that moving forward in facilities construction. So wanted to make sure we weren't when I saw it, I was like, wait a minute, that's the policy that says design build all in it, so, okay, good deal.
Next is 6530, reemployment assistance. 6540, consultant agreements. 6605, crowdfunding. 6661, instructional materials allocation. 6830, external financial audits. 6840, auditor selection committee. This will replace the current version.
The recommendation was to reject NEOLA's new version and to stick with the status quo. That was a recommendation out of finance.
All right.
So I have a question about 6,000. I didn't see it. So I can't remember which policy it is that we kind of broke our own policy whenever we pulled the money out to balance the budget. So are we leaving the policy as is and just knowing that the board broke the policy? Or are we amending the policy about, Dr. Brewer probably has more information on that.
I thought the policy, and correct me, states that we just have to ask permission from the board if it's less than 50, up to 50%.
Okay, and then how do we ensure that we're funding that back?
I just met with Mr. Welsh last week, and we have a proposal for the repayment of that.
Okay.
And so we'll be able to share that soon. But that is our top priority going into our budget conversation starting in January.
Okay, perfect. Just wanted to make sure that we were,
It doesn't get forgotten.
thank you.
Correct.
Attorney Powers, can we backtrack just a little bit on 6540 consultant agreements? That was something that was concerning to me originally, but as I look at the language here, the charge of $400 per 8-hour day. So we're saying.
An amount requested in excess of $400 per 8-hour day or $50 per hour shall require approval of the school board. Travel and expenses shall be paid in accordance with travel and per diem. No payment shall be made to the consultant until all services and supportive documentations have been completed. So, the form of said agreement must be approved by the school board attorney and must provide for payment of the consultant at a maximum of $400 per 8-hour day. So, for professional development or whatever consultant case might be, that would be, that provides a cap.
Okay.
And then if it were going to exceed the cap, it requires, board approval.
Okay, I remember that conversation.
Okay, right, because that was challenging, because we ended up, there were some consultants we were paying way more than what I felt personally was appropriate, and so, is this new, or this is, sorry, let me put my glasses back on. It's not new,
It's just updated. It had a bunch of typos in it.
okay,
So school board chair and superintendent can enter into the agreements, but if the agreement contemplates that the cost is more than $400 for a workday, then, or $50 an hour, then it's gonna require board approval.
perfect, happy with that, thank you very much.
7,000 property.
Okay, 7,000, so this is property. 7,100, facilities planning. 7,101, building permits and the code enforcement office. 7,110,
Rescinded.
student accommodation, this has been rescinded. 7,230,
Rescinded.
gifts, donations, and bequests has been rescinded. 7230 version 2, gifts to the school district. Also rescinded.
Yep.
Okay, this one
Is there no-
stays.
Yep.
Gifts to the school district.
So my only question, and I saw it in another, after this as well, is there a reason why we don't want to include that the superintendent is authorized to accept gifts or donations to the district on behalf of the board? Because I see that we're accepting the principal or director is authorized to accept individual gifts, but we don't necessarily give the superintendent the authority. Was there a reason for that? Or are we just leaving it up?
It could have been left over from.
I'm just curious.
There was an elected position, maybe that was.
That's what it was.
Another.
Yes, because elected makes all the difference.
That's a world, so it might be just left over from when that was an elected position.
Yeah, I just didn't know. I mean, there's lots of options here that you can choose from. And so I just didn't know why we weren't giving the superintendent the authority to accept gifts. Do y'all know?
I'm looking at my notes to try to, it's been a couple months since I've
Sure.
gone over this.
Mm-hmm.
I think it might have been, give me 1 minute to re-review this.
Okay.
I was focusing on other parts of this policy, but look,
Yeah, I just didn't know why we didn't select that. The same thing holds true in the very next policy as well.
I believe the issue was the question about the usurping potentially the board's ability to accept gifts, and the fact that you may, there's some questions I think about, well, how much do you want the board to be the one involved in it, or do you want the superintendent to be able to do that? I think when reviewing this with staff, there's kind of a question of kind of who to be, responsible for that. But I don't see an issue with that, but I think that is something the board should weigh in on, because there's been a lot of discussion about how much it's being recognized in the board meetings and what thresholds and so on. So I think those are important questions. I don't think it's inherently, unless the board attorney has an issue with it, to have the superintendent accept those gifts. There are, of course, some exclusions, as you'll see later on down on the list as well.
So, I mean, I understand at least a portion of that. I disagree, I guess, with the part that says that the list of gifts would be compiled semi-annually, because I think that that's definitely not frequent enough, and we're obviously accepting and acknowledging that the gifts with $1,000 or more value are gonna be acknowledged by the board. We are not having to approve those gifts, as we used to have to do, but we are just acknowledging them. So all of that is well and good. As I consider the potential thought that we might enter into additional sponsorship opportunities and ways that we might try to fundraise for specific programs and or buildings or things like that, I just would hate to wait on a board meeting for us to be willing to accept whatever it might be. Now, I don't know, I just think that leaving that out of.
This is true. In addition, though, over certain threshold levels, there are a number of factors which occur. When you see, for example, that it says under the struck language, may accept terms and conditions of any such gift or donation, and has the discretion to accept or deny a gift or donation on the basis of those terms and conditions, that can be problematic. For example, if someone donates, as we recently had, if someone donates or we wish to purchase some large piece of equipment, that large piece of equipment may have insurance requirements that need to go through risk management. There may be terms or conditions that go along with it that need to be, cleared. I don't think it's usually we have to hurry up and accept it kind of thing. It depends on how you set the threshold. But I think it can always be accepted provisionally, and of course, anything that goes through the Marion County Public Education Foundation is separate and independent of this. So I think it's a little different when you're running into donation of materials, supplies, things like that, for which there may be other considerations.
Well, and that one is stricken. I mean, there's
Right.
the articles of equipment donated to the schools. That one is not included. I don't know how I feel about that either. I mean, I'm thinking, so obviously we're thinking possibly of antiquated materials or equipment that someone might want to donate. Okay, I can understand why you would reject that. But if we are saying that someone wants to come in and donate all of our volleyball nets or something like that, like, are we, because we don't have articles of equipment donated to the schools by individuals, what can be accepted and contribute to the operation of the school program, donors shall be noticed, because we're not accepting that, like, if you donated, okay, volleyball nets are not gonna be more than $1,000 probably for all, whatever. Let's come up with something else that's similar. Like, somebody wants to come in and donate brand new
Scoreboards.
scoreboards, okay, perfect. If we are not allowing a couple of these other options, inclusive of the superintendent as well as articles of equipment, those check boxes that we're currently saying not to accept that way, then we're limiting our opportunities to accept donations. That's what I'm trying to prevent. And I just think the more authority the superintendent potentially has, as well as that one that's stricken that says articles of equipment donated to the schools may be accepted.
I could offer a suggestion, is the first checkbox is potentially the one we could select, and then the board can indicate at what threshold you feel comfortable the superintendent being able to accept. We have it currently set to $999 is how I read this at least, but you may want that to be a different threshold. That could be one option that could ameliorate the issue that's being discussed.
And that's fine. Right now, the only check that we're giving is a principal or director. We haven't even given a superintendent. Because principal never means superintendent. Superintendent sometimes means principal, but principal never means superintendent. So right now, we're not giving any authority to the superintendent to accept anything.
Right, and the principals, it'd be for under 1,000.
Right. So I don't want to limit the option. So I could tend to agree with Attorney Blackman that we need to, any proposed gift to the board valued in excess of, I don't know what the X needs to be yet, must be approved by the board. I don't know how I feel about that either. I mean, that's what we got rid of. So I don't want us to go backwards. So there used to be a time that the superintendent couldn't take in any gift until the board approved it. We only have 2 meetings a month, and sometimes we only have 1 meeting a month. Like, come on, that's not a way of work. So I would probably lend more towards accepting the superintendent is authorized to accept gifts, which is the third one down. And then potentially also, again, I'm going back to that articles of equipment donated to schools by individuals.
For my input, I also believe that the amount is relatively irrelevant unless there are going to be, tax implications or something like that, which should not ever be an issue for us. But the part which would concern me is any gifts which deal with transfer of title or which have terms or conditions for acceptance. An unconditional gift, whether it's cash or something that doesn't have a title and there's no terms given, that should be freely acceptable. And I don't really have any compunction as to what the amount is by the superintendent. If, however, someone wants to donate an airplane to our aviation department, which is going to send our insurers into an absolute tizzy, then we need to, prior to taking title on that or prior to doing anything about it, we need to be able to review that and have the board discuss and approve it. And certainly it needs to go through risk management and probably needs to go through the school board attorney as well. So those would be the factors which are very rare, but that would need to be controlled for.
But all of those steps would still be, the superintendent could still have the authority to do that. If the superintendent was going to be accepting a gift, my hope is, and perhaps it's a procedure that needs to be included as a part of this, that whatever gift that would be accepted would be going through the superintendent's own risk management department to ensure that that would be an acceptable gift to receive. That would be a procedure, certainly, but if we don't have in policy that the superintendent even has the authority to accept a gift at all, then the procedure is null and void. That's my point. Like, that right now, this policy, the way it's written, it is stricken through that the superintendent is authorized to do anything. And I think that's wrong. So how we fix it? If I'm the only one that thinks that, then so be it, but.
I'm okay with that.
Can I just respond to Attorney Powers? And I don't disagree, Dr. Campbell, but I want to respond to the title question, and that is indicated, because that did come up during review with staff, to ensure that anything that conveys title would still come before the board, because we've had discussions about that when conveying title is a bit different, real property,
Sure.
Cars, airplanes, those sort of things certainly would be covered. Now, that does not cover the terms and conditions, which may be a concern. Maybe it's different. Maybe the board wants to indicate unconditional gifts, as Attorney Powers already said, or we can add in under the title section, or gifts that have conditions. But conditions can be very minor, and ones that would not concern the board. So I don't know how the board would want to handle that, though. Maybe best judgment.
Right, and an example would be, we want to donate you a scoreboard, but in doing so, we want you to also name this, name it ABC Stadium, or put our advertising all over the, banner, which would be things which may be logical, but there are things which the board needs to approve, so.
And I understand all of that, I do. I mean, so, again, perhaps it is a monetary value. I just don't want to limit the opportunity. It just feels awkward that the only people that are allowed to accept awards based on what I'm seeing here, or accept gifts, excuse me, is the principal and the director of the school. I mean.
There is another potential,
And then they can
and
only
that is
accept
that
$1,000.
that they can be accepted by the board chair and superintendent, like we currently do with, so if there's that way the board is notified, and the board,
I think that
the reason for the consternation I have is, number one, things like donating something which is a white elephant and has a lot of conditions along with it that may not be immediately readily apparent. And number two, we've had people want to donate things that required us to do surveys and required there are things that accepting the donation can be a trap also. So perhaps one way of doing it is saying, just like we do with contracts under a $50,000 threshold, that we say, if the board chair and superintendent together sign off on it, it's great. Or we just
Go
give.
on our next agenda as an acknowledgement.
Right.
Or we allow it to be accepted provisionally. This is the same thing we do with workers' comp settlements and things like that. The donation is accepted, but it's accepted provisionally until the board is notified of it, so.
So I would suggest we select this superintendent is authorized, and then I suggest there be a gift acceptance procedure that is established that spells out the terms and conditions of which would be applicable. Because this gives the superintendent the authority to accept or deny a gift based on terms and conditions. And then anything beyond that would come directly to the board anyway. But I still believe we need to select this third option here, that the superintendent has the authority to accept or deny a donation. Now, there does need to be terms and conditions that are built. I don't know that we have to build those, but it's just a gift acceptance. In a nonprofit, you call it a gift acceptance, a gift acceptance policy. Policy means something a little different in our world. So, and I also still believe, and this is still up for conversation, I guess, but that we need to also allow articles of equipment donated to schools by individuals, groups, and organizations may be accepted if they contribute to the operation of the school program. I mean, I believe that, and we can put terms and conditions to that as well, but we don't need to limit that a principal could accept some piece of equipment. If we go to site-based budgeting and our principals designate that they're gonna have a groundskeeper for each of their high schools, which they could, because Martin County does. They had an individual groundskeeper for all their athletic fields, and somebody comes in and says, I want to donate that awesome mower that's gonna cost $5,000. If we don't have in here that they can accept that piece of equipment, then they can't accept it. And that, because right now, they're only allowed to accept a gift up to $999. I'm gonna stop talking about it.
If we check the one you're referring to, and the superintendent is authorized, I think that would cover the issue you're describing.
Okay?
I think, because reading through this and going through this with staff, I'll tell you, they give you a lot of options. Sometimes it's not always clear how those options interact with each other. But it would seem that the suggestion that you've made to check the superintendent, number 3, would probably be the broadest of all the options. And I think it would cover that, at least under my reading of this. Everything except items that are titled, that would be the only exclusion. So you'd have the option, the superintendent can accept gifts, including terms and conditions. You would have principals up to $999, and then you would, except for titled items, those go before the board. Board acknowledges all items 1,000 or more. That would be, I think, would cover it based on what you're suggesting. That's how I would read it, at least.
I agree with all of that, and I agree with what Dr. Campbell has said. I just have one caveat or example that I know of, which is Kona Ice and their school give back. And so we have been unable to recognize Kona Ice at a board meeting because at no individual instance are they giving more than $1,000, but they have given more than $250,000 over, I think, a 4-year period back to our schools collectively. And so our board policy restricts us from recognizing them at a board meeting because no singular instance of donation is over $1,000, which triggers board recognition.
Well, and I think that I got a solution for you on that one, and that is that the $1,000 would trigger the automatic need for board recognition. However, I believe voluntarily, we could certainly recognize them at any time.
I've been asking for it for 12 months. So
I think if we then allow the superintendent, and we check that off, then it just says all accepted gifts, and so that would, the superintendent then would have the ability to compile all of those accepted gifts into one big thank you. Right now,
like at
if
end
the
of
principal is
school
the only one that's accepting, and we're not, like, the superintendent can do that if we do what I think I'm requesting.
Yes, and I agree. And I just think every year, annually, at the end of the year, we should be recognizing Kona Ice and their give back that they're doing to the school. But I have been told consistently that we can't do it because it's against board policy.
Okay, so as soon as we check the superintendent is authorized to accept gifts, I think that changes everything.
And solves the problem.
I think it does, because all accepted gifts with a value of $1,000 or more, and so if you have one entity that is giving $950 to every school in the district, that individual business or organization needs to be acknowledged. We do that with our backpack program or what, like all the different, they get all that credit because, anyway, I think that there absolutely is a way. I think it's just checking the third option to give superintendent more authority.
Good.
All right. Thank you.
Now, before we go, let's just scan down, see if that changed anything else in the policy that we need to alter.
The only thing on that one line, though, I'm not certain that I just want the gifts of donations compiled semi-annually. I think we need to just take that line out because it's null and void whenever we're already ensuring that the board acknowledges every gift that's $1,000 or more. Because so let's just take that last sentence out. Right. Does that make sense?
And do you want anything about disclosure of any terms or conditions?
Not in policy. I think the terms and conditions need to be written into procedure.
Okay, now, again, with this current administration, I have no doubt that we wouldn't have any concern with that. Policies aren't written for the people that are in the chair, they're written for the position.
Okay.
And I know that at certain times within our history, that may have been something the board wished to not encourage the use of sort of a scratch your back, I'll scratch mine thing, which could run into 112 issue, chapter 112 issues as well. That the issue of terms and conditions, I'm going to donate this, but in turn, the term and condition is I'm going to install it for you. And so you're going to hire me to do this. Or, those are kind of things that can arise. And in fact, in the past have. Not with this administration, not with our prior administration. but they are things that have in the past happened. So when you put it in policy, you do give the ability of one person to accept. And so, of course, that means that you need to be able to place a lot of trust in the person, but then positionally, what do you run into? If you've got someone who has the authority to accept things with terms and conditions, and there's no disclosure mandated of those terms and conditions, the board never knows what they are, and that can run into some problems for the board. So it may be something to address later, not now.
That's
but
what
it's
sure.
something to consider, and it's part of my job to kind of point out risk factors.
We just need to have a new policy written on gift acceptance, or if that's in fact what you're asking for us to have, and so perhaps there is one that exists. I would say it potentially is a terms and conditions procedure in NEOLA's book, but maybe it's a policy, and I would just ask that we consider that moving forward, not for the purpose of today. I mean, we need to move this forward. I want to give us the flexibility to have the superintendent, at least in this cycle, to be able to accept donations, and then possibly the next cycle is when we can address what your concern is.
Fair enough. And we have, so, looks like anything else in the policy that you see that might need to tweak or anything? Okay, we can move on from there. Let's see. This was 7230.
240.
Now, 7240, site acquisition. $7440.01, video surveillance and electronic monitoring. $7440.03, small unmanned aircraft systems. This was pulled by staff.
If I may just go back to the last one quickly, just to say that's a brand-new policy. Despite the minimal colors we see, it's a brand-new policy. And if there's any question about the drone policy, that was pulled by staff and recommended by staff.
The drone policy's always been a thing.
There's a typo there,
Under what?
that green area,
On which one?
7440.03. It's just in that green, the S, there's a small S, UAS.
Oh, we're deleting that one anyway.
That's the lead, okay.
Yeah.
We are?
Which one? I'm sorry.
7440.03 was pulled by staff.
But the SUAS?
Yes, that's supposed to be that way.
That's how it was written, yeah. I don't know that I agree with it, but that's how it was written to me. Feels weird to me, too.
Okay.
It's a small S for the
Yeah, I see it,
small.
I see
That
it
one's
several
not going to be
times.
put in. Okay.
No, that's going forward. It's not
Okay.
rescinded,
Why did I say pulled by staff?
because staff pulled it for these edits.
This was staff, this is not a NEOLA recommendation, this is a staff recommendation. There was a question about being able to use drones at sporting events, because currently the policy is very restrictive, and according to the research done, that it's not, FHSAA regulations are not as restrictive as the policy provided. There's more restrictions when you get to, I believe it might be all playoff games, but at least the state final games. So the question was about using drones at like football games, for instance. And then there's gonna be procedures developed, and I've talked to Mr. Tucker about this to ensure the procedures are developed so both teams are having fair access, make sure safety is considered, and so on. But this was basically to expand the use of drones, so it wasn't gonna be so restrictive during sporting events.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, 7530.01, board-owned wireless communication devices. 7530.02, staff and school officials' use of wireless communication devices.
And this is a new policy as well.
7540.02, web content, apps, and services. 7544, use of social media.
What is that, 7544?
7544. And this was parallel policies with 1213, 3213, 4213, 7540.02, and 7544. The main difference is that they've been revised to recognize that Twitter is now called X, The revision is not based on any change in law. So it's just a update to existing stuff.
So every time one new one comes on, we have to change it.
No, it's just we named as a matter of course, we named the ones that are most in use. And then, of course, now it's not really, it's defunct.
Gotcha.
I think it'd be important for all of our staff to review the last section of this policy.
You want to read it out loud?
It basically says the use of personal communication devices at work to access social media for personal use. Because essentially, you should not be using social media during work for personal use. That sums it up, right?
Unless you're on a break or on your lunch.
Correct.
Right. Otherwise, you get a timestamp on Facebook.
That potentially indicates what time you were posting it
Correct.
from your classroom.
Okay, ready to move into 8,000 operations.
We are ready.
PO 8100, interlocal agreements. Love me some interlocal agreements. 8280, nursing mothers. This was,
It's another one of those.
yeah, there, we had parallel.
Actual
This
policy.
is the actual one.
This is the actual one.
Yeah, the other
And
one,
all the other ones.
other ones are gone, this is a new one. I was gonna add real quick, I don't know, I told Ms. Ron ahead of time, but that X at the bottom should go before principal. It was intended to select principal, right now it's selecting a blank spot, which is incorrect. But that's what the staff intended.
Okay,
Okay, 8330, student records. 8405, school safety and security.
This one had a lot of different options, so I guess we're just not choosing some of the options.
Kind of important one, so if everybody wants to take a moment, you can read over.
I just have a question. I'm not sure that it's just related to this. It might not be part of the policy. But I've noticed as I visit schools, the vehicles for our officers are not necessarily near the front of the campus anymore. So is that a change in what is required through Safe Schools or through our SROs? Does anyone know?
I don't think it's specifically in the contract, with our law enforcement agencies that they had to be in a specific spot. I think that was just by choice where they were.
Though every time it
placing
comes
those
up,
cars.
they mention the fact that visibility is a big reason why that it's a great thing to have a officer's patrol vehicle there.
It is one of the main pieces of the conversation when we talked about, do we want to go with a security company but then we wouldn't have that vehicle, that marked vehicle, out in front of the school. So I just wondered if something had changed or if there was a reason, because I felt like for a very long time, the officers' vehicles were in strategically, either on the front and the side, different positions at the school, and then for 6 months or so, the vehicles have not. I mean, it's been noticeable. They've been set back further on the campus, and so I didn't know if there was a reason for that. So just a question I'm asking.
Yeah, I haven't noticed that, but that's something we can just, I can maybe get some information from you and to inquire. It might be for some other reason that we're not aware of.
Okay. It was an important piece of our decision-making originally, so I was curious. Thank you.
I do see an error in this section. I don't know what page it is on, but it's missing. It says the school safety specialist is responsible for notifying the superintendent within, and then it says choose one, but nothing is chosen for, and probably the word within needs to be taken out.
Number,
Might have been missed in review, so I don't have a staff recommendation.
So we'll add that too.
Yeah, the two items are, does a school safety specialist notify the superintendent immediately or immediately and no later than same day of receipt or some other time frame? Any notice of suspected deficiency the school safety specialist receives from the Office of Safe Schools. So if school safety specialist receives something from Office of Safe Schools, he needs to inform superintendent on what time frame.
You have a recommendation of the first box being checked.
There we are. So if we check the first box, then we need to eliminate the word within, because within immediately doesn't work.
Fixed.
Okay. Anything else on this policy? Okay, 8406, reports of suspicious activity and potential threats to schools.
That all too well.
8407, safe school officers. 8415, emergency and crisis management. 8420, emergency management, emergency preparedness, and emergency response agencies. 8420.01, epidemics, I'm sorry,
It's deleted.
that's deleted. Which one?
8420.01.
8420.01, epidemics and pandemics been deleted.
We're just not having those anymore.
Yeah, we decided those aren't fun.
Not playing.
Same.
8431, preparedness for toxic hazard and asbestos hazard. 8450, control of casual contact, communicable diseases. 8450.01, protective facial coverings during pandemic or epidemic events.
We got rid of it.
That's deleted.
And that has been deleted.
We're not going back, right? Is that what that means?
We never had that policy.
Yep.
Okay.
We complied with governor's executive order when needed, and then we never adopted a policy.
This is one of those old policies that were discussed that has been sitting in the draft folder, I believe, and it just has to be processed. We never had this policy. Staff is not recommending to accept the policy.
8452, automated external defibrillators, AEDs.
My only question on this one is, obviously no later than July 1 of 2027 is what it's about to say. Do we have a plan for how we're going to get AEDs in all of our schools, or do we already have them in all schools?
I did talk with Mr. Tucker about this, and he's got several resources. He's trying to figure out what our best options are, and he plans to present to the board.
Most schools have two, at least high schools. Like most high schools have one in the gym and one in the office, right? Dr. Brewer?
Sure, this will
Okay, so we are already in compliance.
Yes,
That's what you're saying?
yes, ma'am. And the hospital district is actively already working on replacing some of our older equipment.
Okay.
There are so many great things that are already happening, so it's
Yes.
nice to be able to say, yes, we're doing that, yes,
Good.
we're on that.
That's why we
So,
ask.
Yes.
Conversation I had did not align.
8462, student abuse, abandonment, and neglect.
Don't have any.
8470, registered sexual predators, sex offenders. 8475, criminal background screening for contractor access. 8500, food service program. 8531, free and reduced price meals. 8540, vending machines. This was rescinded.
One quick pause. Going back to the food breakfast, which is 8,500. On the third page, it talks about the options for breakfast. I just think that the time limitations there, as long as we're okay with at least 15 minutes, because we have students who arrive late on the bus and we offer them a grab-and-go option, which I don't think is reflective in this language. So school breakfast meals shall be available to students at all schools in the district. Each elementary, middle, and high school shall make a breakfast meal available if a student arrives at school on the bus less than 15 minutes before the first bell rings, and shall allow the student at least 15 minutes to eat. To me, that is not reflective of the practice that we're currently operating, which is essentially we feed them until the bell rings and then we keep feeding them until they stop showing up. So I just think probably it's not best to have a policy that reflects something that is really I think this essentially to me reads, after 15 minutes to the bell, we stop serving breakfast.
We continue feeding them if they ride to school on a school bus.
Yes.
It doesn't matter what time they get there. If they are not on a school bus, we do limit access to the cafeteria when the bell rings.
So what I'm saying though is, this says, shall make a breakfast meal available if a student arrives at school on the bus less than 15 minutes before the first bell rings, and shall allow the student at least 15 minutes to eat. So the less than 15 minutes, does that mean negative 15 minutes, negative 60 minutes?
That means when they get there, they can sit in the cafeteria for 15 minutes.
The first 15 minutes though, so they're not when it's mentioned the second time, when it's mentioned the first time. Make a breakfast meal available if a student arrives at school on the bus less than 15 minutes before the first bell. Does that mean less than 15 all the way to 45 minutes after the first bell?
We could remove that because we keep feeding them.
That's what I'm trying to get at, is I think that there's no reason for a time limitation there, because our best practice always is to just continue feeding the children. However, I don't know that this is happening in practice. Like, they're saying, take your lunch and go to class.
Yes, that's what I wanted to say. So once the bell has rung, they take their food with them en route to the classroom. However, if their bus is arriving right close to the bell, we typically let them sit in the cafeteria and enjoy their quick little.
So I just think our policy, we have a policy that reflects practice different than that.
Some of that would be procedures, because that would look differently.
But then I think we should remove all of the time stuff from the policy and let the procedure speak to the time limitations. Because right now, we have a policy that has very strict time limitations that we're not following.
Right. And they're not sitting down and eating.
I wonder what the statute says.
It's called grab and go.
I mean, literally, right? So they're not gonna go sit for 15 minutes.
No, and I think we've all
Hey,
seen
you don't have
that.
to wait to class.
Yeah.
Most of them.
I just want to make sure.
And teachers want them, most teachers want them in class eating their grab and go in class.
100%. So they're not missing reading instruction,
Who knows which statute?
because that's what we had to do first.
I just want to make sure that Florida statute reference there doesn't actually indicate 15 minutes, since it's in all the options, lists 15, 15, 15. It's like,
Where'd that come from?
yeah.
So I believe, and I'm going to try to, I'm rereading this. If a student arrives on a bus less than 15 minutes before school, they're allowed 15 minutes to eat their food. I don't think it says where they're allowed to have that 15 minutes.
It doesn't.
So I think you could, granted, I guess part of the issue would be if you're en route to your classroom, do you get 5 extra minutes in that class to finish your food? I think that's probably what it would be.
And the 15 minutes is enshrined in statute. It says that the student shall allow the student at least 15 minutes to eat the breakfast.
I don't know that it has to be in the cafeteria.
No.
No.
It
Correct.
doesn't say that, but I heard in the cafeteria that to sit down, but it's not, I don't see it in there written anywhere.
So does that make, so I just want to kind of like, if you don't mind, come back and say, if you arrive less than 15 minutes before the bell rings, by bus, you will get 15 minutes. That's essentially what this policy is saying. Is that what the board would like, or is it something different?
I just don't think it reads like that. So how you just said it makes a whole lot of sense, but the way it reads is not like that.
I mean, it could
I
use
think
some
the way
brevity.
it reads is that if the school starts at 9 and the student gets there at 8:50, then the student has until 9:05 to eat.
But that could be in the hallway, en route to the classroom, or outside the classroom door.
Or in the classroom.
Or in the classroom.
But it's exactly taken out of statute. I mean, the wording is exactly that.
And I said we keep it to
Each school operating a breakfast program shall make a breakfast meal available if a student arrives at school on the school bus less than 15 minutes before the first bell, and shall allow the student at least 15 minutes to eat the breakfast. So it does not, statute does not dictate that we continue to feed breakfast. It actually says that we only feed breakfast to those that get there within 15 minutes of the bell ringing. That's not what we do in practice, so we're doing more than what statute actually forces us to. So we're squabbling, I don't, thank you, over, I'm like, something's not right. Over the 15 minutes to eat their breakfast, when in actuality, we're already in practice doing more than what statute requires. So,
We're in compliance.
I just didn't want it to be limiting.
Right.
It's very wordy.
because again, really, it only requires us to provide breakfast to anybody who's arriving by bus less than 15 minutes before the first bell, by statute.
I guess it's somewhat dependent on the grab-and-go type meals. If it's not a grab-and-go type meal, then necessarily those students have to sit there and eat, and we don't want to make sure I can understand someone's impetus in writing this was to make sure that if the meal is not a grab-and-go type of meal, that they need to have, more than 5 minutes to wolf it down, so. And it sounds like what I'm hearing is that we have largely migrated to being able to give grab-and-go meals for students who are running late at the bus.
So the whole idea is to get them in the class.
100%. Those power donuts or whatever they're called that they love.
Okay.
So how do we want to modify?
We don't, I think.
Yeah, I think
Because the selection here is between your option 1 and option 2. So both of them encompass the 15 minutes language, but the difference in option 1 and option 2 is option 1 is for elementary, middle, and high, and option 2 is only for kindergarten, or only for elementary school kids. I mean, that's the difference. So we're still going with option 1. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, and all of this is also contingent on the grant we continue to receive from the USDA, so if that FDA, goodness gracious, I'm not thinking straight this morning, or afternoon, see, it's not even morning anymore, I was thinking straight this morning.
I mean, it's fine, I thought it was limiting, so if it's not
I don't think that it,
limiting, we certainly don't have to stay on it.
Vending machines,
keep it as is.
rescinded.
Moving forward?
Move forward.
Okay, both 8540 and 8550 have been rescinded based on the fact that there were changes that affect that in 8500. 8610, transportation route planning. 8660, alternative transportation methods.
This is your van one.
Oh, yes, we're finally here.
At least I think it is.
I believe it is, yes.
Among other things, House Bill 1 modified Florida Statute 1006.21 and 1006.22 to give greater flexibility to school boards regarding student transportation, including by buses and other vehicles. These three policies are revised in light of the flexibility afforded by HB 1. Of note, since most school districts currently utilize school buses for student transportation, Policy 8600 has not been substantially revised. If necessary, revisions to Policy 8600 will be revisited in a future date. Senate Bill 766 gives school districts the option to use school bus infraction detection systems to increase public safety. Includes optional language in the event the school board desires to utilize these systems on school buses. As to this, alternative transportation methods, specifically, we've done quite a bit of looking into it and research over the past year. And if you want to report on your understanding of it at this point, I can add it.
Yeah, well, essentially what had happened was, about a year ago, I was sitting at a table with coaches at FCA Coaches Breakfast, and they brought up to me and they said, why do all these other districts get to come in 15-passenger vans and we don't get to come in 15-passenger vans? Which is how I have stumbled across this passion project. Well, essentially, what we figured out at the very end of this, probably in about 3 weeks ago, is that those districts are purchasing those vans directly from the vendor with the third row removed, making them a 10-passenger van. So they essentially, those vans typically have the 2 seats in the front, and then they have a 3, 6, 7, 8, and then another 3, right? So it's either 3 or 4 rows. Regardless, purchased correctly through the vendor, they have them delivered to the school with the bench, the back bench already removed, which then leads them to only be the driver plus 9 other travelers, which meets all of the expectations. So then I believe Leon County very recently just basically went ahead and purchased, and Mr. Tucker could expand on this, but purchased brand new Sprinter vans, which are 15-passenger. However, they purchased them with the back row removed. So when you arrive there, you're thinking they have these 15-passenger vans, but they don't actually. They've had the row removed. So Mr. Tucker's conversation with me has been essentially looking at that annual budget that the board has discussed for athletics and talking through how we can incorporate some of these for some of our schools that would benefit most from them. We're talking schools like potentially, think about Lake Ware High. There are times when Lake Ware High needs to travel and they literally cannot get a bus. And they're not Bellevue High School, which has 2 drivers and 2 buses on staff that can just drive the transportation, their own bus. But to that point too, even Mr. Pixley shared with me, who's the assistant AD at Bellevue and is one of the CDL drivers, he drove 7 kids in a full bus 2 hours away to a meet. What a waste of gas and resources. So we really need to, in my opinion, board, this policy is correct. There is no way we can buy a 15-passenger van, but it took a whole year of investigation to basically realize they're buying them without the 3rd row or the 4th row, whatever it is. So as a board, I think we will see further discussion from Mr. Tucker in the coming years about prioritizing, potentially spending some money on some vans that would give our schools opportunity to, because you think about which teams you could take. I mean, girls basketball, I can think about North Marion, golf, tennis, girls basketball. There's lots of smaller sports that could just be transported in just a 9-passenger with a driver. So anyhow, that's where this all came from.
Okay, and Attorney Powers, if we were to use piggyback agreements, that would probably already stipulate exactly how they're being ordered.
That's true.
There you go.
'Cause
Done deal.
I'm still stuck on the 15-passenger vans, so they're,
Okay. Now,
Yeah,
I've looked at this from every possible angle whatsoever the last year of research. Let me tell you, the boiled down is, there is a sort of cutoff limit. At the 15-passenger van size mark, those are Sprinter vans. Those are the kind of
daycare vans.
elderly buses, things like that. Those have to, in order for schools to purchase them,
Right.
Those have to be registered as a specific multifunction school bus, which means there are a bunch of different safety provisions and everything else have to be met.
Which is why we
for
bought
them.
the ones we bought.
Right.
Correct. And I think this is more of a state legislator discussion, because you do not need a different license to drive a 15-passenger van. You just need a regular license. You don't need a passenger endorsement. You don't need anything. This is something the state legislator has basically said, K-12 schools cannot use 15-passenger buses. But for the record, a daycare which houses K-12 students can put their kids in a 15-passenger. I own one. So that's the part that I don't understand. If a daycare in DCF will license a 15-passenger van to be driven with up to age 12 age students in it, then why can't a K-12 school do it?
Understood. Why are they ordering it without that last section of seats?
That changes.
Because if it has to be purchased as either a multifunction school activity bus, which it has a specific designation, which is what the 15 passengers would be, or it has to be purchased as not one.
Right.
And we can only buy the ones that are not purchased, that are not
They
one.
order it without that last seat.
But it has to be ordered from the manufacturer with it has to be sold, like the bill of sale has to say
Yes.
it's just a plain old van.
It's literally just red tape for public education. That's literally what it boils down to, because daycares are doing it all the time completely within regulation. It's just K-12 red tape.
They order it without the last seat, and then do they put it back in?
No, it's
Well-
just at that point it has more.
I mean, is that what we're alluding to here?
I don't know what Leon County's doing. I certainly would say we should not do that, because if you got in an accident from a liability perspective, that would be bad
I'm
news.
wondering why, that was my question, why are they doing that? Is it then they can have more room for equipment back there?
It's
and
gotta be weight. No, they're taking out the row so they could meet the 10 seatbelt rule. They're taking out the row so they can say it's not 15 seatbelts, it's only 10 seatbelts. So, I mean,
why not just-
And then it does allow for cargo space and also
they
in things
don't
like,
build a 10-passenger. So you have to take out the row, because like a 10-passenger vehicle doesn't exist. So you either have the 9 or the 7, which Mr. Ostanek will say a 9-passenger is actually cheaper than buying a Sprinter and removing. However, a Sprinter and removing gives you more room for athletic equipment, which you don't have with a standard
Thank you. I was
9-seater.
looking for the justification.
And
why
so
they were doing that
some
before
districts are spending more money, like Leon did, to buy a fleet of athletic vans, which have more space in them. Dr. Brewer has something.
If I can just add, this also is for our extracurriculars, even such as some of our career and technical programs. We're always looking for ways to move students in large groups, and so this would include that group as well.
Thanks, I was just trying to understand the mindset, behind it and why we're not doing it. I know this has come up before, but yeah, you're right, it's a total legislative thing. It's like.
Correct.
there are also some big restrictions in whether we can use them for transport and special events. Transport between home and school is another factor, and there's a bunch of other things get involved there as well. So, but yes, for activity buses and
Yeah.
going to events, that's perfect for athletics.
So anyhow, it is what it is basically the end of this is, it is what it is. However, I think that we can lobby from a legislative perspective to see some movement on these restrictions. And then Mr. Tucker's gonna work on how we can meet this need with some of our schools.
Especially since our transportation allocation doesn't even begin to cover, well, what, about half of what we spend?
Well, and
So
Florida
we need
has already,
flexibility. We need some deregulation here.
Florida's already relaxed its restriction quite a bit so that Florida isn't our problem. Our problem is that federal legislation at this point still is what is our sticking point. If Florida law on the topic did not exist at all, said do whatever you want, we would still be run into the fact that federal law has severe restrictions on exactly that, so.
I'm sure it's well-intended and well-meaning, and protecting student safety is always paramount, but times have changed, and just vehicles in general have gotten so much more safe. I mean, we never even used to have seatbelts, short seats.
It's true.
Windows
Your
that
mom
actually
just
went
stuck-
down.
Your mom just stuck her arm out.
Exactly.
You did.
That was the seatbelt.
Yep.
All right, moving on to PO 8800, religious and other ceremonies and observances. That concludes our 8,000 section. Now we're moving on to the 9,000s and final section, community relations. 9211, booster clubs and other outside support organizations.
We left off 9140.
9140.
Oh, I skipped a page is what I did. I picked up 2 pages when I got rid of the last one. Going back, 9140, Citizens Advisory Committee. 9141, Business Advisory Council.
Rescind.
NEOLA rescinded this, but our district had never accepted this policy in the first place, so we're just letting you know because we have to bring it up and formally reject it. 9200, volunteers.
And that's the school chaplain piece that we,
Deleted.
Yep, deleted. 9200.01, volunteer school chaplains program, deleted. 9211, booster clubs and other outside support organizations.
and we're not gonna revisit the school chaplain thing again. I just wanna make sure.
Well, I'm not against revisiting it, I just think if it needs to be pulled out and addressed
At a
and
different-
separate from where we are. And I don't disagree that there was work to be done to strengthen, which we haven't done yet, to strengthen the language, for the inclusiveness yet
Well, the policy that you see,
restriction.
the policy you see listed here under 9200.01 was NEOLA's attempt at trying to make something that worked. We put considerable effort into trying to get a policy together that worked for us in this district, which is one that you saw earlier. I believe under no circumstances would we want to adopt this one in particular. So we're definitely asking for rejection of this one. But as to whether we pursue one in the future, I will say that I haven't checked lately, but I'm still not aware of any other jurisdiction that has stepped up to the plate and decided they wanted to bite
Well, 'cause
off
we, I mean,
a chunk of this.
when we left this conversation, I know, at least I personally was disappointed where we landed, even though I couldn't approve it either. You know, I couldn't go to sleep at night approving it the way it was written. But we really, I believe, we're looking for some guidelines from the state, like some sort of accountability on who can step on our campuses
Well,
to serve as a chaplain.
like a regulatory agency of sorts, like a third party that's willing to essentially,
Certify, like,
well, or at least acknowledge like who is a chaplain and who isn't a chaplain.
correct.
And who's gonna pay for the lawsuits?
And that definition of a
It shouldn't be
chaplain
us.
is so broad.
Yes,
that
and vague.
And very vague, and it's too gray. And to put that responsibility on a district
Right.
is asinine.
Agreed.
Well, it might be worth bringing up to the legislators that they passed something that not one single district has decided to use, and maybe that would be a, indicator that they need to revisit the language.
And you know what's interesting is that I've heard absolutely
Nothing.
from any legislator that I'm aware of, and correct me if I'm wrong, that has brought this back to the forefront. So to me, the silence is deafening. It's disappointing, because I think at some level, all of us understood and supported, you know, the value
Yes, and the need. I
and
mean,
the
value
need,
and the need.
you know, the mental health issues, the whole thing, you know, we went through it. So I guess my input would be, until we're able to get something much more solid, and I don't mind, you know, asking about that, and if the board, while we're up advocating, wants to raise that question, why not? But other than that, I think we have a lot on our plates, and I'm really not that interested in bringing it back unless there's something with some meat to bring it back for.
Well, it's just pretty evident that it was something that was really loud, so the legislator pushed it through, because there was a lot of noise, and then they've done nothing with it. And they didn't make any adjustments to it, and so, obviously, no school district has accepted it, because there's holes in what we need.
And what's interesting is that, you know, just personally, when I was asked, you know, what would it take for me to change my mind, so to speak, I said, I think that's a question for the state attorneys to talk about and then bring us something back. You know, it's just a liability that for this district didn't make sense to me in the current form, so. It was.
So I just wanted to be sure that the conversation we had before, and I want the remembrance on this, did include this model policy from the Florida Department of Education. Our previous conversation included that, or did not?
Yes, it did.
It did? Okay, that was gonna be my question, because, I mean, they do outline at least the graduate degree in counseling and theology, and demonstrate at least 2 years as a chaplain, and all of that, and, I mean, they did create a model policy. Anyway, all right, we can move on. I don't want the conversation to just continue to be like, okay, yep, we're good, let's move on from that, because we did spend a lot of time on it with a significant interest in us adopting something that would actually be very beneficial to students, but we're not there yet, so.
Next,
9211.
9211, booster clubs and other outside support organizations. 9271, personalized education programs, students. 9800, charter schools.
So, I'm sorry, personalized education program, that is a new policy. So that is, that all students are gonna have PEPs? Yes?
As school districts are aware, the Florida legislature recently included new statutory language allowing for a student to participate in a personalized education program. Several Florida statutes involve 1002.01, 1002.395. PEP students must be provided with the same flexibility and opportunities as home educational students. Accordingly, NEOLA created a new policy specific to PEP students. Since this is a new category of students in Florida, NEOLA is monitoring legislative changes as well as State Board of Education rulemaking in the event policy revisions are necessary. Florida statute allows PEP students to use scholarship funds for contracted services provided by a public school or school district, including classes. As such, an option exists in the new policy for entering into such a contract.
Yeah, I just wish that they were actually saying that every student in the state had a personalized education plan, as opposed to this being just the scholarship students that are in this, what they're calling a PEP, if that makes sense. Like if every student was required to have the equivalence of an EP or an IEP of some sort, so that, I know that's a cumbersome ask, bear with me, staff, but if every student had that knowledge at all times being tracked as required by law for EPs and IEPs, I think that would just be a benefit to everyone. Sorry, soapbox, I'm jumping off of it now. Charter schools, 9800.
Well, the money follows the student, and, you know, that's every student money's following.
And it's hard enough to get an IEP.
It is.
PEP for every student.
It is,
They
but,
should just automatically
I mean,
have
if we're
one.
wanting every student to succeed, then let's talk about every student.
Yeah.
They can be PEP, IEP, and gifted.
That concludes,
Loving them labels.
our policy review.
Shall we go back?
I was
Yeah,
gonna
let's
say,
run it back.
Let's run it back and get this bylaws thing taken care of, and we're not
Let's
coming
go back. What was that?
Tell me the
Bylaw
number.
It
that
is
we were
on
looking
page
at was
34, it's 0169.
0169.1.
What page?
34.
Thank you.
All right, so what were we talking about?
It's public participation in a board meeting.
Oh,
Yes,
okay, sorry, I had to put my,
I know.
How about we start by summarizing what we agree on, and then hammer out the rest of it?
I think that's a great idea.
All right. Terry, did you want to summarize, or you want me to want to try to summarize? I know that we did share it.
There ought to be a time limit. We ought to let people speak, and we ought to figure out exactly how long we want them to speak.
And we all
Did
have
you
to agree
just-
to abide
did
by
you
it.
just see how precise Attorney Powers was? He can do it. Look at that.
And we agreed to 3 minutes, 2 minutes, and 1 minute.
Yes,
Okay,
that's
so a form, the
Scaffolded.
formula,
Scale.
formula.
formula.
So a sliding scale,
Yep.
hard stop of 30 minutes at the beginning and 30 minutes at the end.
Okay.
You only get to participate in one or the other. That was what you read from Lee County. It's, you're submitting for one or the other.
Even if you arrive late and you say, may I please, please, please?
I don't know that I want to permit or exclude them from participating in both. So let's say that you've come and it is something that the board is voting on that directly impacts you. I don't want to exclude you also from then having an opportunity to speak during public comment just about the general whatever just happened.
Do we want to require that if you are going to be at the end of meeting discussion, that you still have to notify us by 5:40?
At 6
Because-
o'clock.
We said 6 o'clock.
I think we're gonna need to go with like 5:50 or something, because, I mean, depending on the number of recognitions we have, we might be in public comment by 5:50. 6 o'clock is, we're not always in public comment by that time. I think Ms. Martinez-Young was shaking her head a little bit. I mean, just kind of depends on how many recognitions
When was
we
the
have.
last time we were starting public comment at 6 o'clock?
We have.
During the summer.
Maybe this summer.
I mean, our literal last board meeting,
Which was quick.
which was a very quick meeting, we only had like one recognition, one big recognition, and we were kicked off into board business prior to 6 o'clock.
Yeah, but wasn't that because we were anticipating we were gonna have a lot of public commenters? I wondered about that, if the recognitions were shortened up because we were anticipating having a lot of
We took like
public
4
comment. on
Yeah,
a
no, we
topic
were,
that-
I mean, we were through recognition
I know,
and everything and starting the work of the business prior to 6 PM.
right. And my
Last-
question is
last
that
In
Tuesday.
that
summer,
was
we don't
coming.
have recognitions often, so I mean, like, seriously, whatever
Okay,
we
so
put.
5:50?
5:50? I mean, based
Going
on
once.
practice, you think 5:50 will get us there?
What are we at now? What is it?
5:40?
5:40, it says 5:40.
I think making it 5:45 is appropriate, because it's a quarter hour, and if somebody can be here at 5:45, they can put their name in. The question that I also think that we need to answer, though, is there really any reason for somebody to even present a public speaker forum at 5:45 if they're gonna sit through the meeting and wait until 8 o'clock to give a session, or
Yes, because it's not always at 8 o'clock. Sometimes it's 6:30, sometimes it's 7:20. You need to be here by 5:45 because there is no hard stop and we can't set a time that then we have to sit around and wait until, to see if someone will show up for public comment at the end.
And most often, sorry, we're just talking over each other at this point, it's late. Most often, the meetings that go the longest are because of extended public comment time that happens in the beginning.
Unrelated.
Most often, those are not related to our agenda items, honestly, really ever. So, I mean, we had somebody come talk about the superintendent search, not on the board agenda. Somebody come and talk about
Boredom early learning.
boredom early learning, not on the agenda.
Right, but we had talked about it at a work session, so.
We did, but not on the agenda.
Knowledge, so that's what makes this a little tricky.
But the
for me.
point
It's
is,
not tricky to me. If it's not on the agenda for that board meeting, then that comment's at the end.
And, okay, and but at least they get to talk.
yes,
So I'm good with the 5:45, and I think it's a point well taken that since we can't exactly time how long our meetings are gonna be, and it is important for the board clerk to have all of her forms, and so we know who's, how many we're gonna have. It's just more organizational, and I think that's just good practice.
and that our board comment then would be after their public comment. So
Right.
sometimes our board comments can go 45 minutes also. So,
That's true.
so if we have that happen, I still think that those speakers at most would still be potentially able to speak by 7,
Yeah.
usually. I mean, it maybe even way earlier.
Maybe.
So would we allow someone to have 2 comments, one that was related to the agenda and one unrelated?
I would.
Okay,
If they're separate.
right.
Yeah, they
And they have 2 separate forms.
Same thing.
So we may need to change the color of our forms.
That's
maybe,
why I
have
was
a-
saying two forms. One form that has
already
the
have
agenda
two.
item.
But we already have two, so I have to have a third color, because we have a peach
and the
one for
lime
public hearings and discipline, and the lime green is for
Discipline, I think is.
whichever. One is peach and one is lime.
Gotta throw in
Come
a
up with a
golden
lilac color or something.
We gotta throw in a goldenrod. Let's
I
make
mean,
it goldenrod.
something.
Or blue.
I'm just saying, I think the one that's for the beginning of the meeting should clearly indicate the agenda item they're speaking to, and if they need help from the clerk who's at the table to help them identify that, then that's fine. But if they can't identify that, then they get moved and prompted to fill out the other form, which then puts them at the end of the meeting.
Agreed.
100.
And for anybody who's listening to this, this is rulemaking. We're talking about what we want to come forth when we vote on this. So if you want to come and weigh in on how you feel like we're putting our bylaws together for public comment, that'll be the time to come tell us. Right?
Right,
I
because
mean,
this won't be official until we vote on it.
right, this won't be official until we vote on it.
An agenda,
And it'll be on an agenda, and anybody can come and speak during public comment as it currently stands
for up to 5 minutes.
for up to 5 minutes.
So,
During
so
that time frame.
what else did we need to argue over then?
Recap
So you
that.
like the sliding scale, but we need,
Recap that. Let me wrap all that, recap that just quickly.
you heard those cats up. Okay, let's see.
5:45,
5:45, 30 minutes at the beginning, 30 minutes at the end,
2 different forms, a form for
two
each.
different forms. You can talk at both if you have two different things to talk about.
Sliding scale on time.
Sliding
That's
scale
what we
on
need.
time, going 3, 2, and 1.
Yeah, we need to be able to determine what the.
0 to 10, 11 to 20, 21 plus. That's what it said in the,
So 0 to 10 gets 3 minutes,
Uh-huh.
right?
Yes. 11 to 20 gets 2 minutes.
Well, 22 minutes would be 40 minutes
Okay,
total.
11 to 19 then.
No.
What are you saying?
no, I think what, it's important to note though, that
That up to 30,
You got to add the 30.
it has to add to 30 if we're hard stopping at 30.
yes.
So like 0 to 10 is to 30.
So what this says in the drafting note is 11 to 20 speakers receive up to 2 minutes.
That's theirs. 0 to
That's because they weren't, keep reducing it to 30 minutes
they were an
total.
hour.
60.
It's like a
What we're
minute
saying is each
15.
of these
Now,
has
I'm
to
reading
add
the
up.
drafting note.
So ours would be 0 to 10, 3 minutes.
Right.
0 to 15,
Or 11,
or 11 to 15, 2 minutes.
11 to 15 would be 2 minutes.
And then
16,
15 to 30, 1 minute.
16 to 20 would be essentially
1 minute.
1 minute.
15 to 30.
You guys, are we really gonna stick to this?
Only 20
Yeah,
minutes.
I can't wait.
can.
I cannot wait.
20's only.
Okay, no backing down.
No,
You got it in
you
writing,
don't
I
have to
can-
worry
I
about
can
me.
stick with it.
Ms. Martinez-Young, did you have something you wanted to share?
Just,
You did?
I'm just
She's
wrapping.
processing.
I'm processing, let me process.
Okay.
Trying to
So-
calculate.
So 0 to 10, 3 minutes.
So that's 30 minutes, obviously.
11 to 15, 2 minutes.
Which is at 15, that'd be 15 times 2 is 30.
Right, but
16.
16 to 20, you're only 20 minutes.
Well, it's really a minute 15 if we
It's
wanna split the
16 to
cap.
30.
16 to 30, 1 minute.
If you're the only public speaker, do you get 30 minutes?
No.
No, you do not.
0
At the most-
0 to 10 gets 3 minutes.
But if you are guy number 16, then you just made it so that everybody only gets 1 minute, so.
Correct.
So don't be guy number 16,
Or do.
or do.
Or do be.
So if we have 10 people speak, they only get 3 minutes.
Minutes each, yes.
And so why would there be any other conversation? So like if,
Because if 14 people show up to talk,
then we're gonna divide it.
they're all gonna get 2 minutes.
We're fitting, we're
What
gonna,
happens
no, no,
after
no.
30?
still gonna stay in the 30 minutes.
At 5,
It's 30 minutes.
at 5:45, you're gonna count your forms for the before the meeting. And if there are, which is
Kelly.
probably highly unlikely, but if there are 16 people who show up to talk on an agenda item, they're all 16 are getting 1 minute.
I'm like you, I'm not a math person, so I was.
So you really don't want to be the 11th person, because then you're changing it for everybody. Now you're down to 2 minutes.
Okay,
We can stick to that, and I think we need to post the, post it somewhere on our site, whatever
Oh,
it
yeah.
is that.
Well, Yamali needs to make us a
This
nice
is
little
what the board is
PSA.
proposing.
Put it out there up front. Put it out there up front.
Yeah, it needs to be like right behind the
Well, and I
clerk, and it shows
Yeah.
the number.
If it's 0 to 10,
Yes.
I mean, if we posting it.
Make
and
it
we-
visual.
Yeah, we're making it visual.
Now,
It's no discussion.
So we're actually giving ourselves up to an hour of public comment, which is
Yes.
more than we actually say we give ourselves now.
Well,
Well, except we've never, I mean,
I
we've
know.
never held
More than
ourselves
what we
accountable.
say we get, that's what I said, more than what we say we give each other now.
So right,
No.
so we're giving more time, and that's good.
We're being more accommodating.
Yes.
Will the after agenda item presentation be aired?
Yeah,
Yeah, because it'll be before our board comment.
Yeah,
and also, why not? Like,
right.
Same scale.
same scale for the after, but it's a fresh, everybody starts back at 0.
Right.
So if there's 10 people for the after, then they'll all get 3 minutes.
It has to be a non-agendized topic.
And it needs,
And any person over 30 does not get to talk. So when 60 of them showed up to talk about books, 30 of them wouldn't get to talk.
Not that session.
Not that session.
Not that session, and you can't, we still say that you can't give your time to somebody else. I can't,
Right, you
No
can't
yielding
do
of
time.
no yielding, thank you,
Yes.
of time.
We need a sign for this in the lobby too.
Oh, definitely.
Because of people coming in and they've, what,
'Cause we're-
if
because
this
it would be a
passes, then
change.
3
yes,
minutes,
it'll be a
3
change and.
minutes.
I think we need to post on that, it needs to say what time they need to have their forms in, and that scale, and that way, we can say with due diligence that we did our part.
They need to be on laminated
Correct,
posters
correct,
that can just be hung up and taken down and stored somewhere until the next meeting.
correct.
Well, and I would like to come up with a way of effectively communicating how many's, if we go over that 10 threshold, it would be nice if there was an effective way at the beginning of the meeting so that people could modify their speeches. Because people come in with a prepared speech for 3 minutes. And so if we go into that 11, well, that too. So if we go into that 11 to 15, and then that gets scaled back to 2 minutes, or even gets scaled back to 1 minute, I would like prior to 5:45, when essentially, there needs to be some break in maybe at 5:45, almost like an alarm goes off of sorts, and maybe in between recognitions, we say, just as a reminder to the audience, we've now hit 5:45. We have 16 people prepared to speak for this morning's, which means they'll all get 1 minute.
Right.
Just so that we are making that notification so people can, because
On the script.
correct, well, but it won't be on the script until we get to it, and sometimes we don't get to it until 6:10. So I just think it'd be nice to say it once the time has hit, because then people would be able to prepare and change their speech if necessary.
Right.
and that happened to me at the state board meeting when I presented for Oakcrest. They quickly said at the last minute, you no longer have 5 minutes, you have 3. And it really does impact.
Oh, yeah.
It threw me, yeah.
Yep.
So I just think if we could remember about 5:45, we just say it out loud.
Well, we need some sort of prompt, so we don't forget. But we can figure that out.
Yes, we can write it into the script, and then it's just something maybe Miss Martinez, like at 5:45,
Yeah.
she says, Chair, before our next recognition, I'd like to make notice that it is after 5:45, all forms should have been collected, and we have this many speakers, bibbidi-bobbidi-boo.
Time, 5:45, time certain.
Time certain.
Ms. Martinez Young always gets a little point in the script.
Yep.
I mean, I already read that in during my,
He's like, what?
I just want to make clear, in the middle of a recognition, you want me to interrupt and say.
Not a singular
Like,
recognition.
We're down taking a picture, we're getting up here, and before she says, Dr. Brewer, you have another recognition, or Dr. Brewer, you have whatever, then you
Like,
can
not
say,
ex-
the
it's-
chair recognizes Ms. Martinez Young.
So it's the break most after 5:45.
Yeah, like,
So
it's-
the natural break,
We've,
why are we why would we change it at all? Because currently, we already have at 5:40, the forms are due.
because we are giving
Because now
anyone in the audience ample time that they now have to go from 3 minutes to 1 minute
Adjust their.
to adjust whatever they're planning to
like
say.
if they've planned a speech for 3 minutes and 16 people show up, they now have to take that 3 minute and turn it into a 1 minute. And so, in the spirit of being collaborative, you say, this is just your reminder, we have now had this many turned in, and so it'll be 1 minute, please prepare yourself accordingly.
She should only do that if she
Right.
gets,
Oh, absolutely.
only
We have
if
to
she
do that
gets
if
it.
we have.
Do I not normally read my portion after the recognitions?
Yes.
Yes, you do. Well,
Okay, at that point, then I can inform them of what time they have.
our point is that sometimes we don't get there until 6:10. Sometimes we're doing recognitions for 40 minutes.
Well, and also the point is that if you're the first speaker,
You haven't had
had
time to
go
prepare.
from your 3 minutes you've gotten prepared down to 1 minute, you're like scrambling because everybody after you has chance to really change it. So if we give them enough time, at least 5, 10 minutes or so, to adjust their thoughts.
Ms. Martinez Young is loving this.
Especially if they have data prepared, it really
Yeah.
does impact
I
their.
think I
It's
think
courteous. It's a
courteous, yeah.
It's courteous.
So all I'm saying is, at the break, most after at 5:45, if it's applicable, to the break closest to that afterwards, prior to the superintendent saying our next recognition, Ms. Martinez Young just says, everyone in the audience, as a reminder, blah, blah, blah. Just to give them a heads up, like, hey, fix your script, or not, whatever. That's all we're saying.
And what she'd be saying is, we have 8 guest speakers, each one will have 3 minutes.
No, well, we're saying she's only gonna do it if it's if it's gonna require a change. So what we're saying is she would only, because otherwise it's just 3 minutes, there's no reason to change it. So if it's 11 or more, then she would just say, this is a reminder that because due to the amount of public speakers, the amount speaking is now 2 minutes.
With the forms we put out front, could we not just modify the forms so that everyone's informed?
We will, but we're just saying in an effort to be.
They won't know how many forms have been turned in
Understood.
unless she says it.
Gotcha.
I guess it sounds like it's really important to this board, right, while we're making changes, to make sure that we're really sensitive towards making sure that people feel comfortable and welcome to coming here, and that they are informed of what's going on and how much time they have, and feel like they're really being included, that we're not looking to block,
Correct.
Right.
you know, their opportunity. We're actually trying to facilitate.
Yep. So did we cover all the bases on that?
We go home?
So here's what here's what we modified. In the option 1, we've added 30 minutes, and then in option 2, we added public comments for discussion not related to an active board member, a board agenda item, shall be limited to a total of 30 minutes and will be held at the conclusion of the business portion of the meeting.
Now, is this just for board meetings, or is this for work sessions as well?
Work
This is-
sessions, all that is permitted is things that are on the work session.
That's what I know. I mean, I know that to be true. I just wanted to make sure that wasn't changing work sessions as well.
Okay, and then we had some boxes we have to check. So under A, I checked proposition or matter on which the individual desires to speak. That's going to be open for 1 and 2, options 1 and 2. Then under C, I added 3 minutes, and the time period may be adjusted by the presiding officer. In that paragraph below, I'm going to cut and paste it so that it gives that breakdown.
Okay.
Then,
Instead of may, can we put will? Because, again, this has been
Okay.
something that's been
Yes.
hard for the board to stick to.
Yes.
And it's in our policy that this adjustment shall be made.
shall
There
be.
won't be,
Shall
any-
be
there won't be
adjusted.
any adjustments.
No
All right.
wiggle room.
Just the board shall allocate public input time.
Somebody needs to write this day down.
No, no,
Board, do you
no,
remember
no,
on
no, no.
Halloween?
The time period shall be, no, it shouldn't be a shall there. The time period,
Will be adjusted?
no, it may not be adjusted by the presiding officer if that's, if there are 10 people, it wouldn't be adjusted at all.
So the time period shall be adjusted by the presiding officer based on the limits listed below.
Won't be adjusted by the presiding officer at all.
Shall be followed.
What we're trying to say is hold ourselves accountable to say we have to follow
I
the
think you need
sliding
to stick to
scale.
May. I think you're getting overly, I think you need to stick to May. The time period may be adjusted by the presiding officer. And if you want that to be with the, but it can be as per, sure, you can put in as per the schedule below and put in the 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute breakdown. That work for you?
I think what Board Thrower and I were certainly trying to accomplish is that we want something to hold we want teeth to it, and may is not shall.
Right, but, okay, all right.
Yeah, I think when you put May in there, it opens it back up to.
Right.
Then the chair can say, yeah, but you know, it's books, we love books, just kidding.
Okay.
And
Time
then-
period shall be adjusted by the presiding officer as per the below schedule. And then we're gonna need to modify that because they made changes to it's not 11 to 20, it's 11 to 15, and then 10 to 30.
And then did we ever land on another elected official coming to our meeting and what we do with that? Because I don't think that was one thing we didn't talk
Elected
about.
official or somebody former employee or whatever it is that comes and.
No. I think we're specifically talking about when Billy Woods has come. I can think of that instance for sure. And he came as a public comment, he did not come as an agendized individual, and we allowed him the discretion to talk as long as he wanted. Is that the, and, well, I disagree with that. I think that we should give different,
When we go as
Yeah, we don't
elected
get it.
officials, they may give us priority as far as to come up and say something, but I don't think they give us any extra time. Do they give you all
Nope.
extra time?
I haven't gotten extra time.
They don't give me any extra time.
I
They
guess
give
I
us-
never asked for it.
I-
I just prepared my
I-
statement
I-
accordingly.
I get courtesy as far as coming up before public comment, but I've never gotten courtesy as far as extra time.
Yeah. No, I kind of agree with that we need to just, I mean, we can acknowledge them and let them be first,
Right.
perhaps, if there's an elected official that wants to speak, but our time is 3 minutes.
okay. We mark this day down in history.
I mean,
Well,
now, if it's an agendized item, perhaps that we are seeking input back and forth,
But then to me, that's not
that's
supposed,
not in a board meeting. Hopefully, that's happening in a work
and
session.
they're already on the agenda
Yeah,
to do a presentation.
right.
well, if the item was in discussion, let's just call it SROs. The contract was in the discussion part of the agenda. Typically, staff or someone who Dr. Brewer would feel like needed to give us insight would speak, and there's no time limit on that portion of speak. So if it was an agendized item that the person was there to give meat and potatoes to, they should give that in the discussion portion of the discussion item.
It would need to be under discussion then, obviously.
Correct. Like, it wouldn't be appropriate for them to talk during public comment. They should talk as an expert related to the item when we get there in the board agenda, not necessarily in public comment.
Correct,
And then they would have more time to talk. That wouldn't be limited.
correct.
It would
And
be under like a presentation.
Right, they'd be part of the presentation.
yes,
Yes.
if it pleases the chair, is
Yeah,
how they would say.
And we usually would only use our own staff to provide.
But there have been times when people get a little frisky and they just show up. And so that's what we're trying to work through, is like being respectful to other constitutional officers.
Well, and some of it does come down to the purview of the chair, because it does, depending on the item, depending on the scenario, depending on who's in the room, so give the chair that autonomy and authority to say, we're just keep using Billy Woods, I'm gonna use George Albright. Tax collector George Albright, would you please come forward and give us a little bit more insight on this, just so we're clear? And, I mean, that's up to the chair's purview, however you wanna handle that at that point.
But that's within the agenda, not in the public comment.
Correct.
Well, we did it.
I
We
mean,
would just need
it has
to,
not happened very many times. So I
Right.
feel like leaving it open like that is wise.
Are we just,
I was just bringing it back up because it came up earlier.
for clarity's sake, are we going to do it just for currently elected constitutional officers?
Yes.
The reason I say that, because I know we did something different when Mr. James came. We gave him some time, and it kind of created some stuff. So we need to be clear on how we're going to do it. Jeremy know what I'm talking about. So we need to be clear on how we're dealing with this. Just currently elected
Yes.
constitutional officers, is it retired folk, or how are we doing it?
Moving forward, it's constitutional officers only. is
I
how-
was
and
ready to
this-
cut the time
I
off.
was
I
too, that's
don't
what I
know
was-
what you,
Jerry know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about,
Right,
remember? It got ugly, and because he was doing the right thing, he was doing the right thing, and he did the right thing, but sometimes doing the right thing can.
People have to be
can-
reminded of it.
Correct.
Okay, I have a couple more blanks that we need to fill out.
bless, okay.
I close my book.
On E, I checked the box that says the total allotted time for public input will be prorated evenly among the individuals who have completed a public input form.
I
No,
don't think it's necessary.
no.
and
Are we deleting that whole E?
Yeah, because
Yes.
what we're saying basically is we already have a designated proration.
Right.
Okay, and then going down below, we have the presiding officer may, and this has to do with your ability for disruptions. So do you want all of those 2 and 3 to be checked? You can stop, interrupt, or warn an individual when a statement is not related to a proposition before the board.
Well, most certainly, that one would be for the beginning of the meeting, yes. So like if someone somehow wrote on their form, I'm gonna talk about agenda item 1, 2, 3, and then they start talking about something else, we need to say, sorry, this is, agenda items, you'll have to save your comments for the end of the meeting, right?
Right.
And then stop, interrupt, or warn an individual when the individual shouts, uses profanity? Okay.
And I think that a decision needs to be made if it's the chair that's going to take the lead on that, or the parliamentarian. But it's got to be addressed, and again, you'll see when you do it. You can't just summarily try to eject somebody. They need to be politely warned. Have a couple opportunities to get it together, and then if it goes completely down the drain, then I'm sure Safe Schools would get involved.
I note that under E1, it says, where an individual, when a statement is repetitive and/or a true threat, is too lengthy, personally directed, abusive, obscene, or irrelevant. That's the language that was stricken because judgment calls there can be difficult. However, the entire next statement goes on to, I think, properly define what an obscene statement is, what vulgar, abusive, offensive, pornographic, or indecent is, but we've just sort of excluded those above. I would ask the board to grant me the ability to find those definitions based on NEOLA's recommendation and the specific Moms for Liberty case, and insert the proper language for E1, 2, and 3 that fits those. That will prevent you from having to deal with that more today, and with specific, with a specific instruction that I'm going to do a specific thing based on those specific sources. I believe that's acceptable. Does that work for you?
Sounds good.
Okay. I will save the stuff that we've done, and then I just have this. So the policies reviewed today will be scheduled for rulemaking on the next available agenda for a final hearing 28 days later, or as soon thereafter because of the meeting timing. Some policies that will be on the next work session that we set for policies will be 0125 board adopted plans, 0147.1 travel and expenses, 0169.1. Actually, we just finished that, so that won't come back. 5410.01 promotion, acceleration, placement, and retention. 5460 graduation requirements. 6550 travel and expenses. 8710 insurance, risk management, and claim settlement. Those will be the policies that we bring at a next meeting. That's all.
Send us an email with that information.
Please.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else, Ms. Brown or Attorney Powers?
Mr. Blackman?
Or Mr.
Right, anything else that you'd want to add into our mix here? Because you had a lot to do with this, so thank you very much.
Absolutely. No, nothing else to add. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. With that,
No, I just wanted to compliment the board. Thanks very much. There are a lot of people that put a lot of work into this, and many of them are sitting right here right now, and I greatly appreciate all that help. And I wanted to also thank you for managing to slog through all of this in such a timely manner by diligently working through it. It was one where I always panic and try to set 2 or 3 days to get this done because I never can tell. But
we're unpredictable, aren't we?
but very good time management, and thank you so much.
Thank you. And with that, is there any public comment? Okay. Seeing none, we have just a few meeting reminders. An administrative briefing and work session is scheduled for November 6th at 9 a.m. There's a school board organizational meeting that is scheduled November 11th at 5 p.m. and will be followed by a board of directors meeting and a regular school board meeting at 5:30 p.m. And with that, we'll go into board comments. Ms. Martinez-Young.
For our next follow-up, do we have a date set for that when we're bringing? No, okay, just want to make sure I wasn't. That's all I have, that's it.
Not yet. We don't. Yes, Dr. Brewer.
Well, one, I wanted just to say thank you to Mr. Blackman. He has worked with all of the staff members on these procedures, and so I appreciate the time that he has spent on that. I also just want to bring something up to you all so you can just be thinking about it. We have on, as you know, Shelley, Riley, and Elena have worked really hard on getting the dates prepared for the organizational meeting, the work sessions, the board meetings, the cabinet dates, all of those. Something that has come up is February 10th is a Tuesday, the night before the Marion Days in Tallahassee. And so there's a dinner that most of us probably would like to attend in Tallahassee on Tuesday night. That is a date that we were proposing to submit to the state as a board meeting night. So we don't have to answer it now, but at our next board meeting, I need to just have that finalized to either cancel that meeting. That would only give us one meeting in February, but we do have 2 in March. So it's just something, or we can rearrange that date. So that's all I have for you. Just wanted you to start thinking about that.
All right, thank you, Dr. Brewer. All right, Attorney Powers?
Yes, ma'am. At the request of the board, you requested that I prepare a resolution of the School Board of Marion County opposing the railroad tie shredding operation in Denellen. I researched as I indicated that I would. I prepared it. I have provided a copy to each of you. That copy, in order to properly comply with how a resolution is to be done, needs to be placed on an agenda. I will be placing it on the next agenda. However, I have also included section 7, which indicates this resolution shall become effective upon signing and will be placed on the school board's next agenda. That way, in order to avoid a timing error or timing problem, given the fact this needs to be provided rapidly, having each of you had the opportunity to be able to review it, I am going to circulate this copy for each board member to sign, and then we'll provide it so that it can be seen by the County Commission and the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. So I will circulate this blue folder if each of you will sign it, then I'll place it on the next agenda. So it's self-executing upon signature, but then we'll go through having it listed as an agenda item so that it's appropriately uploaded to board docs.
Okay. All right. Ms. Brown, did you have anything you want to share?
No, I don't.
Attorney Blackman?
No.
Okay, just double checking. All right, Dr. James?
No, nothing further.
Ms. Thrower?
Not today, thank you.
Dr. Campbell?
Quick things because we are heading to Tallahassee. Thank you, Dr. Brewer, for bringing that up. I'm the one that mentioned to her about the February 10th date, February 11th. I do think it's important that Marion County Public Schools has a significant presence in Marion County Day as we continue to have stronger relationships with our other governmental entities. So I historically have gone to Marion County Day. I certainly would love to be accompanied by as many of you as want to be there as well. And so the dinner the evening before is really where we are able to share and sit down with our legislators for an extended period of time. And it's been a really well done event through the year. So just think on that, how you want to do that. Jessica Janasiewicz sent us the updated schedule last night. She also has just sent you all potential gifted legislative language that we've been working on, and so we are sending that to Representative Chamberlain at his request, as well as potentially Senator McClain, because we would love to be able to get that into bill drafting, and so that'll be a part of what we'll talk about next week, as well as kindergarten language, if you want that to be sent to you as well, what I was drafting. I don't know that it's going to land, but I can send that to you, and then I have all of our things for next week. So I think that's it for now. Yep.
Okay. We're fast. Okay, real quick, I want to say at the beginning of the week, we had a ribbon cutting for a new rock at Westport High School, so that was really exciting and positive. So looking forward to a beautiful room that is set up there to help our students get what they need during the school day. Wednesday, we had a prayer at the flagpole, which was very meaningful and positive. So many times we only hear about the things that are going wrong. It really was beautiful to see children, or young adults, I should say, or not really children, but young adults playing instruments, singing, and leading worship before school started. So I just wanted to share that. And yesterday, we participated in the MTC ribbon cutting for the aviation program, which was a wonderful event, even though it was a little chilly. It was very exciting, so thankful to be a part of that and excited for the things that are happening in Marion County for our students. And lastly, there was a little bit of confusion. I received a couple of phone calls about board comments at our last meeting, and so reached out to Andrea Messina. So I just want to read this briefly. Your local school board members are the ones to decide who they want to serve as chair. They do not have to be members of FSBA. So that's just a decision for our board members, who's going to be chair and who's going to be vice chair. So I just wanted to clarify that so there was not any confusion. And if there's no further business, we will adjourn at 2:44. Thank you.